voice for industry and set that out in statute?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I appreciate the point that the right honourable gentleman is making. Clearly, we want to make sure that Skills England is set up to be successful and to have a real impact in delivering the skills that we need now in the workforce and into the future. But what I am very happy to commit to today is to set up a meeting for the right honourable gentleman, should he so wish, with the Chair of the Board of Skills England, Phil Smith, to discuss his concerns directly.
Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Skills England has the potential to really make an impact in places like North Staffordshire, where we know there are skills that we need for the jobs of tomorrow. But too often, those programmes that are piloted are done through mayoral combined authorities, and we're a long way from that in Staffordshire. So can the Minister set out how he's going to ensure that those areas that don't have mayors on the horizon are able to access those same exciting opportunities as everywhere else?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I recognise that my honourable friend takes a very keen interest in the delivery of these courses and various skills training sectors in his constituency. Indeed, I am writing to him today about the last question that he asked to me. He is absolutely right that we need to ensure that areas that are further away from the establishment of MCAs are not left behind. That is a valid concern that I will be certain to share with my noble friend, the Skills Minister, on his behalf.
Michelle Scroggle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 10.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And with your permission, I will answer question 10 and question 17 together. We can action. In October, we published the Skills White Paper, and we are investing packages in sectors that will create hundreds of thousands of jobs over the next 5 years. The budget also set out more than £1.5 billion over the spending review period for investment in employment and skills support, including for the Youth Guarantee and apprenticeships for young people.
Michelle Scroggle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After 14 years of neglect, young people in Barrow and Furness are going to benefit from this government's commitment to supporting the apprenticeships that will drive our local economy. Does the Minister agree that Labour's unprecedented investment into skills shows just how seriously this government is committed to driving opportunity in communities like mine? And agree with me that Barrow and Furness should be one of the locations for the government's new Defence Technical Excellence colleges?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I will take the two questions separately, strongly agreeing with the first, because this package of investment will fund new measures to support apprenticeships for young people, including fully funding SME apprenticeships for eligible people aged 16 to 24 to boost small business starts and prioritise funding to young people starting from the next academic year. We're working with colleagues in the MOD and DFE to deliver the £182 million defence skills package aimed at harnessing the skills needed for the future and meeting the needs of people at various stages in their training and career pathways. My honourable friend is an exceptional champion for her community in Barrow. And I won't be drawn directly on the question of the location of Defence Technical. What I would say is that there is a considerable and rich expertise in Barrow, and I'm sure a college there would be hugely successful.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, Cornwall has been identified as a strategically important region for renewable energy and critical minerals, but a worrying shortage of places at our outstanding FE colleges. Assure me that the necessary skills funding will be made available to support these growth industries in an area of high social deprivation that has been neglected by the Conservatives for 14 years.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend will be pleased to know that we published our Clean Energy Jobs Plan in October, which set out how we will deliver the pipeline of skilled workers that the sector needs, and that includes 5 technical excellence colleges that will specialise in training skilled clean energy workforces as part of a £182 million investment to support engineering skills in clean energy occupations and other priority sectors. Local skills improvement plans help to identify the key skills priorities for each area of the country, and clean energy and other green skills must be considered in the development of those plans.
Speaker, Stuart, the Managing Director of GW Martin, a precision engineering manufacturing firm based in my constituency, welcomes the additional support for apprentice training for small and medium-sized businesses, but asks that the government ensures training providers will receive adequate funding to strengthen the training available. So can the Minister assure Stuart that fantastic SMEs like GW Martin will be supported so they can employ more young people from Eastleigh and give them meaningful opportunities to start their careers?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I can give the honourable lady that clear assurance with two specific examples of the work that the government is doing. So the first was the £725 million of additional support provided for the delivery of the growth and skills levy in the budget, but also specifically on the question of the delivery of apprenticeships for small and medium-sized enterprises. These will be fully funded for young people moving forward, a really crucial intervention to make sure that the funding that this government does allocate to apprenticeships tackles that problem of young people not in education, employment or training.
Speaker, as identified in the National Food Strategy, there is a shortage of skills in food and farming. Liberal Democrats are proposing a Farm First scheme to give young people training and the incentive they need to choose a career in farming. So will the Minister outline the steps they are taking to create the pathways that increase the number of post-16 learners training in food and farming?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable lady will recognise the significant investment that this government has put into agriculture more broadly since coming into office. But I am not aware of the Farm First scheme to which she refers, but if she would like to write to me about it, I'd be happy to meet with her to discuss it further.
Monica Harding.
Question 11, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Can I thank the honourable lady for this very important question? The government is committed to supporting those with mental health conditions alongside those with other long-term health conditions and disabilities into work. More disabled people and people with health conditions work through our Pathways to Work guarantee.
Monica Harding.
As throughout the country, young constituents in Eastleigh and Walton are out of work due to mental health conditions, and I welcome departmental initiatives such as the Disability Employment Advisors and cross-government work through the Joint Work and Health Directorate and Workwell. However, fragile mental health can be picked up and supported earlier in school. It may also be a result of poorly identified special educational needs, which we know is a breaking point, and the current state of mental health waiting list, which in Eastleigh and Walton, the average waits for an under 18-year-old are 184 days. So, can I ask the Minister what current learnings from DWP are being fed back into DFE and Department for Health to ensure that the next cohort is ready for work?
Well, the honourable lady will know that there is already resources going into schools to provide that mental health support early on to children and young people. There's also additional money going in through the investment this government is making into the NHS, which will include mental health services. But I'm pleased that the honourable lady highlighted available to people with mental health conditions, because we know they're very diverse. Support them into work and keep them in work. We've got, as the honourable lady said, we've got work coaches, we've got Pathways to Work advisors, we've got Connect to Work, we've got employment advisors in NHS talking therapies as well. So there's a whole range of options there to make sure we can get people with mental health conditions into work and keep them there.
Chris Vins.
Oh, thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm there. What can I ask? What conversations has the department had with the Department of Health and Social Care to ensure the 10-year plan tackles the root cause of mental health? When I talk to constituents in my constituency of Harlow, what they tell me is they only get that mental health support when they are really facing crisis. And by the time they've got to that crisis point, they've already given up work and training.
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend raises a really important point, and of course we know there's already 6,700 workers in the NHS health support. As I said, there's work going on in schools as well, recognising the early important. And I have also had meetings with the DHSC, particularly to look at work and how we can work together, the two departments, to make sure we're providing a wraparound care to people in work, alongside the Charlie Mayfield review, Keep Britain Working, because we know people may develop health conditions, mental health conditions during the course of their life in employment, and we want to make sure they stay in employment with the right support wrapped around them.
Paulette Hamilton.
Question number 12, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend just mentioned our Pathways to Work guarantee, which will offer everybody with health impairments on out-of-work benefits a support conversation to work out best next steps, one-to-one caseworker support for those ready to move towards work, specialist longer-term support for those who can benefit from that, and periodic engagement for those not yet ready to move towards work.
A constituent of mine in Birmingham Erdington with severe health needs recently told me that she only gained employment after she was able to learn to drive and then secure a car through the Motability Scheme. Can the Minister set out what further steps the department is taking to ensure that disabled people with health needs receive the support they need to gain access to work and to take part fully in the things they enjoy? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Well, Mr Speaker, there is a great deal of work to be done. The disability employment gap has been stuck around 30 percentage points ever since 2010. We've talked already today about Motability. Motability is key for many disabled people to be able to get to work. And after the changes that we've spoken about next July, there will still be a wide range of vehicles for in exchange solely for mobility benefit. Access to work is also extremely important. We consulted earlier in the year in our Green Paper on reform to access to work to help more people, support more people, and we'll be bringing forward proposals along those lines in the new year.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have been assisting several constituents who are deaf and need the support of BSL interpreters and face-to-face appointments. And there are only 5 BSL interpreters available to cover the whole of Dorset. As a result, people are waiting extremely long periods of time, both to get appointments, but also to be able to get access to help them get to work. Can the Minister explain what's being done to provide more such services?
Well, the Honourable Lady, I'm sure, will be very interested in the recent report published by the BSL Advisory Group, BSL, members of which I met last. They report recently on access to health and care support, specifically highlighting some of these. If you're a BSL user, how do you make an appointment with a GP, for example? But the other steps that I've outlined today will be very important for deaf and disabled people, and we'll be continuing to work very closely, specifically with the BSL Advisory Group on these issues.
We go to Topicals, John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Topical 1, please.
No State.
Mr Speaker, since the last set of oral questions, we've announced £820 million of funding to offer training and work to young unemployed people through the Youth Guarantee, £725 million more in apprenticeship investment with 50,000 more apprenticeship starts for young people. We've responded positively to the SACE review on carers allowance and published our child poverty strategy, which will lift more than 500,000 children out of poverty by the end of this Parliament.
Slinger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been campaigning for a youth hub and working with officials in the DWP and local councils to try and secure a much-needed youth hub in Rugby. Does my right honourable friend agree that this service, offering employment advice, wellbeing support and more, would help tackle the problem of youth dependency on benefits, which is at 16% in Rugby, roughly the national average? And does he further agree that, as young people would say, no cap, it's only this party that will do what's necessary to back young people?
So State.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is right that youth hubs can deliver vital help to get young people back on track. This is about getting the job centre out of the job centre, if you will, and making sure that we meet young people where they are. We are expanding them. There will be a total of 3 locations will be announced in due course, and I'm sure that the honourable friend will keep campaigning for one in his area.
Mark Gardner, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, the Chancellor's budget put a cap on salary sacrifice for pension savers at just £2,000. This was to raise an extra £4.8 billion in 2029 and will affect 3.3 million savers and 290,000 employers. Mr Speaker, what research has the Pensions Minister done to both understand and quantify the negative effect this will have on pension savings?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, because it gives me
a chance to bring to the House notice to this, which is research published, yes, after the general election in 2024, but commissioned under the last Conservative government. And what was it research into? Capping salary sacrifice pension contributions at £2,000. So he can read, the honourable member can read the research published and commissioned by his own party about putting back under control this tax relief that had got out of hand.
Us who put it in place. It was the party opposite. But Mr. Speaker, this policy hits the private sector disproportionately. 14 times as many people save through salary sacrifice in the private sector as they do in the public sector. It doesn't matter whether it is kite flying about lump sum withdrawal or taxing inherited pension pots. In a week when Labour Together are canvassing Labour members about a new Labour leader, isn't it the case that the Chancellor is more interested in throwing red meat to her sad and unfortunate backbenchers in a vain attempt to save her job than she is in the interest of savings of our hard-working constituents?
Minister.
Well, there's nothing sad about Labour members that are watching wages rise faster under this government than they did under the party opposite. There's nothing sad about these backbenchers who are seeing the end of austerity and public services being improved right across this country.
Mohammed Yassin.
Speaker, my constituent in his mid-50s wrote to me about the flagrant and extensive age discrimination he faces looking for work, citing a job advert seeking applicants with under 15 years' experience. His case reflects the Women and Equalities Committee's Rights of Older People report, which calls for stronger legal protection and a cross-government strategy. Age discrimination is already unlawful, so how will the Minister ensure people are properly protected?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend says, it's against the law to impose age restrictions on jobs unless they can be objectively justified. The Equality Act 2010 provides legal redress. There's also practical help available through the Equality Advisory Support Service, and his constituents should certainly give that service a call. And we've got 50-plus champions working across the whole of our job centre network.
We come to Steve Darling, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Disability News Service have stated that both the Treasury and the DWP have refused to clarify the £1.9 billion cuts to disability benefits set to take place over the next 5 years that was quietly sneaked into the budget the other week. Will the Minister now set the record straight and advise how this almost £2 billion cuts will occur and what impacts they will have on people with disabilities?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the honourable gentleman is referring to. I'll happily look into the report that he's spoken of. There will be no changes at all to eligibility for personal independence payment until the conclusion of my review, which will be in the autumn of next year.
Okay.
The government's new Youth Investment Fund is supporting the charity NACRO in my constituency to build a youth hub in Wythenshawe Park. The Minister knows my constituency very well, so I'm sure he'll agree that this project shows that we have an administration serious about investing in our nation's young people.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend and neighbour for his question and for highlighting the record of the party opposite on this issue. He knows that I know his constituency well. I also know the work of NACRO well, and I take the opportunity to commend them. Youth hubs such as this are a really important part of this government's work to bear down on young people not in education, employment and training, along with our youth guarantee and other interventions.
Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've recently been contacted by constituents who are concerned that local job centres are not doing enough to get people back into work. What more can the Minister do to ensure that sufficient support and training helps people back into employment?
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises a really important point, and we've got a transformation around our Jobs and Careers Service to provide that wraparound support to individuals who are looking for work or looking for career development. We want to change the feel of job centres, so it's about supporting people rather than just going in to comply with benefit conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Data from the Millennium Cohort Study suggests that over half of cases of young people not in education or training are attributable to persistent childhood poverty and childhood adverse experiences. I recently visited Starting Point, a charity which helps young people in Reading back into work, and heard about their experiences. Does the Minister agree with me that there is a strong economic case behind this government's moral mission to cut childhood poverty?
Minister, you get some.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and we all know that child poverty stifles opportunity, making it harder for children to succeed and get on in life. And with the nearly 1 million young people aged 16 to 24 not in education, employment or training, we do need to break that cycle, and we're going to do that through the child poverty strategy.
Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budget saw more taxes for people who work and more benefits for those who don't. Since this government came to office, 1 million more people are claiming universal credit, and we're now paying out almost £1 billion in benefits to foreign national households. Does the government really think that its £60 benefit bung is fair on the hard-working people who have to pay for it?
Mr. Speaker, he of course attacks the system, the gateways and the conditions that his government created. When it comes to working and non-working people, he'll be aware that most children in poverty live in a household where someone works, and that most children helped by the lifting of the two-child limit are living in a household where someone works, and those who aren't are often children under the age of 3 with a lone parent.
Jameson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this government's commitment to tackling the needs crisis in this country. Will the Secretary of State look to working with the Department for Education and looking at examples like the Doncaster UTC, which has been incredibly good at linking industry and education together, and something which I hope the government in the near future will agree to expand in my constituency and across the country?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, my honourable friend is correct. The Milburn Review will look across at all of the interventions required to bear down on needs and to support institutions such as the Doncaster UTC. It will look at what's working, what's not, and what needs to change, given the shameful inheritance that we received from the party opposite of nearly 1 million young people not in education, employment or training.
Line Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents recently spent nearly 2 weeks calling the DWP every day trying to find out why his ESA had stopped without warning. Each time he called, he waited for over an hour, only for the line to be cut off with no reply. So can the Minister explain to my constituents and thousands are hanging on a line somewhere what action the Department is taking to ensure to a human when they need to?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the honourable lady for raising this important case. If she wants to write to me about it, I will be certain to look into the circumstances that she has set out. On telephony, more generally, there has been a significant decrease of more than a minute on average waiting times, but clearly the case that she outlines is unacceptable, and I would look into that on her behalf.
Emma Fude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 400 16 to 24-year-olds across my Cronlinton and Clonmouth constituency are not in education, work or training and are claiming unemployment-related benefits. This has the potential to cause lifelong damage, depriving them of vital skills and opportunity for development. So can I ask the Minister, how will this government's youth guarantee provide support to these young people, helping them to get the skills and support that they need to access fulfilling opportunities?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to raise this issue. The numbers not in employment, education or training have been going in the direction for several years. That is why we brought forward the Youth Guarantee, which will offer work experience, training and ultimately subsidised work, offering hope where previously there was only neglect.
Christian Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We all know that disabled people often face higher energy bills. In my constituency of Edinburgh West, that's exacerbated by higher standing charges. The government's now abolished the energy company obligation. So can the Minister tell me what support is going to be available this coming winter for disabled people with those bills?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there will in April be a permanent real terms increase in the headline rate of out-of-work benefits for the first time, I think, since the 1970s. We're taking £150 on average off household energy bills. We're expanding the £150 warm home discount to 6 million lower-income households, and we're freezing NHS prescription charges for a year.
Sorry, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friend meet with me to discuss how allied health professionals, which includes physios, OTs, speech and language therapists and others, can play in helping NEET, overcome barriers and secure meaningful and lasting work.
Mr Speaker, it is always a pleasure to meet my parliamentary neighbour from Dudley, and she's absolutely right to draw attention to the role of allied health professionals, because there is a strong link between good health and employment, and this problem has to be seen right across departmental boundaries.
Lincoln Joel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Following the budget, a furious Labour voter, 30 years old, texted me saying, "I'm furious about the salary sacrifice thing. I give up a lot of things to put 20% of my salary into my pension. That's going to cost me almost £2,000 a year for being responsible." Why is the government so keen on punishing savers?
Why? Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We're taking a pragmatic approach to reforming pension contributions made via salary sacrifice, the costs of which are set to nearly triple to £8 billion between 2017 and the end of this decade. And the case for change was made powerfully by a previous Chancellor. The majority of employees pay tax on a cash salary, but some are able to sacrifice salary and pay a much lower tax. This is unfair, said the Baron Hammond for Runnymede.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are around 700 young people in Uxbridge and South Ruislip not currently in employment, and this needs to change. Having met with the local college, the job centre and employers in Uxbridge, they're keen and eager, willing to support the establishment of a youth job hub in the constituency. Could the Secretary of State outline what support is available for constituencies like mine to see youth job hubs set up so every young person can reach their potential?
Mr Speaker, may I applaud my honourable friend for the campaigning that he does for young people in his constituency. We are expanding the number of youth hubs. They'll offer support across the country, and the precise locations will be announced in due course.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I recognise, as do so many members across this House, the injustice and maladministration suffered by the so-called WASPy woman born in the 1950s. I welcome the recent development announced by the Secretary of State. But will he give an undertaking that if compensation is agreed, it will take into account the poverty suffered by so many of these women and include recompense for their significant legal costs?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Secretary of State set out to this House back a few months ago, the decision that the honourable member is referring to is being retaken by the Department, and we've committed to coming back to this House to update them on that decision in due course.
Chair of the Select Committee, Debbie Abrahams.
Mr Speaker, and I warmly welcome the child poverty strategy that was published last week, and congratulate past and present ministerial teams for all they did on that. But can my right honourable friend give details in terms of when he's expecting to publish targets, the detailed metrics, and also the monitoring and review framework, which are essential if we are going to reduce child poverty?
Can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for her question? In terms of the impact of the measure, we estimate it will lift 450,000 children out of relative poverty, 550,000 for the strategy as a whole. And she's absolutely right to say that having published the strategy, we'll bring forward the legislation and we will monitor its impact right across government and well beyond the boundaries of the DWP.
Alan Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. A lady came to visit me in my surgery the other week and to tell me that she had only been assessed, the basic level of PIP had been assessed as fit to work. And I was staggered because she could barely walk and she could barely breathe. Will the Minister meet with me to see how we can rectify? Has been told that they are fit to work as a cleaner.
Minister.
Well, people who are assessed for PIP may be working or not with PIP, so whether or not you get PIP isn't about whether you can work. The LCWRA and Universal Credit, that is about whether or not you can work. But I'll be very happy to have a conversation with her to look at what's happened.
Ewan Steinbeck.
1,750 kids in Falkirk will be lifted from poverty and its lifelong economic consequences by the fully funded lifting of the two-child cap, most of whom have a parent who is in work. Does the Minister agree that the cost of this poverty alleviation policy is far less than the long-term cost and if we left these bairns in poverty?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and indeed in the course of the previous government 900,000 children were allowed, and the cost for that will be borne by us all, and that's why the investment now will pay dividends in the future.
Law.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since Maximus began a contract to provide work capability assessment, young people have had their assessment appointments cancelled. However, a whistleblower has been in touch with me a regular occurrence, largely due to IT services provided by the DWP. Shockingly, one of my own constituents had their assessment cancelled 5 times in my city of Dundee. So what action is the Minister taking to monitor and improve the service provided by Maximus so that no one has to suffer the distress? Cancel this.
Come on, Chris.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'll be very happy to look into the details. I wasn't aware of that whistleblowing report, but I'll be very happy to look at it.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Youth Guarantee Scheme represents a clear statement of intent from this Labour Government. Unlike the party opposite, we will not abandon our young people to a lifetime in benefits, nor allow the mental health toll of long-term unemployment to define their futures. Can my right honourable friend outline how this policy will deliver for both young people by providing the skills, the confidence and meaningful work, and for the wider economy by turning potential into productivity and reducing the cost of economic inactivity?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to say that purposeful activity, be it training or work, can be an answer to some of the mental health problems that we're seeing in society. So I welcome her endorsement of the Youth Guarantee and the intentions behind it.
Ian Solomon.
Mr Speaker, employers across construction, care and manufacturing have warned that Skills England's dumbed-down reforms mean apprenticeships won't be recognised by professional bodies. Today's 50,000 apprenticeships announcement is meaningless if employers won't recognise those standards. So will the Secretary of State guarantee that reformed apprenticeships will still meet those standards? And it's particularly concerning the construction industry.
Sorry, please. We are on topicals. I'm trying to get everybody in. You are not helping me. I'm hopeful you've got a bit of at least 3 of the questions that count.
Mr Speaker, the honourable member is right to say that the apprenticeship standards are highly valued. Our constituents value what an apprenticeship means, and it's important that as we take forward the system, that the public and employers have trust in the high standards that an apprenticeship offers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Nan Roberts is 92, widowed this year, and she's facing her first Christmas without her husband of 64 years. And she's feeling utterly fobbed off by a creaking DWP system. She is waiting for her choices letter despite being owed state pension payments dating back to 1994. Already the threat of asking this question has led to some action by the DWP, but could the Secretary of State outline how I can do more to support my constituent?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I think everyone across the House will not want to hear the case that the honourable member has raised, that he's a powerful champion for his constituents. I know that Department for Work and Pension staff have already been in touch with his office, and I'm happy to follow up myself.
Just so you do brief questions. Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, the highest level of pensioner poverty in the UK is in Northern Ireland. One way of lifting them out of pension poverty is pension credit applications. That takes a one-to-one interface conversation. Could I ask the Minister, would the Minister undertake to do that in this term of government to ensure that pensioners can be lifted out of poverty? Thank you.
For Jim, that's brief. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and to the honourable member for his brief question. Pensioner poverty halved under the last Labour government. It went up under the last Conservative government, and it's going to come down again under this one.
Rachel Maskell.
Speaker, on Friday I learned of an 81 constituent who had to return to work because of the cost of living in York. Could government take a deep dive and carry out an inquiry into poverty in later life so we can ensure that we deal with pensioner poverty once and for all?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. It's a really important question because we have seen poverty rates fall less fast amongst people approaching the state pension age rather than those over it. We need to be looking right across the range of policy levers and building houses so people's housing costs come down.
Marine Network in my constituency are an SME members association providing training and apprenticeship support. They recently celebrated providing 5,000 new jobs in apprentices. They will welcome the government's youth guarantee, and the news SMEs won't have to pay for apprenticeship training for under 25s. Will the Minister confirm how this government will increase capacity of training providers like these?
Secretary of State team.
Mr Speaker, I warmly commend her and the company that she mentions, and one of the apprenticeship reforms that we've announced is fully funding apprenticeships for SMEs for the under 25s. That will help the companies, the likes of which she mentioned, and many more besides.
Another question, Brendish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Injury Time campaign wants to classify brain injuries in football, such as dementia, as an industrial injury. The campaign wants former players to receive government support and benefits and an increase in funding for research. Will the relevant minister meet with me and the Scottish Professional Footballers Association to discuss this important topic?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very happy to meet my honourable friend.
Right, that completes questions. Let the front bench change over. Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Justice if he will make a statement on the accuracy of data used to justify the restriction of jury trials, attrition rates and magistrates' court capacity.
Mr. Speaker, this government inherited an emergency in our criminal courts, with record and rising caseloads leaving victims facing agonising delays, leaving many accused seeking to clear their name, facing agonising delays, while some defendants game the system in the hope that their accusers simply give up on justice. We inherited a system where, quite truly, justice delayed is justice denied. That's why we asked Sir Brian Leveson to undertake his independent review of the criminal courts. He presented us with his report. We considered that report carefully. And on Tuesday, the Deputy Prime Minister announced the government's proposals in light of that report, following many of the recommendations. On Tuesday, the Deputy Prime Minister announced part of our plan to tackle that emergency, and in so doing, he centred victims. He commented, as part of that case, that victims of rape are pulling out of trials. 60% are pulling out of cases. He told LBC that 60% of victims of rape are actually pulling out of cases before they come to trial. That statement is accurate. It is unacceptable that around 60% of victims who report rape drop out of the criminal system. And we know, after speaking to victims, to campaign organisations, to those that represent those victims and support them, that for many, the fact that their trial may not come to court for several years to them deciding to withdraw from the process, or perhaps not the case at all. The system was not designed for a scenario where victims face such delays for justice. No one in this House thinks that the system is anything other than broken and that we are failing the British public. On the second part of the question, it remains the case that the vast majority of cases, the less serious but still important everyday cases, around 90% of all criminal trials, are already heard in our magistrates' court, where cases continue to be dealt with swiftly and robustly. Our magistrates hear around 1.3 million cases a year, and it's not unusual to have an open caseload of over 360,000 cases, as is currently the case in our magistrates' court. This ensures that there is around 6 months' worth of work ready to be heard. We know that our magistrates' court deal with equivalent cases, those triable either way cases that can be heard either in the magistrates or in the Crown, 4 times faster. We're working to bring in new and diverse magistrates over the next 12 months and will continue to recruit at high levels in future years. But ultimately, we must ensure that the Crown Court has the capacity to deal with those who commit the most serious crimes, so that victims don't have to face those agonising delays and don't withdraw before their case even gets to court. That is a situation where justice is simply not being served, and the government will not watch idly by whilst the system continues to fail those victims. It's for that reason we're bringing forward our bold proposals and reforms, coupled with record investment, to ensure that victims and the wider British public is served, and so we can put to bed once and for all justice delayed being justice denied.
Robert Jenrick.
Mr. Speaker, the government is slashing jury trials under false pretences. Last week, the Justice Secretary suggested that 60% of those who report being raped are cases because of court delays. But Home Office this year, only 9% of rape cases were abandoned after it was brought. That's not good enough. But the fact is the figure is down, and the number of victims-based prosecutions is near its peak. And in some parts of the country, the backlog is far, far lower, and rape cases are rightly being prioritised. The Justice Secretary's plans will do next to nothing to cut backlogs for rape victims, to further erode the confidence women have in the justice system. This is the claim that didn't stack up. The Justice Secretary said that he will divert cases to the magistrates' courts because they do not currently have a backlog. But as of September, there is a backlog, or open caseload, as the Minister now calls it, of 361,000 cases, up 25% on this government's watch. He claimed that scrapping juries will cut trial times by 20%. But Sir Brian Levison's own review found that figure to be highly uncertain. Detailed analysis was required. Mr. Speaker, he won't let the Crown Court sit around the day completely empty. He won't rule out making these changes to those who are already in the court backlog, and he won't publish modelling that shows victims of rape will wait less, or indeed any modelling whatsoever. Unless the Minister can answer these questions, they simply don't know. If the government wants to make a major change to our Constitution, something that we have enjoyed for 800 years, it should do so on the basis of facts, not baseless claims. This plan is already unravelling, as the last attempt to do this did 20 years ago. It's not too late, I say to the Minister, to avoid a humiliating defeat.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said a moment ago, there is not a single person who works in the system, not the prosecutors, not the judiciary, not court staff, not victim, not juror, that has encountered the system that thinks it is working as it should. That startling defence of the status quo, whilst not just women and girls, but victims of all backgrounds, continue to watch the delays creep up and up and up. 80,000 cases currently in our Crown Court backlog. Behind each and every one of those cases, an individual human story, someone waiting to clear their name. We inherited a broken system, and rather than doing what the previous government did, stick their head in the sand and hope that it would go. Years of underinvestment was why it's so important to ask an independent review made up of one of our leading judges, Sir Brian Levison, academics, data scientists, taking the evidence both in this country, consulting and looking at comparators across the world for a set of proposals at reform. How could we fix the system? In the meantime, the government has been gripping the crisis, making record investment in sitting days, increasing magistrates' courts' sentencing powers, investing in legal aid and in the capacity of our legal community. But no responsible government worthy of its name would take receipt of an independent review, carefully considered, evidence-based, informed by experts, and say, do you know what? We'll just ignore that. Responsible government shows leadership. That is why last week we announced our proposals to increase magistrates' court sentencing powers, to remove the right of a defendant to insist on the choice of a jury trial when the case can be reasonably and proportionately and swiftly dealt with in the magistrates. We followed Sir Brian's recommendation to establish a Crown Court bench division to deal with cases more swiftly. What his report says is that in his view and the view of his expert team, that will provide time savings of at least 20%. And on that basis, taken together, investment, modernisation and systemic reform, we will begin to see the backlog coming down. That is government offering solutions. evidence-based, expert-led solutions, whilst all we hear from the other side is what can't be done, letting down victims, letting down the public, and ultimately undermining the faith in one of the most important institutions in this country, our justice system.
Chair of the Justice Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's no reason why the government should not consider mode of trial as part of its reform of the criminal courts, but they would find more support if they could better evidence the effect of these changes. To what extent will the proposed changes to jury trial reduce the backlog? What proportion of cases, proportion and type of cases, will no longer be eligible for jury trial? And if courts are going to be swifter and have greater sentencing powers, what effect will this have on the prison population?
I'm grateful to the Chair of the Justice Select Committee for his reflection that mode of trial is something worth looking at. Of course, the government will be providing an impact assessment when it brings forward the necessary legislation that will need to accompany these reforms. But I would suggest to him that we do have an evidence base. The evidence base is that provided to us by the independent review of the criminal courts. We also have the very real evidence base that at the moment, the kinds of offences that we are talking about, the kinds of offences that we are talking about are those triable either way offences, not summary only already dealt with in the magistrates' court, not those indictable only offences which will always have a jury trial in our Crown Court, but triable either way offences. And at the moment, you can either opt for a magistrates' trial or you can opt for a Crown Court trial. And what we know is that where defendants opt for a magistrates' trial, those are being heard 4 times faster on average than that when they're heard in the Crown. That is a pretty strong evidence base coupled with that of the IRCC. So of course we will need to present the impact assessment of the particular package that we are bringing forward. But there is no doubt that this government is taking action on an evidential basis that we have been provided by through an independent review.
Yes, Brown for the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberal Democrats agree that under the current system, victims and survivors of rape are being failed and far too few see justice actually served. However, for those victims that do decide to proceed through the justice system, less than 10% withdraw after a charge has been made. So the Deputy Prime Minister standing in the chamber and using the assessment to justify his reasoning for removing jury trials doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Prime Minister's backbenchers agree with the Liberal Democrats, including the former Deputy Prime Minister herself, that the delays that plague our system will not be addressed by reducing jury trials, with the government neither diagnosing the cause of the crisis or providing the solutions to the record backlog. How does the government justify restricting jury trials when backlog issues are caused by court mismanagement and broken private contracts rather than the jury system itself, identified and confirmed by those working in the system from all sides? And will the Minister confirm which stakeholders, including victim support organisations and legal professionals, have been consulted on these reforms, and what feedback has she received?
Minister.
Well, I can start by answering her last question first, which is that all of the bodies that she refers to, victim support, victims organisations, the legal community, the Bar Council, the Law Society, all of those stakeholders have engaged over many, many months, first with the independent review of criminal courts led by Sir Brian Leveson, and indeed now with the Ministry of Justice. So that engagement is happening all the time. And indeed, those who represent victims, the incoming Victims Commissioner, has said the system is broken and there is need for bold reform. The bold reform that is recommended by Sir Brian Leveson's review is precisely the proportionate reform, radical, yes, necessary, yes, that we are going to pursue. And in relation to her comment in relation to victims and the very significant figure, 60% of victims of rape that are pulling out of cases. Victims pull out for many reasons. It's difficult to know exactly what is going on in a victim's head at any one time, but we know that for many, and we all know what the delays are in our courts, we all know, everyone is aware of how re-traumatising the court process can be and how lengthy the delays are. We know from Rape Crisis, for example, that 1 in 3 sexual offence trials are the subject of adjournment. So not just the delay, but thinking you have a trial date only for it to be put off. No one can say that that is defensible. And for many, the fact that they might not come to court for years is key to them withdrawing from the process at whatever stage. So it is material, and it is material to the context. And it is why action needs to be taken. One of the very striking statistics why we need to do this was the JSC brought forward by the CPS that there could have been heard in the Magistrates' Court, but where our system as it currently stands privileged the defendant's right to insist on a jury trial at taxpayers' expense with the greater length of time that it takes, such that the person who's stolen the bottle of whiskey or the bunch of flowers, the low-value item, has every right to insist on a jury trial, being stuck in the same queue as serious crimes like rape, like murder, like kidnapping. That is exactly how this works. And that is exactly what we are seeking on Sir Brian's expert recommendation, to take out from the queue in the system, to reassign it where it can be better and more swiftly dealt with, so that we can come on to those most serious cases.
Cases include two recent, but when the opposition was in power, a woman came to me with her case, which was of historic child sexual abuse. Her trial was being adjourned repeatedly, and there was risk that the perpetrator would die before the case was heard. I have now got two cases of children who are awaiting and have had repeated adjournments of their child sexual abuse cases. And I wonder if my right honourable friend can reassure me in terms of how the proposals that the government is bringing forward might help to progress their cases, because it's impacting on their lives.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear about her constituent's case. It highlights very graphically precisely why reform is needed. It highlights the very grave crisis in our criminal justice system, which, as Sir Brian has told us, is on the brink of collapse. We need to take a holistic approach to this. We need reform, we need significant investment, and we need modernisation. To the earlier question around efficiencies, do we need to improve the time it takes to bring prisoners from prison to court? Yes, we do. Do we need to improve and look at things like listing and whether that can be done more efficiently? Do we need to look at productivity in our courts? Absolutely. It's why we've asked the Independent Review of Criminal Courts to conduct part 2 of its review, and it's why we're looking at these issues. Silver bullet, and the mountain we have to climb is illustrated. Those sorts of stories that I have in mind that motivate me to work every day to see that we get these reforms through and deliver swifter justice for victims.
So Desmond Swain.
My maths teacher, sir, always required us to show our workings. Last week, the Secretary of State told us that actually only 3% of prosecutions proceed in jury trials. How can such a small proportion, being reduced marginally smaller, produce the savings that have been identified? Will she publish the modelling?
Minister.
Well, we have the IRCC review, we have Sir Brian Levison's review, and in the careful analysis over 388 pages, he sets out how his package of reforms will begin to bear down on the backlog. And as I've said, of course, in the ordinary way, an impact assessment will. But I can tell him and assure the rest of the House that unless the package of reform and investment that we are bringing forward was capable of bringing down the backlog, we would not be pursuing it. And of course, that's exactly what we are aiming at, to see that the backlog comes down by the end of this Parliament so we can deliver swifter justice for victims.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister recall that the Right Honourable Member for Newark was chastised by the Office for Statistics regulation when he was Housing Secretary? And does she further agree, therefore, that we will not take lessons from him?
Minister.
Well, I wasn't here when he was failing to show his working out. But what I have observed, both in my professional life before I came to this House and now since I have been the Courts Minister, is the way in which the previous government presided over an absolute collapse in criminal justice. The so-called party of law and order, allowing the prisons to run boiling hot and allowing a collapse of confidence in our court system, backlogs spiralling out of control, a collapse in confidence not just in the legal community but in the victim community as well. And unlike his government, not only serious work of looking at where the evidence takes us, we identify the problem, we don't out there and make the argument for how we're going to fix it.
Stephen Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The logic of the Minister's argument seems to be that the Justice Secretary was repeatedly wrong in the past to defend jury trials, that many of her own colleagues are wrong to have concerns, and that her own government was wrong not to mention this at all in the Labour Party manifesto. She's repeatedly refused to say whether she published modelling and referred to the impact assessment. So can she clarify, has the work in the department been done on the impact assessment and she simply won't publish it? Or have they not done that work, in which case the claims she's making are without evidence?
Minister.
Well, if he had attended earlier debates, he would know that I've been very clear that the state's obligation is to guarantee everybody who comes before the court a fair trial. Now, the essence of a fair trial is a swift trial, not one that might be 2 years away. It's not a guarantee of a jury trial because, of course, 90% or take place without a jury trial. But I've also made clear that we believe in are delayed for a couple of years and where witnesses pull out the system and victims pull out the system. But I do believe in jury trials as a cornerstone of British justice. And as I've said, of course, the quantitative and qualitative analyses have been happening not just within Sir Brian's team, but also within the Ministry of Justice. And we will be publishing an impact assessment at the requisite time.
Sally James.
Thank you, Speaker. And can I say I'm pleased, if not a little surprised, to see how keen that the Conservative opposition have been on talking about issues of criminal justice in recent weeks, considering they show next to no interest in the system. I believe the last government stated they would bring the Crown Court to 53,000 by March 25. So can the Minister outline what the backlog was when we took office in July 24? Because I think that's incredibly important when we're looking at why we need to take the bold action that's been announced by the government in the last week.
Minister.
Well, I thank her for her question, and as she knows, we inherited record and rising backlogs. And as I've said, we have a mountain to climb. We're trying to turn around an oil tanker, and we're not going to do that simply by sitting our way out of the problem. That's what Sir Brian Leveson concludes in his report. Of course we need additional sitting days, and we're already sitting over 5,000 more sitting days than we were when we took over in government. But he concludes in his view that that alone will be insufficient to turn the tide on the backlog, and that is why we need system reform coupled with the investment. It's that that's going to do the job to bring down the backlogs to sustainable levels.
Paul Culler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some sympathy for the Minister. We all know the Tories fiddled leaving our criminal justice system to burn. But as the Law Society President noted earlier this year, we are still not using our courts efficiently, despite what the Minister said. Yeah. So can the Minister tell us what steps have been taken to increase court sitting days and make better use of our underutilised courtrooms?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for his question. The first thing I want to do is to pay tribute not just to our judges, but our court staff and our hard-working prosecutors and defence lawyers, because what we do know is that judges in the Crown Court are hearing almost 30% more cases than they were pre-COVID. So in that sense, the system is working harder. As I've just indicated, we have added more sitting days. We've added over 5,000 more sitting days than was being sat when we took over in government. And I want us to go further. We need to match the system reform with investment. And I hope that we'll be able to come back to the House at the conclusion of the Concordat process, which of course needs to take its course, and assure the House that we are sitting at maximum system capacity.
Have a food, eh?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Victims of rape and sexual assault waiting for years for justice is horrific, and we should never forget in these conversations or decisions the toll that this process takes on a victim's life. So can the Minister please confirm that victims will be kept at the heart of the justice system and that this government will deliver timely justice for survivors?
Minister.
As she so often does, she's hit the nail on the head. We have in focus, at the heart of everything we're doing, the goal of delivering swifter justice for victims. The Deputy Prime Minister announced last week a package of £550 million towards victim support, keeping victims engaged in the process, which, as it takes longer and longer, is harder to do. And ultimately, the best thing we can do for victims is to deliver on the promise of bringing down the backlog so they're not having to face these agonising waits to see justice done. Because at the moment, if they pull out, and very often in these cases, victims are the only witness to the crime, if they pull out, the worst thing about it is it's not even justice delayed, justice denied. Justice simply isn't served at all. So she's absolutely right.
Speaker, I think we would all agree that any rape victim who withdraws from the criminal justice system it's a tragedy. But I don't buy the faux outrage from the Shadow Secretary of State, because I was a chief executive of a rape crisis centre when his party was in government, and every single day I heard victims talk about the delays in the system causing them more trauma, the poor interviewing techniques of police, and the lack of understanding from the criminal justice system of the effects of the trauma they had been through under their watch, and nothing was improving. Now, we know that rape trials will not be affected by this decision on jury trials, so I believe the Deputy Prime Minister was wrong to use that as a justification for changing the jury trial process. But has the government given any consideration, or will it be giving any consideration, to a specialist court system for rape and sexual violence offences?
Minister.
Well, I thank her, and I thank her for the work that she did before coming to this House. I respect that experience, and it's not clear that that sort of experience and range of experience is shared by everyone across the House, including those who are so quick to criticise the attempts to reform what is a failing system. As she points out, the best thing that we can achieve for victims of sexual offences, not just rape, but other sexual offences too, is bringing down the backlogs. And what we know from charities like Rape Crisis is some 17% of cases in the backlog relate to sexual offences. So if we can get a real grip on this problem right across the piece, from the magistrates all the way through to the Crown, then it's that more than anything that's going to deliver swifter justice for the victims that she wants supported.
Paula Tamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jury trials allow ordinary citizens to participate in the justice system, ensuring community representation and transparency, which many groups just do not trust. Can the Minister explain how citizen involvement can be continued and we do not see additional cases of miscarriage of justice because of influence by personal bias or external pressures that can potentially lead to unfair outcomes? Thank you.
She raises a really important question, and of course equality before the law is a fundamental principle, but also the importance of all our communities having confidence in our justice system. One of the worst, if you like, symptoms of the broken system we've got is so few people do have that confidence today. And I would say to her this: first of all, we are preserving the jury trial for the most serious cases. Second of all, these proposals that we've brought forward are a vote of confidence in our magistracy which is increasingly diverse and needs to be more diverse still. In London, over 30% of magistrates are drawn from the communities that they are serving and come from BME communities. In the Midlands, where I know she has a lot of experience, the numbers are getting higher and higher, 15, 16%, and we want more still. So that is how we continue to include that really important democratic and community component in our justice system so that communities like hers can continue to have confidence in it.
So Julian Lewis.
I'm afraid that the Minister's treatment today of the 60% figure only tends to confirm my belief that one's better off with the common sense of 12 ordinary people than one legal professional. Can she, even she's smiling, good for her, can she look again at this point, which is that, yes, it's a disastrous statistic if 60% of women who allege rape drop the case before it proceeds to a conclusion. But if, in fact, the figure, only 9% of people who drop after the alleged criminal has been charged, then the overwhelming reason for them dropping the case is not the length of the trial by jury, it is the litigation and the criminal being charged. So will she accept that in this case you're looking at she is looking at the wrong target?
Minister.
I smile because I know the spirit in which the question is asked, and I know that it's asked in good faith. But I also say this, as well as being a lawyer, I'm also a member of Parliament and I'm also a woman. And the question that was asked earlier was put very well. A single victim of whatever crime, rape being one of the most agonising one can imagine, is one too many pulling out of the system. We don't know exactly what's going through every victim's head, and I think it's right to say that the 60% figure was accurate on its own terms. We don't know why exactly people might pull out the system, but what we do know is that everyone is aware. Everyone is aware that the system is broken, and they're aware that when they come even to consider whether to report the crime, what that might entail, knowing the delays and the agony and the bureaucracy that lies ahead. And quite honestly, if something were to happen to myself or a loved one today, and I were advising them or asking myself, would I want to go through all of that, knowing what I do about the delays? I'd have to think long and hard about it.
Anna Dix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I met with senior detectives in Bradford who investigate and bring prosecutions for historic cases of child sexual exploitation and abuse, including group-based abuse. They do all they can to support victims to get justice, and in fact West Yorkshire Police were commended by Baroness Casey for the work they do. But it was clear to me that court delays add to the trauma that victims and survivors who bravely come forward experience, and that's true from those that I have spoken to. So can the Minister explain how these reforms are going to speed up justice for victims of rape, serious sexual offences and these vile grooming gangs? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Lady for all the work that I know she does tirelessly for victims in her own community who have been so seriously impacted by some of the crimes that she outlines. My job is to take a look at the whole system and how the whole system is functioning for all victims, for those who are accused, for all participants in the system that are currently being let down. And so when you look at the whole package of measures that were announced last week, from the increase in sitting powers, the removal of the defendant's right to insist on a choice, but rather having the case triaged by the experts, namely the court itself, at the establishment of a bench division, which Sir Brian advises could be hearing cases at least 20% faster, as well as taking out cases like fraud from the list so that they can be heard by judge-alone experts. When you take that package together, all of that, we believe, can deliver swifter justice for victims, including the ones in her own community.
Gavin Williamson.
Thank you.
Speaker, I think on all sides of the House we know how important these changes are, and to get it right is absolutely vital. My right honourable friend, the member for North East Cambridgeshire, asked a specific question as to whether the department has done an impact assessment. Could the Minister clarify if the impact assessment has been done by the department, and will it be immediately published?
He's right that we need to and should have a robust debate about the best way forward to fix what is undeniably a broken system. As a department, we have several sources of evidence and assessment, not least the work that was done by Leveson's review. We will bring forward the impact assessment at the appropriate time, and the House will be able to scrutinise it then.
James Wyle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's capacity for almost 2,000 more court sitting days that are not being used for rape or other trials at the moment. Why isn't the Justice Secretary prioritising funding these days to help reduce the backlog rather than trying to scrap jury trials?
Minister.
Well, we are looking where we can to invest as much as possible, but I would remind him that what we've got to look at when we talk about investment in sitting days is system capacity. And that requires not just judicial time, but it requires sufficient numbers of barristers, both defence and prosecution. And as the previous Lord Chancellor said, we can't simply 3D print those. What we've got to do is invest in the professions, which is exactly what we announced last week. £92 million in legal aid for criminal solicitors, an additional £34 million for the barristers. All of that, plus, I should say, match funding for criminal law pupilages to develop the talent pipeline, all of that increases the system capacity so that when we add on the sitting days, it's not just a judge sitting there waiting for a barrister to turn up, which sometimes doesn't happen and leads to the trial being adjourned. We have enough system capacity to run at the most maximalist and most productive level possible.
Sean Davis.
In Shropshire and wider West Mercia, victims of rape and other serious offences are being told to wait for their jury trials into 2020. Meanwhile, defendants of some other offences magistrates have already accepted jurisdiction. Isn't it time that we back, trust and empower our magistrates and district judges up and down this country?
Minister.
Yes, and as he knows, when I came to visit the Justice Centre in Telford with him, we spoke a lot about the role that magistrates play, and I want to pay huge tribute to them. The proposals we brought forward last week are, as his question suggests, a huge vote of confidence in our magistrates, in our magistrate system, to hear cases swiftly and robustly, and we should back them.
Dr. Luca.
Can I congratulate the Minister both on her passion and her ability to get so many words in Hansard in an urgent question in her responses. One bit of detail that we are missing, though, is she's been asked, and this will be the 5th time, about an impact assessment. She said again the impact assessment will be brought forward at the appropriate time. The question was, has it been written already and she's keeping hold of it, or it hasn't been written and will be brought forward at the appropriate time? I'd appreciate that clarity, just a simple yes or no.
Minister.
He can get hold of Hansard and he can read my previous answer, which is that there'll be an impact assessment at the requisite moment.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it heartbreaking to hear that there are victims of domestic violence, of rape and of sexual violence who feel that they are tackling a system that is absolutely broken. I can tell from a piece of case what I've dealt with of a young lady who was the victim of domestic violence who had to wait so long for justice to be served, she actually returned to the perpetrator, which is not only terrifying to me, but it obviously had a huge impact on her family. Can I ask the Minister, working with my honourable friend, the Justice Minister who's sitting next to her, to promise me that she will do everything she possibly can to ensure victims of domestic violence, of sexual abuse and of rape get the justice they deserve as soon as they can?
Minister.
I can give him that assurance that my honourable friend and I are working incredibly hard. This is central to our government's mission to halve violence against women and girls, and we have to look at not just how the delays in our criminal justice system, but how the processes in our courts are often re-traumatising women and girls, and we are resolute in our efforts to tackle exactly what he's just described.
Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's proposals in respect of jury trials are causing
a bit of concern and consternation, actually, in my Spelthorne constituency. My mailbag is quite full of people opposing the government's proposals. Just so we understand where the Secretary of State is on this, could the Minister please explain to us what he's doing right now such that he couldn't come and answer this urgent question himself?
Minister.
He's giving a very important speech at the moment, launching the government's anti-corruption strategy.
Yeah. I hope it's been made to the House first, though. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her answers? The rape victims must be paramount in all that happens. For rape and sexual assault trials, this is already a lengthy and very emotional process for the victims. Juries signal a public perception of justice or highlight the importance of community and the average person. What assessment has been made on the impact a judge-only trial can have on the victim of rape, and what steps will be taken to ensure judge-only trials don't feel too less empowering, as this step could increase victim attrition by feeling as if they don't have the support of the public? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, let me make very clear that for the offence of rape, there will always be a jury trial, and that was made clear in our proposals last week.
Can I just say it's very helpful to get through the questions, and the Minister's done very well. Just to say justice does matter, and I think all of us are representing victims of crime. The more quickly we can get through, the more happy we'll be. As I say, Chorley magistrates would love to be reopened to help. Right, we'll let the front benches change over.
Poverty strategy. We're on the next UQ. It's just the West Midlands Police. Aston McFadden.
If the front benches are ready for the next urgent question, colleagues should be seated. We can be marvellous. Who was raising the UQ?
Nick Timothy.
I can't see Nick Timothy. Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Do you ask the Home Secretary to make a statement on the adequacy of the evidence upon which West Midlands Police took decisions relating to the Aston Villa versus Maccabi Tel Aviv match?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me again acknowledge the concern and disappointment caused by the decision to ban away fans at Villa Park on the 6th of November. I recognise the continued strength of feeling within this House and in the country more widely, and I welcome this opportunity to update members on the latest developments. The House will be aware that Chief Constable Craig Guildford, Assistant Chief Constable Mike O'Hara and the Police and Crime Commissioner Simon Foster gave evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee last week. I am aware that Assistant Chief Constable Mike O'Hara has since apologised for some of his remarks in relation to Jewish community support for the decisions taken. He will need to set out his correction to the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee directly, and we will await, of course, the committee's conclusions. Any suggestion that the intelligence gathering and community engagement led by West Midlands Police was anything other than of the highest standard would, of course, be a matter of profound concern. I am sure the House will understand I remain limited in what I can say about the specific intelligence underpinning this decision whilst investigations continue. However, in my evidence to the committee last week and to this House before then, I explained that the Home Secretary had already commissioned His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services to review how forces in England and Wales provide risk assessment advice to local safety advisory groups and other bodies responsible for licensing high-profile public events. That wider report will be returned to the Home Secretary by the 31st of March. And before then, I can confirm that HMIC-FRS will also provide a specific update on the intelligence gathered by the West Midlands Police on this matter and how it was used by the end of the year. Of course, operational independence is an important principle and one we must protect. At the same time, scrutiny and accountability are essential, especially when it comes to issues with clear implications for public safety and public confidence. It is absolutely right that West Midlands Police is asked to explain as fully as possible how this decision was reached. Sport is a source of joy and excitement for millions of people around the world. Football supporters should be able to follow their team, whatever their nationality, faith or background. That has been the clear and unequivocal stance of the government throughout this episode, and it will remain so.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response, including the news of the HMIC report by the end of the year. The police intelligence used to justify the ban on Israeli fans from Villa Park has fallen apart. So has the evidence given to the Select Committee by Chief Constable Craig Guilford and Assistant Chief Constable Mike O'Hara. The police say their information came from the Netherlands after Maccabi Tel Aviv played Ajax last year, but the Dutch said the West Midlands intelligence report was, quote, not true. At the committee, the police repeated claims denied by the Dutch that the fans were militaristic, threw people in the river and targeted Muslim civilians. They even said the Dutch police had lied under political pressure from their own mayor. We're asked to believe that the Dutch police lied to their own people, the media, their Justice and Security Inspectorate, their mayor, their government and even their king, but told the truth once in a Zoom call with West Midlands Police, which was never even minuted. The police again claimed the Dutch deployed 5,000 officers, which is denied by the Dutch, but admitted to the committee that they made up the number themselves. Asked if a fictional match cited in the intelligence report came from artificial intelligence, Craig Guilford told the committee not at all, but AI detection programmes conclude otherwise. And the committee have already, and the police have already had to apologise for wrongly telling the committee supported the ban. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many questions. 1. Did the policing minister believe the evidence the police presented to the committee? 2. Have the police replied to the letter she sent to them 2 weeks ago? 3. Relevant information and correspondence. And 4. Does the Chief Constable and the evidence of the Home Secretary? The police are accused of fabricating evidence to justify a predetermined outcome demanded by Islamists. This is fatal for public confidence in the police and in justice. And in my opinion, the Chief Constable must go.
Minister Jones.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his questions and for securing this urgent question today. I know that he will have watched the proceedings in the Home Affairs Select Committee with interest, and of course it will be for the committee to draw their own conclusions. As I said in my statement, I think it's right that the police clarify the latest reports that we heard. Sadly, through the papers of a newspaper, rather than proactive what the situation is as regards to the engagement with the Jewish community and the conclusions that came from those conversations. I think the honourable member will hopefully understand that I don't want to express a judgment here when we have a very thorough process which is ongoing about the evidence that was reached in the case of the HMIC FRS are looking at this, and I know he is frustrated, I can hear that he is. But it's right that they go through that process. It's right that they talk to whoever they need to talk to get to the bottom of the pros and cons of the evidence, the way that he portrays and we need to understand. Is anything other than the highest standard in terms of what we would expect. That is a matter of profound concern, and it is also clear that mistakes have clearly been made in this process, not least the match, the fictitious bottom of what happened. West Midlands Police for things they have done in the past and wouldn't want to jump to those conclusions, but I do want to assure him that we will get to the bottom of this and we will act accordingly once we have that information. He asked whether the police responded to me. Yes, they did, and I think I can put that into the public domain should he want to see it. whether we will publish what we can, and of course the Home Affairs Select Committee have asked some follow-up points already from that committee, and we'll be very happy to provide it. And he asked whether I have confidence in the Chief Constable, which I was asked last week, and I'll repeat that I have seen some range of issues, but we need to get to the bottom of
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, would the Minister agree with me that at the heart of this is the question of the truth, and the question of whether the deliberation of the Safety Advisory Group at the Birmingham City Council was compromised or prejudiced?
Minister Jones.
I think there are a number of questions we're seeking to think about, from the starting point that those safety advisory groups were set up many years ago in a different context, and it is right that we look at the way that police intelligence, police information is fed into those safety advisory groups, and that's what the main piece of work that the inspector is doing, that is reporting by the end of March. The piece referencing the West Midlands in particular will report by the end of the year. The Home Secretary has also asked officials to look at Louise Casey's recommendations from 2021, that we signify events, and then perhaps we have a different model of looking at how we take them forward. There is going on in the Cabinet Office around the guidance for safety advisory groups. All of these factors need to feed together when we have very large, significant events that have, in this case, globally significant. Clearly, we need to look to whether we can improve the structures that exist at the moment.
Shadow Minister Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for securing this critical question today. It's important not to forget the context of this decision. This was a decision only weeks after the tragic events of the Heaton Park Hebrew congregation attack. After the attack, the Prime Minister spoke to the Jewish people, and he said he would do everything in his power to guarantee them the security to a club predominantly supported by Jews. This is not just inconsistent, it is an insult to the community still reeling from a violent anti-Semitic attack. At a moment when Jewish families needed reassurance, this decision sent entirely the wrong message. It undermined confidence. It contradicted the Prime Minister's own promise and fell short of the duty we owe to the Jewish people to keep them safe. And why was this decision taken? When the Minister addressed the House a couple of weeks ago, the Minister said that my colleague, the Shadow Home Secretary, was jumping the gun a bit in saying that certain pieces of intelligence were just made up. We now know that not only did imaginary matches somehow enter the intelligence picture, but officers giving evidence to Parliament were inaccurate about their dealings with the local Jewish community. That seriously undermines the integrity of this House and the vital work police forces do in securing accurate intelligence. The Government have asked HMIC FRS to review the intelligence, but will the details are made public? We need full transparency and what we've seen so far, so that proper accountability can finally take place.
Mr Jones.
Can I thank the honourable member? I mean, just to remind the House that the Prime Minister's view and the view of this government is that the decision that was taken was the wrong one. The Prime Minister was very clear about that from the outset, saying this is the wrong decision. We will not tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets. The role of the police is to ensure all football fans can enjoy the game without fear of violence or intimidation, and that is our since, and we are trying to make sure situations such as this happening again. HMIC FRS will do and and we are asking them to do so in 2 stages. One, with the first bit of information about West Midlands, and the second, the wider look at how police information is fed into safety advisory groups, and they will do that in the way that we would expect. I don't want to disagree with the honourable member in what he says about the harm that this has done, and I'm very well aware and have had many conversations with Jewish colleagues and organisations since this incident, and hope that we can put it behind us by learning the right lessons and making sure we take the appropriate action.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As someone who has had the pleasure of working with the Chief Constable, he is a very considered man. Saying that, as an MP who represents the adjoining constituency, who was given absolutely no information about what was going on, can the Minister assure this House that lessons will be learned and the appropriate actions will be taken, that this will not happen again? Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? And of course, she raises an interesting point. She might not be the MP directly in the area, but of course, as the member for Erdington, she has a very close interest. And the SAG committee, as constructed at the moment, has a couple of councillors on it. So there was representation, but is that the right mix? And I think that speaks to this wider question of if there are issues of national significance, do we need to have a different lens through which we view them? But I will do all I can in answer to her question, yes, to make sure we get to the bottom of what happens and learn the lessons in the appropriate way.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been a sorry saga from the very beginning. First, we were told the fans had to be banned for safety reasons. Intelligence reports, we were told, said that Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were highly organised, skilled fighters with a serious desire and the will to fight with police and opposing groups. This was false. Last week, the West Midlands Assistant Chief Constable told MPs the Jewish community in the local area supported the ban. This has now been found to be false too, and he has rightly apologised. There are serious questions to be answered about West Midlands Police's handling of this decision. So will the Minister commit to supporting the setting up of any independent inquiries that are needed so we can get to the bottom of this in excess of what is already going on if that doesn't find the answers? So those can be held to account. So anyone who is responsible can be held to account. And finally, with anti-Semitic incidents remaining at record highs in this country, the government must reassure the Jewish community of their safety. Ministers assured me last month that the community cohesion strategy will be published when it is ready, they said. Can they assure us that the Jewish community remains part of this process? And can they give us a concrete timeline for its publication?
Minister Jones.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I very much hope that through the processes that I've listed, whether that's the HMIC FRS review into what happens when it comes to police intelligence and advice feeding into SAGs, whether it's the wider look at whether we need events of national significance, or whether it's of safety advisory groups that like this ever again. He speaks to what we would do if we don't get to the bottom of it. I very much hope we will, and of course I will come to this place and will make sure the House has all the information it needs to see and make its own conclusion. He asked about the community cohesion strategy. We are working hard on that. I think that the context of protests and how we deal with issues where we know there will be large groups of people attending. There is a wider piece of work that we are doing looking at the existing laws on protests that will help us navigate our way through whether the existing legislation is fit for purpose in a whole range of issues where we have had significant concern about anti-Semitism rearing its head in protests, for example, and we are working really hard with Jewish organisations to make sure we get that right, and I can reassure him of that.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to associate myself with the sentiments expressed by my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Erdington. Something has clearly gone very wrong with the Safety Advisory Group process in respect of Aston Villa, as the Minister, to her credit, has said from the start. I'm particularly concerned by the apparent absence of clear decision-making processes and evidence and recording surrounding those processes, and I wish to know whether this is indicative of other decisions which may be made by respective police forces. Can she confirm to the House whether, as part of her considerations, she is looking at new national minimum standards for the way that decisions are made and evidenced through safety advisory groups?
Minister Jones.
Can I thank my honourable friend? So the Cabinet Office is updating the guidance on safety advisory groups and is looking at exactly these kinds of issues. I think there is a wider point about the needing to reference and account for and minute decisions when they are made and how they are made. We do that in government and we do it for a reason. It's because when you are then questioned about your decisions, you have to have access to the right information about what was said, when and to whom, and I think that is a wider question that I definitely take away from this episode as well.
Select Committee Chair, Duncan Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd be grateful if the Minister could share any correspondence that she has with the committee, because we are very keen to get full transparency on this issue. But could I ask her whether she shares my incredulity that the decision that was so sensitive appears to have been taken on the basis of a single Zoom call that was unminuted between a West Midlands police officer and officers from Amsterdam, and an exercise in social media scraping which appears to led the police to believe that a match that had never taken place could be cited in the evidence for why the decision was taken to ban the away fans.
Jones.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her question? Of course, the mistakes that have clearly been made were played out in her Select Committee evidence. The mistake about that particular match does seem alarming, and the subsequent apology as well. The access to the I know she will find frustrating, but I will repeat, I want HMRC through a proper process and to come to a conclusion, because it wouldn't be right for me to base my conclusion on the evidence that I have before me. It is absolutely the right thing to do that HMIC-FRS come back to us on this and look at this thoroughly, and we will take whatever action is required afterwards.
Committee Member Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Thank the Minister for her answers and her evidence at the Select Committee last week. It is shocking and deeply concerning that evidence from senior police officers at a Select Committee can fall apart within a week. This was a highly sensitive fixture, and this decision has a significant impact on the Jewish community in the context of rising anti-Semitism. Policing in this country depends on the principle of consent and the idea that all communities are treated fairly and equally. I know the Minister doesn't want to prejudge the outcomes of this specific case, but could you tell us her thoughts on the impact this whole issue is having on the principle of policing by consent and on different communities in the country?
Minister Jones.
Can I thank my honourable friend? Policing by consent is the bedrock of our policing. I think everybody across this House would agree with that, those Peel principles that drive everything that we want our police to do. I think there are a number of areas where that policing by consent model has been tested in recent years, and I think public order and protest is a case in point. It is very hard for the police, and I praise them for virtually every decision that go ahead well. Protesters and the police and the route discussed and debated and agreed, and the vast majority of protests happen in a way that we don't even notice because the policing is done brilliantly. There are some absolutely excellent police who do this, but when we get something wrong, of course the public question what is happening and question that confidence, and that is why it is so important that we in this place don't jump to conclusions. We get the right answers in a careful way so that we can respond in a way that is the right response.
Sandra Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate my honourable friend on securing the urgent question today on this very important matter. Does the Minister agree with me that it's not only the Jewish community who have been seriously let down, but all of us in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield and across Birmingham have been let down by this sequence of events? And does she also accept that it is not right to on the whole with the police evidence that goes before that committee, which structure of the way these decisions are taken? Does she also agree that this looks like a maladroit political decision rather than a policy decision? And does she understand that many local people are very disappointed in the role of the Police and Crime Commissioner, who is supposed to stand up for local communities and has not done so in this case?
Minister Jones.
I was in Birmingham last week to launch our Winter of Action, where the police are working very closely in our town centres with our retailers and other organisations to stamp down and prevent crime. And I was with the Police and Crime Commission at policing their community. In Birmingham will go through and it will be a lovely experience for them. So I'm not going to condemn anybody in this place. There are questions to answer, and I know that his community will be wanting answers to those questions just like everybody else here. I know we want to get to a point where we can celebrate the fact that Villa won at the weekend, and that is the only story in town, but unfortunately it isn't because of this, and we need to get to the bottom of it, and I will get to the bottom of it. This government will get to the bottom of what happened, and we will take the appropriate response afterwards.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, we're making these sorts of decisions. Having several points of information is important. So is the Minister able to confirm whether UEFA were present at the Safety Advisory Group meeting when this decision to ban the Maccabee fans was taken? And if so, what their advice was? And on a more broader point, does the Minister able to say what the advice from UEFA is in general about banning any fans from any match?
Minister Jones.
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question? UEFA, as far as I'm aware, were not in the SAG meeting. There will have been conversations, of course, between Villa, who have to make the ultimate decision. So it is a complicated decision-making process, as the right honourable member from Sutton Coldfield said. The SAG sits and give their evidence or their sort of opinion. He's right. On the whole, the SAG will take the police's advice, but there are other views in that room. It is then for the local authority to decide whether they allow the event to have the correct licence, and then it is for Villa, in this case, to decide what that means and whether they do, in fact, not allow the fans to come. So it is quite a complex picture. UEFA, obviously, overseeing the whole league are important, but the actual decision about whether the event goes ahead or not was taken. And that is what we're trying to get to the heart of. Is this the right model of events of such national significance, or should we have a different model?
Select Committee Chair Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This really is a catalogue of disaster, and it raises a whole range of issues, some of which the Select Committee will be looking at when we kick off our inquiry into major events tomorrow. But actually, referring back to the last part, looked at safety of sporting events and concluded that Safety Advisory Group fairly dubious record on seeking out and considering the necessary to inform better decision making. So can I invite the Minister to have a look at our recommendation ago to amend the Safety of Sports Grounds Act 1975 so that police and safety advisory groups have no choice but to engage properly from the outset on cases like this. And when we're considering the competence of the West Midlands Chief Constable, can we start by asking him to respond to his correspondence, please, because the Select Committee wrote to him in the event of this ban of Maccabi Tel Aviv fans and have still not had a response.
Minister Jones.
I will certainly look back and read that and very much welcome it, and I think it speaks to some of the wider questions about whether we should have nationally significant events, whether we need to look at how the SAGs operate. I'm sorry that there hasn't been a response to the committee. Of course, I would encourage everybody to respond as quickly as possible in that case. But she's right to raise the kind of wider questions about how these SAGs operate, and I think that's absolutely what we need to get to the heart of.
Jo White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a quagmire that really needs much greater scrutiny and bringing out into the disinfectant of daylight. And I want to repeat the question: why have no Safety Advisory Group minutes been produced? I'd also like to ask how many times did they meet on this issue? But I'd also politely ask the Minister to ask whether there was a UEFA representative at the Safety Advisory Group meeting and what was their advice.
Yeah, I can't answer the honourable lady's questions. And how many, we talked about this at the Select Committee, how many times the Safety Advisory Group was meeting was slightly unclear to us from a Home Office point of view, because our sort of relationship into the Safety Advisory Group is through the UK football organisation. So we were asking for information and receiving information in a slightly ad hoc way according to when we asked for that information, and that's one of the things that I think we need to look at. And of course I'm very happy to go back and ask the questions as she is as well on who was there.
I'm slightly incredulous to in the Policing Minister. Just in last reply to perfectly reasonable questions on her own bench around the role of UEFA and the role of the safety group, she just said she's happy to go back and ask questions. She said earlier in her statement that mistakes were alarming, was the phrase she used. This has been going on for weeks now. She's come to the House, she's got a letter back from West Midlands Police that she hasn't shared with the House before coming to reply to this urgent question. She's saying we won't have all the answers until the end of March, and yet the Prime Minister is saying this is a really high priority for him. Why is it taking so long to get simple answers on something that is of concern across this House?
Well, I completely reject the framing that the Right Honourable Gentleman has just made. We were clear from the minute that this decision was made. The Prime Minister was clear that we believe this to be the wrong decision, and that we worked tirelessly from that point to try and ensure that the match went ahead with the fans present. There was a weekend of a lot of activity trying to ensure that we enabled the match to go ahead in a safe way with whatever resources were required to do that. Lots of conversations across government and locally as well. Of course, then Maccabi Tel Aviv took the decision that they weren't going to bring their fans, and so that decision sort of, the need for that process ended. What we then did was to ask HMIC FRS to look at this properly, shine a light on what happened and about that. It is completely right that that is not me making up my mind on the hoof, but doing this through a proper process. I hope he would agree that that is a proper process, and we are also looking at whether we need to change the wider structures so we don't make an issue like this arise again.
Julian Lewis.
It's fairly clear, I think, that my honourable friend for West Suffolk is right, that this was a predetermined decision and the evidence was something for which West Midlands Police scrabbled about later. But whatever the outcome of her inquiries, whether it turns out, heaven forbid, that there was an anti-Semitic element to this, or, in my view, more probably, that the police thought they'd have a quieter life if they went down this road, will she guarantee to the House that whatever lessons are learned from this will be communicated in the strongest terms to the chief constables of all the other police forces so that they don't follow a bad example?
Yes, I can absolutely give him that assurance that whatever lessons we need to learn, we will. Whatever action we need to take, we will. And of course, that applies across all forces, not just the West Midlands.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister if she's aware of any representations at all that were made by UEFA in advance of this fixture.
So I wasn't party to conversations that took place between Villa, UEFA, no. And nor was I party to the decision-making process within the whole of this. And that is one of the issues that we are looking at. The way that the safety advisory groups work is there is no political involvement from government whatsoever. We don't feed into that process at all. That is one of the questions that we are looking at, because perhaps that isn't the right model for the future.
Williamson.
Deputy Speaker, I think right across the political spectrum, everyone feels that this was a poor decision and a bad decision, and that's why it's unravelled so quickly. Can the Minister reassure the House that there was absolutely no local interference in terms of making this decision?
The honourable member knows I cannot tell him what the motivation was for any of the decisions that were made. I, through the safety advisory decision and through the Prime Minister's view that this was the wrong decision, have happen again. The way that safety advisory groups are set up, representatives and the police advise them on the safety of events, and then there is a licence that is given for that event. That's how that structure works. Perhaps that needs to be looked at, particularly for issues of national significance where perhaps there is a role for national politicians. Operational independence of the police is really important, and we have to make sure we don't ride roughshod over that. But that said, we also have to get to the bottom of what happened in this case.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her thoughtful answers? Last week, the Chief Constable, Craig Guilford, told the Home Affairs Committee, and I quote, "The decision wasn't taken lightly, and the police have taken a careful approach when making the decision." I once again want to raise concern about how this so-called careful approach made people feel, and the message that is sent about exclusion. What assessment has the Minister made on the choice that was made and the steps that should have been taken to ensure all international football fans were treated fairly based on correct evidence and indeed correct information? Thank you.
Can I thank him for his question? I mean, we believe this was the wrong decision. We've been very clear about that all the way through, and the message that it sent to the wider world risked being a message that Jews weren't welcome in the West Midlands, which is one of the most awful things that could that could be received by Jewish people around the world. So we want to get to the bottom of why the decision was made, what we can do to make sure this doesn't happen again.
That is the end of the urgent question. Before we start the next one, I guess members will like a few moments to swap over front benches. The next urgent question is on latest developments concerning Ajax and other army vehicles, and I call James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Defence if he will make a statement on the latest developments concerning Ajax and other army vehicles.
Minister Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the honourable member for tabling this question and for Mr Speaker to allow me to provide an update on the current situation, expanding on the written ministerial statement that I laid on this issue on the 26th of November. As safety is the top priority for the ministerial team, prior to Ajax initial operating capability being announced, I asked for and was given assurances in writing by senior Ministry of Defence personnel that the system was safe. However, on the 22nd of November, around 30 service personnel operating the Ajax family of vehicles reported noise and vibration symptoms during Excise Titan storm. The exercise was stopped immediately in line with our safety protocols, and those affected received full medical care and attention. These personnel continue to be monitored. None of the symptoms are life-threatening, and there have been no hospitalisations. The safety of our service personnel remains a top priority for the Ministry of Defence. As such, and out of abundance of caution, I directed a pause on the use of Ajax for training and exercising while safety investigations are carried out. There are 3 investigations currently underway: an investigation by the Defence Accident Investigation Branch, an investigation by the Army Safety Investigation Team, and the ministerial review that I have directed be carried out in addition. While investigations remain ongoing, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on the potential outcomes or speculate on the causes of these symptoms. However, I can confirm that officials have been meeting with General Dynamics daily since the incident on Titan Storm, and I'm meeting with General Dynamics tomorrow to ensure a collaborative approach to this issue. The safety of our people remains the top priority for myself and the ministerial team, and as such, let me be clear, we will take whatever decisions are required to end this saga one way or another. Where people have concerns around Ajax, I would like to invite them and remind them that each organisation involved with Ajax has its own whistleblowing processes to ensure that any concerns are addressed appropriately and, importantly, confidentially. More broadly on vehicle safety, as the Honourable Gentleman asked, on the issue of the MAN SV fleet, or Army trucks, that I mentioned in my recent appearance in front of the House of Commons Defence Select Committee, I can confirm that an issue was identified with the vehicles, a mitigation and repair schedule created, and that is being rolled out. That is an example of a system working properly in relation to MAN SV.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank you for granting this urgent question. Can I begin by stating how shocking it was to hear of the Army exercise which took place on the 22nd of November that resulted in over 30 casualties among soldiers operating Ajax, with reports of symptoms ranging from sickness to hearing loss. The priority here, as the Minister said, must be the safety of our personnel, and we wish all of those affected a swift recovery. But this is particularly disturbing for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, as these renewed incidents with noise and vibration sound strikingly similar to the problems that I was assured as Minister for Defence Procurement had been resolved. The Minister confirmed in the Defence Committee that he had received similar assurances when he agreed to announce Ajax had reached the key milestone of initial operating capability on November the 6th. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister and I may have our political differences, but on this, can I suggest we have something in common? We have both been misled about the viability of the Ajax programme. After all, it's not just the recurrence of extremely worrying noise and vibration problems, but over the weekend we have seen reports of serious allegations from anonymous General Dynamics employees suggesting systemic flaws with the Ajax platform. This includes a disgraceful incident where a General Dynamics employee publicly belittled the injured soldiers. This is utterly unacceptable.
Correct.
Now, given all of this, and contrary to and accepted in good faith and including by myself, surely the only possible Ajax vehicle is fundamentally flawed. Does the Minister agree that the manufacturer, General Dynamics, must have been aware of this for years and must be held to account? As such, and remembering that the procurement reform I launched in February 2024 stressed the need for a second opinion, can I ask if he will bring in a completely independent organisation or company steeped in engineering excellence from outside the MOD with no skin in the game to pronounce on the one question we all need answered? Is Ajax viable without a fundamental redesign? And if not, how much more will it cost to remedy? To finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, on a personal note, I imagine the Minister is as furious as I am at having been repeatedly given what now turn out to be false assurances by those responsible for the Ajax programme. But surely he is now left with a binary choice: fix it or fail it.
Well done.
Mr. Pollard.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his questions and the tone in which he made them. I too was disgusted when I heard the news of the injuries to our service personnel, especially after a point where the vehicle was assured to be safe. It is for that very reason that I'm not going to speculate, and I hope he understands the reason why, until the results of these investigations have reported, so we can understand what is the cause of these noise and vibration injuries, and then a decision can be made based on that information. I share his concern that I want to make sure that information given to ministers, be it to me or any other minister in this government or any other, is accurate and timely. So it's appropriate that that is gotten to the bottom of. I share his concern around the particular issue with one GD employee that he raises here. And I confirm that recent social media posts from a member of their they do. Also asked around independent investigation branch and also the British Army's teams investigating it. I've asked for an external organisation with experience of noise and vibration to be able to be brought in. We're building together a team of experts of a number of organisations outside the usual GD production plane to add expertise and external challenge to that work. Hopefully I'll be in a situation to add more to the House in my next update, which I hope to table a written ministerial statement ahead of the Christmas recess to keep the House informed about progress. But I share his concern for our service personnel. It is not good enough for our service personnel to sustain injuries in this fashion on a platform that they were reassured were safe, just as I was. That's why getting to the bottom of this is a priority for me, and I await the reports of those three investigations to understand what happened and therefore what decisions that we will take as a result of those.
Well done. Tansing Zesi.
Deputy Speaker, what an absolute shambles, and the Minister should be livid at how things have transpired with the billions of pounds of British taxpayer money spent over the years on the Ajax programme and now the injuries sustained by our brave service personnel. And now, in addition to problems with Ajax, the Boxer mechanised infantry vehicle is years late into service, and the 6,000 or so MAN SV support vehicles are currently grounded due to broken parts. So, Minister, is there a wider systemic problem and vehicle procurement and sustainment? And where exactly does this leave us with of such increased international tensions?
Well, can I thank him for his question and also questions that he asked me in front of his select committee last week, providing an opportunity for me to provide an update to his committee and the public on the investigations. When it comes to the MAN SV fleet, it is a system that is working properly in terms of there being problems identified with a vehicle that is nearly 20 years old. When problems are identified, it is right that fixes are identified and rectifications put in place. That is what is happening with the MAN SV fleet, which should return to full capabilities early in the new year. Duty holders have the ability to operate those vehicles under strict parameters in the meantime to make sure that Army tasks can continue to be carried out. But he will know that the defence procurement system that we inherited is in need of quite significant reform. We've started that process already, but there's more work to be done because we need to move to warfighting readiness for all our forces to be able to deter aggression and defeat it if necessary. To do that, we have to get on top of these, what could be quite significant issues with a number of platforms. That is what we're intending to do.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I associate myself with the comments of the Minister and the Shadow Minister regarding the service personnel injured in the recent training incident with the Ajax vehicles. Recent revelations about the Ajax programme raise questions that go far beyond this single family of vehicles. They go to the heart of how the MOD manages major defence projects, our ability to meet our NATO obligations and the safety of the men and women who serve so bravely. Meant to enter service in 2017, the Ajax is now getting on for 9 years behind schedule. After more than £6 billion spent, Minister still cannot give a cast-iron guarantee that Ajax is safe to operate. So can the Minister confirm whether the Department has prepared any contingency plan should the Ajax ultimately be deemed unsafe or unviable? And if further delays or design overhauls are needed, what assessment has been made on the impact on our NATO commitments, particularly our contribution to the UK's armoured capability? Our allies will be watching closely, as will our enemies. And finally, given that this programme has been allowed to drift for so many years at eye-watering cost, is the MOD considering an internal investigation into how these failings were able to progress this far without detection? And could that investigation, if it were to be undertaken, be expanded further to touch on the issues already raised by the Chairman, the Boeing E-7 reconnaissance plane and other MOD failed in recent years? Taxpayers deserve answers and value for money, and our armed forces deserve equipment they can trust.
Can I thank him for his words around our service personnel? Every one of them should know that the vehicles or equipment they've been asked to operate are safe to do so. That is why it is important that we get to the bottom of what has happened here, to await those reports so we can provide confidence to our people that what we ask them to do albeit with the level of risk that we know that they carry, that they know that they carry, can be done there. In relation to the costs of the Ajax programme, it remains at £6.3 billion for the entire programme. That price has not changed since 2014, to reassure the Honourable Gentleman. We will be able to make next steps once we understand what is the cause. The Secretary has been very clear on this. We are bringing this saga to an end one way or another, and a decision will be made once it can be properly informed by the evidence of what has happened here.
Select Committee Member Fred Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. To scrap the Ajax programme, to scrap it completely, would be a very bold move, considering that the UK has sunk, as we've just heard, over £6 billion, and it's 9 years late. It's still getting soldiers ill every time that they get in it, and ministers current and former, as we've just been told, have been repeatedly briefed that it's good to go. It's not good to go, but to decide that it never will be would be very brave. Does the Minister think that this Labour government, considering it's being the first UK government to increase defence spending since the Cold War, a very ambitious defence reform agenda, and finally, confidence in the armed forces and the attitude of serving personnel, morale going back up, certainly since way before I was in the military, does the Minister think we've got enough confidence to take a bold decision like that?
Can I thank him, my constituency neighbour, for his question? Taking bold decisions are the hallmark of this government, because we inherited a situation with that we inherited, or enough. So the Defence Investment Plan, when it is published, will set out bold decisions, but in particular relation to this, getting to the bottom, because the Ajax vehicle has completed 42,000 kilometres of testing without those injuries taking place. So we need to understand what has happened with those vehicles that have caused these injuries. Not all the vehicles on their exercise did cause injuries, which also needs to looking for those results when they come, so we can make a clear and bold decision one way or another to bring this saga to an end.
Select Committee Member Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the Procurement Minister will know that his predecessor once answered a question from that dispatch box where I said that when we get the National Armaments Director, will they have carte blanche to tear up the book when it comes to defence procurement? And she answered me, not only will they have the ability to do it, but they will be held to account for so doing. I very much look, because we obviously at the Defence Committee don't want them coming in front of us in a year's time saying we wanted to change things but they wouldn't let us. So will he, now that he's in that role, give us his reassurance that that remains the policy, that the National Armaments Director for their £600,000 a year will be given carte blanche to tear up the book when it comes to procurement?
Rupert Pearce already has it, is already making substantial changes in the way that we procure, and is delivering a programme of change, defence reform within DE&S and the wider National Armaments Director Group that is absolutely essential if we are to achieve warfighting readiness. So not only does he have a very clear policy steer in the Defence Industrial Strategy and the Strategic Defence Review, in only the few weeks that he has been in place, the substantial change that I'm witnessing, that I hope his committee will be able to hear from him shortly, on top of a procurement system that is too slow, too expensive, and he's got more to do, but he is making a very good start in that respect.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments this afternoon. I'm aware that the problems with the Ajax system have existed for years, and the party opposite ducked the issues when they were in government. Given the workers at the Oakdale site in my constituency are diligent and hard-working, is fast approaching, what assurances can the Minister give me that in Newport West and Isloin and across South Wales are safe for the long term?
Well, can I thank her for her question? When I was in Merthyr speaking to the members of the GD team, I recognise the importance of the economic contribution that General Dynamics makes, not just to Merthyr but to the wider community as well. It is really important that we look at what has happened and what lessons can be learned. But as a government, we're increasing defence spending and we are supporting businesses large and small across the country. I'll be very happy meeting her and her South Wales colleagues to discuss this further if that would be useful.
Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I very much welcome the cross-party tone that both front benches have adopted in these exchanges. because this problem reflects a systemic and very long-term problem in MOD defence acquisition. And while there are glimmerings of light and some brilliant people in the department who want to do things differently, and the response to Ukraine shows that we can do things differently, but there is the need for a very big culture change in the MOD in order to achieve this. And will the Minister undertake to make sure that people involved in defence acquisition are sent on the courses where these lessons are properly learned and the change in behaviour and attitude actually takes place? Because if that radical organisational culture transformation is not implemented, no reform will work unless you throw out all the people and start again, and I suggest that's rather impractical. We've got to change the way these people think and operate in order to change the system to avoid things like this happening again.
Well, can I thank him? I think, one of the hallmarks, I think, of a good defence debate in this House, certainly since I was elected in 2017, is that across parties we have more in common, and a desire to get to the right solution is that. And actually, I'm pleased that in defence debates there's often less party politics, because it is so important that we get to the right solution, not seek to blame or attack. That doesn't mean there's not party politics that takes place, but certainly on this issue, I think we are united in wanting to get to the right solution. In respect to the culture change point that he mentions, I entirely agree. It is not enough just to change process. I speak frequently in the MOD about the necessity of having culture change, to adjust our approach to labor. There's things that we can do, we are undertaking, but there's more to be done. Officer recommendations that in particular featured in the Sheldon review into previous problems with the Ajax. They have been implemented, and there have been big improvements in the leadership provided on single programmes by that SRO reform, but I won't be able to speculate what happens here until we get the results of those investigations, but I'll update the House when that happens.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I fully recognise the seriousness of this situation and the need to fully investigate, which has to be the priority. And I fully agree with the Minister's comments about the need to keep our personnel safe. Ajax, as he knows, are assembled at my constituency of John Dynamics in Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare, where over 700 dedicated employees are working on the programme. I thank the Minister for visiting last month to mark the initial operating capabilities ceremony by the British Army after many months and even years of robust testing. Can I seek his reassurance that we will keep the employees his thought and offer as much reassurance as possible? And in addition, will he have unions at General Dynamics once the initial findings are known?
Can I thank him for his question? It is important that as we look into what has happened, that everyone, including General Dynamics employees, have the opportunity to be able to share any concerns. That's why the appropriate whistleblowing structures exist within General Dynamics, within the British Army, Defence Equipment and Support, and elsewhere in the supply chain. I will be very happy to meet with him and staff representatives, including the trade unions who I met when I visited his constituency. It is important when we look at this, not just that we look at the Ajax, but also the other vehicles that are maintained in his constituency as well, to make sure that we can learn the lessons appropriately based on evidence. And that's why I'm deliberately not jumping to any conclusions at this stage. I'm waiting for those reviews to come back, as I know many of those people in his constituency will be eager to see the results of them as well.
Committee Member Ian Room.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The former First Sea Lord of the Royal Navy, Lord West, also a former Labour Security Minister, has said in the other place that the Ajax programme, no matter how much one dresses it up, has been a complete and utter disaster. Does the Minister agree?
Well, I always enjoy hearing from Lord West and his unique take on defence policies. But he does have considerable experience, and so he uses his words wisely, I'm sure. I'm not going to be jumping to any conclusions about what has happened in this particular instance on Titan Storm until I have seen the results of those investigations, because I want to understand what has happened with those vehicles that caused injuries to our service personnel, and why other vehicles from the same family of vehicles produced around the same time did not cause injuries to other service personnel. That is something that is being looked at as part of this review, and once we have that, I'll be reporting back to the House.
Carolyn Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Speaker. These concerns are indeed very worrying, and no less so for those employed in this sector in South Wales. Will the Minister work with defence companies in Wales and with Welsh MPs to offer reassurances to the staff, and more widely to continue to ensure that Wales is at the forefront of growing job opportunities in the defence sector?
She's right to talk about the staff, and I think there is an particular important role that they can play in helping us understand what has happened to these vehicles and why that is the case. As a government, we are committed to the defence sector in Wales. Indeed, we're in discussions with the Welsh Labour Government about a defence growth zone for Wales, taking a share of £250 million. In particular, using some of the floor plates and infrastructure. Happy talking to her about it more.
This topic as a former armoured infanteer, but I want to touch on the wider issue of Ajax as it relates to 3 UK div. If Ajax can't be fixed, then potentially we will not have a formation recce capability, and as it stands, we currently don't have one because the vehicle isn't deployable. If it can't be fixed later on, that will go on to be a longer-term issue, particularly as Scimitar is now out of service. Warrior goes out of service in 2027, Bulldog goes out of service in 2030 with no replacement identified. The question I would have is around it is fundamentally not an infantry fighting vehicle, and those had assurances from the Minister before to 3 UK div. It is not a like-for-like replacement. So could I ask him to have a look at the current ORBAT for an armoured infantry battalion and how the Ares cannot replace Warrior, because currently a non-stabilised 50 calibre machine gun does not replace a 30mm cannon. This is something that urgently needs to be looked at, because currently the Army seems to be chopping and changing its mind and doesn't seem to know what it wants from its armour capability.
Minister.
Thank you. I think he does himself a disservice only saying he has a keen interest. He's by far the best parliamentary questioner of the Ministry of Defence, and that keen interest is felt upon my desk in 30 PQs every single day. So I appreciate his very keen interest in the area. But he does raise a serious issue in reshaping the Army's capabilities, which CGS, the Chief General Staff, is seeking to do to increase its lethality. There is a necessity to replace old platforms with new. And that is in particular using a greater combination of deeper fires, drones and other capabilities. There is armour from light to heavy, and that will be what we will be buying will be set out in the Defence Investment Plan that will be published in due course.
Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 30 soldiers fell ill, and therefore could I place on record our thanks as a House, hopefully, to Army Medical. And therefore, would my honourable friend agree with me that when it comes to the forthcoming Defence Investment Plan, Army Medical, of which 2 Med Group is headquartered in my constituency, will stand to benefit from that Defence Investment Plan, and that we learn the lessons from this Ajax incident?
Can I thank him for talking about Army Medical and 2 Med Group in particular? The Strategic Defence Review set out how we need to invest in our enablers, and that includes Defence Medical, making sure that as we move towards warfighting readiness, we maintain the ability to treat any of our personnel that may be injured or need medical attention. That work is ongoing, and he should expect to see investment in the Defence Investment Plan.
Dugan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not the Minister's fault, but it is the Minister's responsibility. This has gone from Labour to a coalition government to a Tory government. It's now back to Labour, and we still have a system now that is 9 years late, £6 billion, and has just injured a further 30 of our service personnel. Does the Minister think for 1 second that GD being a US prime, the US would allow themselves to get messed around by a UK prime in the same way? And does he have any indication that he can share with the House about Defence's contingency planning, about what might happen if he does have to press the button to cancel this project in terms of CV90s or Rheinmetall links?
Can I thank him for his question? He's right that we need to end this saga. It has gone on for too long, and I am not happy with any of our equipment being used by our service personnel if it is not safe. Since I've become a minister, I've taken a number of decisions to pause the use of certain equipment because I had safety concerns with it. I did so again with Ajax here because the safety of our people is a priority for me. It's something I feel strongly as a representative of a military city and coming from a military family. But it's too early at this stage until I see the reports to look at what may happen next. But I can reassure him that when we get to that stage, we'll report it to the House.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. The Ajax vehicle was ordered in 2014, due to be delivered in 2017. It's now been delivered 8 years late in a state of service that is completely unusable by our personnel. This is a catastrophic failure by MOD procurement. As we're increasing the amount of spending we're doing as we respond to the war in Ukraine, how is the Minister ensuring that MOD procurement is fit for service and we don't have another disaster like we have here?
I thank him for his question. It is important that we look at what particularly happened with Ajax and the Ajax family of vehicles in this case to look at what lessons we need to learn and what decisions we need to take as a result. However, the wider point he raises about defence reform is a valid one. Defence procurement takes too long. That was a system that we inherited from in 2024. It's too expensive and it doesn't allow for spiral development in the way it needs to. The procurement of Ajax was a novel form where the platform was procured and brought into service and iterations then retrofitted onto each platform. That is an area that I'm looking at to see whether that model, that type of procurement is right for the platforms that we're looking to buy.
Julian Lewis.
It's hard to think of a comparable disaster without going back to perhaps the early 1960s and the cancellation successively of Blue Streak and Skybolt. I really worry that if this platform is not fit to be a huge legal standoff between the MOD and the company as to who is responsible for picking up the bill. Has thought been given to sharpening the pencils of the MOD lawyers?
He's inviting me to speculate on what could be a decision that would be taken after this report comes back. The Defence Secretary and I are very clear that all options remain on the table in respect of this. We are looking at what are the causes of this and what lessons can be learned based on those 3 reviews that I outlined to the House earlier. And I hope the contribution of people that work in the sector that may currently be sharing with members of the media, I would welcome them sharing their insights and their experiences with the ministerial review so we can look at those, take on board their concerns and make sure that when a decision is made, once these reviews have reported, it is the right decision for our armed forces, but perhaps most importantly for the safety of our service personnel.
Joanna Baxter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response to the question and also his unshakable commitment to putting service personnel safety first. I wonder if the Minister could confirm when the Ajax programme was last paused prior to this incident.
The Ajax programme was paused under the last government when there were problems with Ajax identified in relation to noise and vibration. It was right that I think the last government took the decision to pause to understand what had happened and then they commissioned work to understand what had gone wrong and therefore what mitigations were required. It is on the basis of a lot of that work that I was given an assurance that the platform was safe. Given the injuries sustained to our service personnel, we are looking at what has been provided to us, the accuracy and the timeliness of that, but also to understand what has happened in relation to this incident here. And I'll be able to say more in due course when the review reports.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the last government, the Conservative signed a contract for £1.5 billion with Boeing to order 5 E-7 Wedgetail aircraft. The order reportedly circumvented the MOD's established procurement system, and the RAF is still without an operational platform. The Ajax scandal has dragged on even longer, and last week a General Dynamics manager used social media to ridicule Army leadership and those personnel who had suffered from excessive noise and vibration whilst using the Ajax platform. If this £6.3 billion investment collapses, what is the government's contingency? And regardless, will the government launch an inquiry into both platforms? Thank you.
Can I thank him for his questions in relation to Wedgetail? There was a very good debate in Westminster Hall only a few months ago around Wedgetail, where a number of the issues in relation to the Wedgetail procurement were set out, and also its first flight intensive flight happened very shortly after that as well. However, in relation to Ajax in particular here, it's right that we look at what has happened, to have an evidence-based approach that systematically looks at the experience of those vehicles that were both causing injuries potentially, but also those that did not, so we can understand what has happened here, and therefore we'll make a decision on the back of that about how to proceed. I think that is the right approach here, to take it calmly and coolly, but professionally. I want those engineering reports to be the priority, and I want those engineering reports to have the time they need to produce a thorough set of recommendations about what has happened and what needs to happen next.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for the action he's taken on Ajax. As honourable members have said, this speaks not only to issues in this programme, but long-running issues in defence procurement, which I know from businesses in my constituency is too often too slow, too expensive, and fails to deliver the effective kit our men and women in uniform deserve. So once the investigations are concluded, as mentioned by the Minister, can he set out to the House how the lessons will be taken forward into the implementation of the Defence Industrial Strategy and other action to make sure that moving forward, our courageous service people get the right kit at the right price at the right time?
Can I thank him for his question, and can I also give him the reassurance that we're not waiting just for the output of these reviews to be making substantial reforms to our procurement system. We know it is too slow, we know it is too expensive, and as a result, with the Defence Industrial Strategy that we published a few months ago, we set out our ambition to cut our contracting timelines, to have more iterative development, to invest more in skills, and to deliver more of that increasing defence budget to British companies. We will, of course, look at what the reviews say, and if decisions are required, let me reassure the House that Secretary of State and I will be making them.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the issues around Ajax and the operational gap which this leaves the Army, is the Minister confident that there will be no issues with Boxer or the Project Hunter alternative individual weapon systems which could come out of the woodwork with regards to capability and usability? I met with a local defence business on Friday who shared some concerns that they have with me.
Can I thank my constituency neighbour for that? If there's a local defence business in her constituency, it's not far from mine in that case. I'll be very happy speaking to her in relation to those. Certainly, we are looking at what has happened, first of all, and then making a decision based on the evidence. I think that is the right approach here, but I'm very happy looking at this. But Boxer is a good platform that hasn't had the issues that Ajax has. I've seen Boxer under construction in Stockport and in Telford, and I've seen the dedicated workforce that are delivering that and the potentially for more to happen there.
Steve Barclay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst the problems with this programme are familiar, what we've heard today is quite extraordinary, because both the Minister and the Shadow Minister have said from the dispatch box that they have been misled by their officials. And that in turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, raises questions for this House, because we should be able to rely on what is said by from the dispatch box. So has the Minister discussed this with the Defence Select Committee? I think across the House we don't think these problems only apply to this programme, they're more systemic. But what he has said and what the Shadow Defence Secretary has said is extremely important to how this House operates and whether individuals are held to account. So what action will he take with the Cabinet Secretary to address that?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? I didn't use the same words as the Shadow Defence Secretary has deliberately, because I haven't seen the evidence of what has happened in this case here. I'm reserving judgment about the advice given to me, but I'm asking for a review into the accuracy and timeliness of that to ensure that that information given to me is the right one. However, I am aware of the Sheldon review that highlighted concerns in the past. I've spoken to the right honourable gentleman opposite, and I seek to speak to further members across the House and indeed former members that have had experience in this respect, because it is absolutely vital that we can have confidence in the equipment that we're asking our men and women in armed forces to use, and to make a decision on the use of that equipment we need to have absolute certainty that it is safe to do so. That is the decisions that I'll be taking with the Secretary of State once we've seen the reports of these ones here, but I'm very happy to have further conversations on a cross-party basis to understand the concerns, to make sure that our defence procurement system is accurate, timely, and importantly keeps our people safe.
Chris Cochran.
Defence innovation is vital both for adapting our armed forces to the drone age and the war in Ukraine,
but also rightly for the government's economic strategy. What confidence can the country have in the MOD's ability to deliver, given the debacle with Ajax?
Well, every single day, brilliant people in defence companies, large and small, deliver incredible capabilities for the UK Armed Forces and new permissions for our friends in Ukraine. Of UK support for our friends in Ukraine, speeding up the delivery of systems, but also looking at how we can reduce the contracting time and also enable platforms that can be spiral developed faster than the ones that we have today. So there are lessons to be learned. The Defence Industrial Strategy sets out a number of those, but we will be looking carefully at the reviews here to see what lessons can be applied to the Ajax platform, but also if any wider lessons need to be learned as well. If they are wider lessons that do need to be learned, they will be, and we'll be taking them on seriously.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Civilians talk tactics and veterans talk logistics. So while the manned trucks might not be as sexy as Ajax, their loss, however temporary, will be keenly felt. Can the Minister outline what practical steps are being taken to make sure that the wheels, so to speak, are not coming off any other mission critical equipment?
Can I thank him for his question? He's absolutely right of the importance of logistics, and I'm reminded without Colonel James Sunderland, who previously sat on the Conservative benches, who was a logistics colonel, that we are slightly light on that expertise in the House, perhaps at the moment. But I think it is important that we look at a system working properly, and that is when faults were identified with the MAN SV vehicle, that the correct mitigations were put in place and then being rolled out. And I think I would make a clear distinction between where we understand what has happened, what mitigations are required, and how we will roll those out, which should be a system working properly, compared to what's happening with Ajax, where we are not yet certain what has happened, but we have a number of investigations that will hopefully provide us with the clarity and the answers that we require soon.
Shannon.
Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers and also for his clear commitment to do better and to solve the problems. We appreciate that in this House, his honesty. It's understood that some 6,000 vehicles, some of which have been in service for 2 decades, are being fitted with replacement parts, and some were fitted incorrectly. These vehicles are used to get food, fuel and supplies to the troops. What steps will the Minister take to look at other Army vehicles to ensure that there are no improper parts in them, so it doesn't create a knock-on effect on getting essential supplies to those troops who are in the battle zone?
Can I thank him for his question? The Army has a number of vehicles that, as we've heard from the discussion already in this urgent question, have been in service for a very long period of time. In refreshing our capabilities, it's not just the Ajax platform that we're, as a nation, seeking to update. It's the Land Rovers, and it's a whole host of other platforms as well. We're seeking to do so to provide the men and women in our forces with the equipment that they need to increase our warfighting readiness. As part of that, we need to have systems that sit behind them that procure faster and better than we've seen in the past, that provide more value for the taxpayer, even though we are spending more on defence than ever before, because I want to see increased value for the taxpayer, but also making sure that we deliver a safe working environment for all our service personnel. Because when we ask them to do extraordinary things, I want to have the confidence that the equipment and the vehicles I'm asking them to do those things in are as safe as they possibly can be.
The Minister for his responses this afternoon, and I will allow a few moments for the front bench to swap over. Brings us to a statement on the child poverty strategy. Secretary of State Bridget Phillipson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with permission, I will make a statement on the Government's child poverty strategy. Tackling child poverty is a proud Labour tradition. It goes to the heart of the values that we have and the beliefs we share. Above all, the background must be no barrier to success, that opportunity is for every child, and that the freedoms which for too long few of our children enjoyed must today be extended to them all. This Government sees child poverty not simply as the absence of material goods from the lives of our young people, but it adds the absence of their agency, of their freedom, in the decisions which shape their worlds. And as members on this side of the House know well, It is not merely wealth and opportunity, but power which must be in the hands of the many, not the few. That clear political principle lay behind not merely the determination, but the success of the last Labour government in lifting 600,000 children out of poverty between 1997 and 2010. But after Gordon Brown left office, that progress was reversed by deliberate cuts to public services, economic stagnation and there are now children in poverty, 900,000 more than in 2010. This means in a typical classroom of 30 children, there will be around 10 who are experiencing poverty. And 2 million children are in deep material poverty, lacking even the basic essentials, such as a warm home, healthy food, and we know that growing up in poverty has health, education and more broadly for their life chances. And it is equally damaging for our country, not merely for our public services, social cohesion, our chances of economic growth, but for the sort of society that we wish to build and the sort of future we can promise our people. That's why we made a manifesto commitment to develop an ambitious child poverty strategy. And shortly after the election, the Prime Minister announced a child poverty task force to deliver this, which I have been proud to co-chair. This has been a cross-government task force, recognising that the causes of child poverty are wide-ranging and deep-rooted. The task force has visited towns and cities across the UK, talked to over 180 stakeholders, including charities, academics and think tanks, and most importantly, listened directly to the experiences of children and families living in poverty, putting them at the heart of our work. And I am proud that the reduction in the number of children living in poverty because of this strategy will be the biggest than any reduction in child poverty recorded by any government in a single parliament ever. Our strategy sets out the action that we are taking and will take to help families by boosting incomes, saving money on essentials and strengthening local support. This will build on the urgent action we have already taken since entering government to tackle both the root causes and the symptoms of child poverty, including the Best Start for every child through our Best Start family hubs that will deliver the early intervention and support that new parents need to set up their children for future success in life, along with our extension of the holiday activity and food programme. Our expansion of free school meals, announced in July, will lift 100,000 children out of poverty by the end of this Parliament, reaching 500,000 families who receive universal credit. And our new Crisis and Resilience Fund, worth £842 million a year, will reform crisis support by enabling local authorities to provide immediate support to those on low incomes who encounter a financial shock. And these commitments come on top of the wider change our government is bringing to the lives of families in our country, including expanding free breakfast clubs, boosting the national minimum wage for those on the lowest incomes and supporting 700,000 of the poorest families through our new fair repayment rate on universal credit deductions. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had to go further. On this side of the House, we believe that the social security system should be at once a springboard for opportunity and a safety net when times are tough. Any of us can fall on hard times. Any of us can become unwell, fall out of work or lose a loved one. The security for working people of knowing that when things go wrong, it is one of the greatest achievements of the Labour movement, not just here in Britain but around the world. And that belief that motivates that struggle against insecurity applies above all to our children. Our system of support for families should never be necessarily the choices of their parents. That third value and worth as the second and the first. What we believe is the right support for the first in the family is right for her sisters and brothers unto this last. None of us, none of our children should lose out simply for the number of our siblings. And failing to act on child poverty will cost Britain far more than investing now. Every pound we spend lifting children out of poverty saves much more in future health, education and welfare costs and builds a stronger economy. We cannot afford to sit on our hands and pick up the greater costs of failure further down the line, because poorer children are more likely to have serious mental health difficulties. They're more likely to have poor employment outcomes and to earn less. And by age 5, children eligible for free school meals are already 5 months behind. By age 16, that gap has widened to over 19 months. And no one has felt these consequences more than the children themselves. And that's why we announced that we will remove the 2-child limit in universal credit from April 2024. For every child will alone lift 450,000 children out of poverty by the end of this Parliament and end the cruel policy that is currently affecting 1.6 million children. And it is estimated that in 29-30 there will be 550,000 fewer children in relative poverty as a result of the whole set of measures set out in our child poverty strategy. Madam Deputy Speaker, with the decisive action this government is taking today, we are investing in the future of our children and investing in the future of our country. And it's sometimes put to ministers, not least by members on the other side of this House, parents for staying out of work. Almost 60% of households affected by the 2-child limit are in work. Almost 50% of the households affected were not. The parents are doing what they can to keep a roof over their children's heads. Parental employment rates are already high, but with almost 3/4 of children, many parents find themselves in jobs where they still struggle to support their families, while those not in work face extra barriers to entering the labour market at all. And one of the biggest barriers is childcare. That's why we've expanded 30 hours of funded childcare for working parents, saving eligible families using all 30 hours up to £7,500 per eligible child per year. Extending eligibility for universal credit upfront childcare costs to parents returning from parental leave to ease that difficult transition back to work. And providing universal credit childcare support to help with the childcare costs for all children, instead of limiting this to 2 children to help parents who have larger families too. And we know that there is much more to do, which is why we are committing to a Department for Education-led cross-government review of access to early education and childcare support to deliver a simpler system, better for children and for parents alike. Too many children are spending years in temporary accommodation, at a point in their lives when they need the space to play and develop, nutritious food to thrive and to access education. We will also put in place specific interventions to mitigate the harm living in temporary accommodation can inflict on children's health and educational outcomes. This includes a commitment to ending the practice of new babies into B&Bs or other unsuitable shared accommodation. Together, all of this represents a strong start. But we do not underestimate the scale of the challenge. To build a society where every child grows up in a family filled with love, grows up safe, warm and well-fed, not held back by poverty but helped forward by government. We will monitor our progress using 2 main metrics. Firstly, we will use the internationally recognised and well-established relative low income after housing cost metric to monitor overall child poverty. And secondly, a new measure of deep material poverty, which we have developed to assess families' ability to afford everyday essentials. This takes account of more than just income, such as the cost of essentials, their overall financial situation and the support that they receive locally. Because it is not only the number of children in poverty that matters, but poverty too. We will continue to have a dedicated team private sector and civil society to keep focus on tackling this stain of child poverty with oversight from ministers across government. Madam Deputy Speaker, for over a century, Labour governments have worked to deliver opportunity and security. This strategy will build on those proud foundations, delivering on our opportunity mission to break the link between background and success. We will continue to work nationally and locally and across all 4 nations of the UK. And we will continue to be ambitious to match the ambition of our children, building a Britain where no child goes hungry, where every child has opportunities and where every family has power and choices in life. and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will start with something we can all agree on. None of us want to see children grow up in poverty. All of us know something of what that looks like. Some honourable members have lived it themselves. Even in the wealthiest constituencies, there are pockets of poverty. Children spending months living in bed and breakfast, their meals coming from the local food bank, not knowing when they'll have a bed in a room they can call their own, worrying about their mum, and it is usually their mum, and how she will pay the bills. None of this helps a kid succeed in life. So, of course, this government, as we did before them, should be working on how to improve the lives of children. But nothing I've heard from the Secretary of State today gives me any confidence, however well-intentioned, that they're going to fix the problem. Last week, the Prime Minister grabbed the headline by saying they will change how supermarkets display baby formula and give you loyalty points. Hardly the groundbreaking fix for child poverty that we have been promised. At the budget, they crowed about how they will lift so many children out of relative poverty by lifting the two-child cap. That will, of course, help with the stats on that one metric, just like the free taxpayer-funded breakfasts. But ditching the two-child benefit cap will raise taxes on working people, including those on the poverty line, and disincentivise work. For a measure which the Prime Minister now speaks about with such pride, I'm surprised it took the government 18 months to do it. In that time, the Prime Minister and Chancellor rejected many demands from their backbenchers to lift the cap, arguing the policy was unaffordable. In fact, he was so committed to the cap, he removed the whip from those brave Labour rebels who voted to lift it. But then, as rivals for Labour leadership went. Chopping and changing policy based on political pressure is no way to govern, and it's certainly no way to solve child poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a way to boost the prospects of the country's children. Plentiful, well-paid. That way people can provide for themselves and their families, pay their rent or their food shop and afford school uniform for their kids. The Centre for Social Justice found that children in workless households are 4 times more likely to be materially deprived. But workless households has seen the fastest increase on record, coming to 1.5 million. Contrast that to our record, which saw the numbers of children in workless households. You can laugh, but honestly, you should listen to this that makes a difference to children's lives. Contrast that to when we had numbers of children in workless households decreasing year on year from 2014. Now, with unemployment going up month on month, sadly, the number of children in workless households is likely to keep on going up. Then, there's something even more fundamental, Madam Deputy Speaker, that helps to stave off poverty, and that is the family. 44% of children in lone parent households live in poverty, compared to 25% in households with a couple. Strong working families raise children who are less likely to be in poverty. It's as simple as that. Yet their poverty strategy ignores this fact entirely. In fact, rather than tackle the root causes of poverty, the strategy concerns itself with vouchers for formula milk. How many children will be brought out of poverty thanks to those vouchers? And why is there nothing in the strategy on parenting skills, which we know are key determinants of child outcomes? Why do they insist on using the misleading metric of relative poverty instead of measures that reflect real living standards? On the other hand, with their budget slapping thousands of pounds of extra taxes on hard-working and hard-up families, how many families are actually going to be plunged into poverty because of their tax rises? How many more households will now be eligible for universal credit? If they truly believe that lifting the two-child cap is so essential to reducing poverty, why did it take the Prime Minister 18 months to do it? And why did he remove the whip from his own MPs who voted for it? Will the Secretary of State tell us a real reason? Was it actually about saving his own skin? Madam Deputy Speaker, I know they're well-meaning, but this is all wrong. Tackling poverty is about decent jobs, lower taxes and a stable foundation for every child. Throwing money at the problem to improve the statistics isn't the answer. And you certainly don't lift children out of poverty by making the whole country poorer. The policies in this strategy and the budget risk trapping families in long-term dependency instead of lifting them out. This strategy is so far from the bold action that Labour are making it out country needs to break the cycle of worklessness for families on benefits, to give children in life and to give taxpayers a fair deal, fair to those who pay in as well as those who get help. The fact is...
Order. The Shadow Secretary of State has taken even longer than the Secretary of State did. Is well over her time limit. Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The opposition spokesperson started by saying that none of us want children to grow up in poverty. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, we as party in government will lift children out of poverty. They pushed nearly 1 million children into poverty. That is the difference between our parties. And they knew when they introduced the two-child limit that it was a political dividing line, seeking to make an artificial divide between those families in work and those families not in work, when, as all of the evidence shows us, the children who have suffered and the families who have suffered are working families. That is what the evidence shows, and that is why we have acted. And in suggesting, as they have done in many, many days over in the media and beyond, that they will bring back the two-child limit, she is committed to pushing 450,000 children back into poverty, committed to reintroducing the repulsive and dehumanising rape clause that saw women forced to talk about sexual violence in order to have enough money to support their children. They should be deeply, deeply ashamed of such a punishing and dehumanising regime that saw women and children suffer, and we will never stand for it. And we will not allow for children to be punished because of the circumstances of their birth. Their record is a shameful and an abhorrent one. We will heal the scar that the Conservatives inflicted on children across our country, and we will heal it once and for all. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are also a party that believes in the power of education to spread opportunity. Speak to any teacher across the country and they will tell you that poverty limits learning and it limits the life chances of our children. And in ending the two-child limit, we are investing in education, investing in raising standards and investing in giving children a better start right across our country. But this is not the limit of our ambition, because we know there is much more to do. But we have so far achieved an enormous amount, acting to raise the minimum wage for the family with more support for parents, opening new breakfast clubs, expanding work chances and children life chances. The cost on children can last a lifetime, but the cost to society can echo for generations in worklessness, in poorer health, in lost prosperity to our country. That is why this Labour government will not stand by as working families struggle, not just for the sake of parents and children, but for all of us. We promise to tackle child poverty, and we are doing it. Every child in our country has the best start in life. The price of for children, for families, and for our country.
Chair of the Select Committee, Helen Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I warmly welcome the publication of the Child Poverty Strategy, which builds on the steps the Government has already taken, expanding access to free school meals and introducing. Particularly welcome the removal of the two-child benefit. The evidence is clear that this has been one of the biggest contributors to the shameful increase in child poverty that we have seen in recent years. My committee, along with the Work and Pensions Select Committee, will undertake detailed scrutiny of the strategy, and we will play our part in ensuring that its implementation is as effective as it can be. Can I welcome the focus on temporary accommodation, where children sleep and the safety and security of their home environment has a huge impact on their life chances.
Absolutely.
But can I note that the measures in the strategy so far are limited to pilots? This work is badly needed across the country. So can I ask the Secretary of State, when does she expect to be able to roll out the work to eliminate the use of bed and breakfast accommodation for families everywhere, so that no child's life needs to be scarred by the trauma of living in temporary accommodation?
I'm grateful to the Chair of the Select Committee. She is absolutely right that temporary accommodation is linked to worse outcomes for children, has deep consequences for those who are forced to endure living in B&Bs and other unsuitable accommodation. We are working with the 20 local authorities with the highest use of B&Bs, backed up by investment to bring those numbers down. That also runs alongside the £39 billion of investment we're putting into social and affordable housing. And of course, we'll have a homelessness strategy coming forward in due course that will set out further steps the government will be taking. But I do look forward to discussing this further with her committee next time I'm before them.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every child, no matter their background, deserves the opportunity to flourish and fulfil their potential. Liberal Democrats welcome any and all efforts to reduce the number of children in poverty, because we believe investing in our children and young people is one of the most important investments a government can make. And that's why we welcomed the Chancellor's announcement at the budget to lift the cap on universal credit for families with more than two children. A cruel policy put in place by George Osborne and the Conservatives when they were left to their own devices in government. However, what has been announced today is a smorgasbord of existing proposals which is very light on any new measures that we urgently need to tackle the scourge of child poverty. Even the government's own numbers suggest that this strategy will leave nearly 4 million children stuck in poverty. The government needs to go further, and the Secretary of State could start by properly funding the very welcome expansion in free school meals and, crucially, automatically enrolling children on the scheme so that no child slips through the cracks and misses out on a hot, healthy meal. The Education Secretary could also set a cap on the cost of branded school uniform so that hard-pressed parents don't have to suffer overinflated prices as a result of her short-sighted policy to cap the number of branded uniform items. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that one of the biggest determinants of outcomes is housing. Like many other London MPs, I regularly see families in my surgery suffering the devastating consequences of being shoved into temporary accommodation many miles away from their schools and if the government is serious about ending the use of B&B accommodation, we need to build 150,000 social homes every year in order that local people can genuinely afford to live in their area with local services to meet their needs. And finally, the Secretary of State rightfully pointed out that long-term costs of material poverty, the same can be true of those children suffering a poverty of love and care. That's why her failure to reverse the cuts she imposed earlier this year to the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund by finding just £25 million, a drop in the ocean of government spending, is so egregious and short-sighted. Why won't she think again to ensure our most vulnerable children can access the therapy they desperately need to have a best second chance in life?
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an ambitious strategy that will see the largest ever reduction in the number of children growing up in poverty in a single parliament since records began. No one can accuse us of lacking ambition where it comes to driving down those numbers. And whilst I note the Honourable Lady's reference to the introduction of the two-child limit, I would just observe that it was after 2010, with the coalition government, that we saw, for example, the mass closure programme of Sure Start centres right across our country, even though the evidence was clear about the outcomes they delivered and the difference that they made to families. And that's why I am proud that this Labour government is a new generation with Best Start family that they need. Running alongside that, as I set out, we are investing £39 billion in social and affordable housing, the single biggest in a generation uplift in support to build the social and affordable homes that all of the measures in the Employment Rights Bill, the changes around universal universal put an extra £1 billion into supporting families. This Labour government is investing in children, investing in their futures to deliver the brighter future that all of our children deserve.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Official figures show that over 4,000 children are living in poverty in my constituency of Lewisham East, and many of those families have one parent in work. And I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's Child Poverty Strategy and all the work that has taken place along with her and her colleagues, as well as the lifting of the 2-child cap limit. Agree with me that what we now need to see is children and families not use food banks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd just begin by paying tribute to my honourable friend for all of the work that she did in the Department for Education and continues to do to champion the life chances of children in her community and across our country. She did a lot to contribute to much of the work that has gone into the strategy, and I'm grateful to her. I agree with her that I want to live in a country where families have enough money to go to the shops, to buy the food that they want for their children and to make decisions that are right for them. In paying tribute to the amazing volunteers in our community organisations and churches who volunteer and give their time freely to run food banks, I hope that in the years to come we can shut down those food banks and make sure that all families have got a good level of income and don't have to depend on the goodwill of strangers in order to get by.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the Secretary of State, her front bench colleagues, pretty much everyone behind her, voted against lifting the 2-child benefit cap. Those who rebelled had the whip withdrawn. What would she do now, and what has changed since that vote last year?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have long campaigned on child poverty, and I have led this task force together with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, and my right honourable friend, the now Secretary of State for DSIT. We were always clear that we would look at all of the evidence at the most effective ways that we could lift the greatest numbers of children out of poverty, and we have done precisely that. The only people that have been playing politics with children's lives and children's futures are the party opposite.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her statement today. I speak to teachers a lot of, briefly on a weekly basis in Hart, who tell me that poverty is a huge barrier for young people's education, and as a former teacher myself, I can absolutely testify to that. So could the Secretary of State touch upon how these policies make a huge difference to young people to be able to get the best outcomes for them?
Here, here.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've heard from so many school leaders, teachers and staff across our country about the impact that child poverty has on their children and families in their care, whether that's helping around temporary accommodation, washing clothes, even sometimes putting their hands in their own pocket to provide financial support for families that are struggling. But they shouldn't have to do that, and it isn't sustainable. And that's why the investment that we're making in lifting children out of poverty is also an investment in children and their life chances, and an investment in education. Because again, the evidence is clear that not only do big gaps open up in terms of attainment for children who are on free school meals, but we also know that those who've experienced child poverty are more likely to be unemployed or in low-skilled or lower-paid jobs as adults. So this is about the difference we make, not just in the here and now for our children. It is a long-term investment in our education system, in our teachers and in our staff, but it is also an investment in making sure we have a stronger and more resilient economy too.
Ian Room.
Mr. Speaker, in the year 2000, half of the children in poverty lived in workless families, but now almost 3/4 of children in poverty are in working families, and millions of universal credit recipients have a job, but suffer from low wages. Can I ask the Secretary of State how that has shaped the new strategy to ending child poverty in rural and coastal communities like North Devon, where many parents' wages are very basic?
He is right that the majority of children in poverty are living in working families, and it is an artificial political dividing line to suggest anything other than that is the case. The evidence is very, very clear for anyone who wants to look at it. Now, there are a number of reasons for that. Low pay is one of them. That's why we're increasing the national minimum wage. Access to childcare has been a big, big barrier, particularly for many single parents, over a very long period of time. And one key element that we considered during the development of the strategy was, alongside lifting the two-child limit, if we could support more second earners in 4 hours. That was also one of the most effective ways that we could lift more children out of poverty. That's why next year we're investing £9 billion in expanding government-funded childcare, creating new school-based nurseries, but also rolling choices at the start of the school day.
You just follow.
I'm honoured to represent Bracknell in this place, a relatively prosperous community where still 1 in 5 children are growing up in poverty after housing costs. Bracknell Food Bank gave out 8,000 food parcels last year, 3,000. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that poverty affects all of the UK? In every constituency there are children living in poverty, and that is why it must be our moral mission to stamp out child poverty wherever we find it.
My honourable friend is right that child poverty blights the life chances of children right across our country, including in communities that might otherwise appear affluent. There will always be children who are enduring the hardship and the injustice of child poverty, and I'm grateful for his support and everything that he does to champion the life chances of children in his community. And in the strategy that we are setting out, this will deliver real changes to children, not just in Bracknell, but across our country too.
Louis French.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite assurances to the contrary, children in my constituency have had their school courses cut, and parents across the UK have lost their jobs because of this government, with over 180,000 jobs lost over the past year. If unemployment and taxes continue to rise, how many more children does she expect to grow up in poverty, or is this just the price that the welfare party opposite expect families to pay?
There we are, the true face of the Tory party, describing people who are in work in that kind of way. We will always back working people. And I'd just point out to the honourable gentleman that there are 329,000 more people in work than was the case a year ago. We are tackling poverty, we are supporting parents back into work, and we will reform our welfare system alongside it. But he and the party opposite should have the good grace and the humility to accept that the decisions that they took have pushed hundreds of thousands of children into poverty, including in his community. Maybe he should go and speak to them and see what they say to him.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the publication of this child poverty strategy, and in particular the lifting of the two-child benefit cap, which will lift 1,560 children in Paisley and Renfrewshire South out of poverty. But there remain 100,000 children in Scotland stuck in homelessness SNP's watch because they have control of friends give me that she will work with colleagues in the Scottish Government to ensure that every lever of power is exerted to make sure that constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South get the same opportunities as constituents across the rest of the UK.
This is a UK-wide strategy, and one where we will continue to work with the Scottish Government, the Welsh Government and the Northern Ireland Executive to bring down poverty in all of our 4 nations. But she is also right to draw attention to the staggering and appalling record of the SNP government in Scotland, particularly where it comes to homelessness, and to highlight the impact that temporary accommodation and homelessness has on the life chances of children. She, of course, will know as well as I do that this Labour government in Westminster delivered a record settlement to the SNP government in Scotland. They have choices about how they take this forward. But of course, if they fail to do so, if they fail to take the decisive action that people across Scotland need, then perhaps it really is time for a new direction for Scotland with Anas Sarwar.
Kirsty Blackman.
It's nice to hear the Secretary of State acknowledging that child poverty is lower in Scotland than it is in England and is reducing in Scotland, the only part of the UK where it is going down. This is the graph in the government's own document, I would say. The document is 113 pages long. 34 of them are blank or just references. 25 of them are explaining the problem. So less than half of them are about what the government is going to do. And of those policies that are included in the document, almost every single one has already been announced. Why have we waited a year and a half for this child poverty strategy that is, frankly, unambitious? The strategy has been published. It does not have any evaluation criteria. When the Best Start Bright Futures policy was published in Scotland, it had alongside it evaluation criteria other than just those two headline measures the Secretary of State has mentioned. Will she lay out what evaluation criteria she's going to use to ensure that these changes make a positive difference for people?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thought when the Honourable Lady stood up, she was about to congratulate the UK Government for lifting the two-child limit, something I've heard her talk about a lot in this House. She was right to do so, so where was the welcome for the change that we are bringing today? Of course, the SNP government could have effectively abolished the two-child limit in Scotland, but they've sat on their hands, and sadly, all the evidence suggests that they are about to miss their child poverty targets.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And again, I also warmly congratulate my right honourable friend for the introduction of this child poverty strategy, and particularly the lifting of the two-child limit, which will make a measurable difference to hundreds of thousands of children's lives. Child poverty doesn't just blight educational attainment and employment prospects, but it is also a key indicator for population health and health inequalities. So can I press my right honourable friend on targets in relation to this? By reducing, for example, child poverty by 35% by 2033, there will be 291 fewer infant mortality deaths, 4,700 fewer looked after children, and 33,000 fewer emergency admissions for children. So can I ask my right honourable friend to look at these so that we know that we're on the right track? Thank you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee. I know she's long campaigned on these important areas around the relationship between poverty and health inequalities, and through the development of the strategy and through the task force, we took evidence from experts in this area. I give her the commitment that yes, we will continue to consider the impact on health, including health inequalities of poverty. And through the development of the strategy and through publication, we want to see this as part of a long-term 10-year strategy for lasting change. The monitoring and evaluation framework that was published alongside the strategy sets out our plans to track progress, and this will include a comprehensive programme of analysis focusing on the drivers of child poverty and the impact of specific interventions, and we'll continue to publish more data that she and others can continue to hold ministers to account on the progress that we want to make on bringing numbers of children in poverty down.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer members to my register of interests as the chair of the APPG for infant feeding. The government's response to the CMA's report into infant formula, which aims to give parents the confidence to choose any brand of formula regardless of price point because they're all nutritionally equivalent, is a really welcome first step as part of the child poverty strategy. But without tackling and enforcing the marketing legislation so formula companies can't continue to use intangible claims on their packaging, their announcement will not protect all parents. So can the Secretary of State please tell me when we can expect this legislation to be reviewed, as a review was committed to in the government's announcement last week?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for the work that she does in this important area. As she knows, parents will save up to £500 a year as a result of the plans that we've set out around action on baby formula so that parents can make the right choices for them. Of course, we know that it is also important to put in place support for parents who wish to breastfeed, and that's why we've also extended and expanded the National Breastfeeding Helpline, running alongside support that will be available in Best Start family hubs to make sure that mothers have choices about the right approach for them. And I'll make sure that a Minister in the Department for Health and Social Care writes to her to give her an update on the issues she's asking about.
David Williams.
Deputy Speaker. The removal of the two-child limit is welcome news, and in my constituency it will lift well over 4,000 kids out of poverty in my area alone. Now, I saw it firsthand, Madam Deputy Speaker, how 14 years of austerity left families in Stoke-on-Trent and Kidsgrove in crisis. Early support was taken away, and we now have amongst the highest numbers of kids living in poverty anywhere in the country. So I wonder, does the Secretary of State agree with me that we must also start to build back that local, personalised family support, for example, through our family homes, which were absolutely decimated under the previous Conservative government?
I agree with my honourable friend, and I know from previous conversations he worked in a Sure Start centre and was involved in the delivery of those services. And Best Start Family Hubs will draw on what we know works from Sure Start. The evaluation evidence is incredibly clear about the impact it had on children's life chances, on admissions to hospital, on the increase in exam grades that we saw of children who lived near to a centre. That's why we've committed to funding all local authorities to deliver Best Start Family Hubs, backed up by £500 million to help families in every part of the country. And that rollout will create 1,000 Best Start Family Hubs nationwide by the end of 2028, supporting parents, backing children, and make sure that we reduce the longer-term impacts that we see, where parents don't have the support they need, where children have to wait too long for the support that they deserve, and all of the devastation that's followed from that very, very short-sighted decision taken back in 2010 to remove funding from Sure Start by that previous government.
Anne Davies.
Madam Llefarydd. Plaid Cymru has led the charge in Wales against the two-child limit, so we welcome the fact that scrapping it is a cornerstone of this strategy. As you know, in Wales, child poverty is around 34%, so 34% of our children live in poverty. But there is a catch, because the benefit cap remains in place, and around 10% of the children in Wales who are currently hit by the two-child limit won't see any improvement. And on top of that, another 1 in 10 households could find themselves capped for the very first time. So will the Secretary of State build on the child poverty strategy by removing or at least raising the benefit cap?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the Labour government that is lifting the two-child limit and will make sure that children in England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland get the support that they deserve. She references the benefit cap that limits the total amount of benefits a working-age household can receive. Of course, that only applies where you are talking about families where there is not someone in work. I do think it is right that we support people into work and we make sure that we have incentives that back that. But alongside that, in England, we are delivering a big expansion in childcare because we know it's important to support families. But of course, it was the Welsh Labour government that first introduced free breakfast clubs, something that I'm proud to be introducing here in England.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recognise that we shouldn't take any lessons from the benches opposite because they don't seem to understand that lots of families in work are affected by the two-child cap, and their priorities seem to need a rethink because they seem to be the same people arguing against lifting the two-child cap but for subsidising private school fees. They'll go to the wall for some kids to play the eat and war game but not for all children to be able to eat. Where I do think there is an issue, and I recognise and welcome the Secretary of State's plans for a review of early years funding, is that we know right now only 20% of those taking up the 30 funded free hours of childcare are on the lowest incomes. What's critical to this is the role of the DWP, because 1 million women in this country are out of work right now because of their caring commitments. One of the things I'd love to see is the DWP in Sure Start centres working with mums, so they knew about tax-free funded childcare, they knew about the change she's making to universal credit. Will she meet with me and others concerned about this, about how we bring those systems together so those 1 million women are not forgotten but supported under this government?
I'd be happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss this further. A key commitment that we made through the development of this strategy was that we want to make the system of childcare support and early years education for families to access. We know it's a complex system that is built up over time. And easier for families to get the support that they need. But we have already taken action around expanding the 30 hours of government-funded childcare, around universal credit cost caps, around upfront childcare costs. And I know that my right honourable friend is making sure that work coaches and job centres are able to provide additional support for families around what's available. But I wholly accept that there is more to do, and I'd be delighted to discuss it with her further.
Tim Farron.
What assessment has the Secretary of State made of the impact on child poverty of the government's rather blanket approach approach to changing local government funding and taking support away from rural councils. Westmoreland and Furness Council stands to lose 13% of its budget, which will not only exacerbate child poverty and reduce educational and life chances for children in my constituency, 1 in 5 children in Kendal already living in poverty in parts of the town, but also will undermine the government's own plans to regenerate the town of Barrow, which underpins the UK's nuclear deterrent and its defence capability. Will she, at this last moment, urgently get involved and talk to Cabinet colleagues to prevent these deeply damaging cuts which will exacerbate child poverty and put the country at risk?
Secretary of State.
I'm sure the right honourable gentleman has made his views known to ministers at MHCLG, and I'll make sure that they are passed along. But I would say that in lifting the 2-child limit, in expanding access to childcare, expanding free school meals, increasing the national minimum wage, expanding rights at work, these are all big changes that will make a real difference to children and families in his constituency.
Ian Lavery.
As obvious, by the absence of our friends on the opposite benches, how interested they actually are in eradicating child poverty. Like every single child from child poverty. The bairns in my constituency who will benefit so much from withdrawing the 2-child cap last week. However, we must continue, we must go further, and can my constituents that in the talks to further eradicate child poverty, discussions will take place with regards to the rollout of universal free school meals for people in Blyth and Ashton, like other people in different regions actually get.
Secretary of State.
My humble friend is absolutely right that poverty does scar the life chances of children, and it has always been the moral mission of this Labour Party, and it will always be the moral mission of this Labour government, to end child poverty and to reduce poverty brings, not just and the deep sense of hopelessness often that child poverty can cause for children and families. So I am delighted that we've taken action to lift the 2-child limit that will benefit thousands of children in his constituency, and alongside that, from next September, in expanding free school meals to all families in receipt of universal credit, we will lift 100,000 more children out of poverty. We all know that in a constrained environment with a tough set of circumstances around the public finances, there are challenges and constraints under which we operate. But we have taken the decision as a Labour government to prioritise investment in our children, in their futures and in our economy.
Zoe Franklin.
Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of Guildford, as with so many other constituencies across the UK, we have particular challenges around the fact we have significant affluence, and just across the road we have extreme poverty. We have areas where 1 in 3 children are living in poverty in my constituency, despite the great work of many local organisations. Can the Minister set out what measures are in the strategy to specifically address this challenge?
Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do recognise that even in more seemingly affluent communities there can be pockets of deprivation, and many children can still be living in poverty, and it was wherever it occurs. But the measures that we're setting out, both budget, will make a big difference to her constituents, whether that's freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges, increasing the national minimum wage, improve rights at work, 30 hours of government-funded childcare, new free breakfast clubs, free school meals for all families on universal credit. It's a very long list, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll leave it there, but there's a lot more I could say in the difference that it's making.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the strategy, particularly the work that is being doing on the new measure of deep material poverty, which will be really, really important in understanding the experience of children. Can I particularly ask about the Family Start Hubs and also the extension of the holiday food programme? Is the Secretary of State able to say more about how much that will be extended, how long that will be extended for, and how quickly the hubs will be rolled out? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're investing £500 million more to make sure that we're expanding Best Start Family Hubs to local authorities who don't currently have that provision. And by the end of the Parliament, 1,000 Best Start Family Hubs will have been ruled out. That will make a huge difference to children and families across our country. And as she says, runs alongside the Holiday Activity and Food Programme. We've confirmed over £600 million for the Holiday Activities and Food Programme for the next 3 financial years. And this multi-year settlement will also give clubs and local authorities greater certainty to be able to plan, because we did hear directly from families during the development of the strategy, the challenges that they often face during the holiday period. And I do just want to put on record my particular thanks to Changing Realities, who worked with us to make sure that the views of parents and children living in poverty were heard during the development of this strategy. And I'm very grateful for all of the support that they gave. We're able to influence government decision making and shape the strategy.
I absolutely welcome this government's rollout of free school breakfast in every primary school. However, I recently met with the local school in the early adopter scheme in my constituency, and they shared their concerns that their funding is not enough to provide a full breakfast for each child, and in some cases children go without anything. I want to ensure that every child receives a free, fresh and nutritious breakfast. So will the Minister confirm that schools are receiving enough money to ensure children are getting a proper breakfast and not just a snack or nothing at all?
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in launching the first phase, our early adopter phase of 750 free breakfast clubs, we wanted to make sure that we covered schools in a range of different communities and in different contexts with different cohorts of students. And we've been able to learn from that in setting out how we will be delivering funding for the next phase from April 2026. So we're making changes to the funding around the daily rate, around the per pupil rate, but I'd also encourage the school in her constituency to share her views with us as the department, because we're keen to learn from the experiences of staff on the ground, but also to share her views through the peer network that we've established so that schools can share experiences and good practice.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Family Hubs APPG, I'm pleased that Best Start Family Hubs are at the heart of this strategy and that it values a fresh approach rooted in place, community and partnership across sectors. This could be a moment that finally breaks the cycles of disadvantage and inequality. It's a diverse collective of organisations who are already doing just this, innovative, rooted in communities. And I thank the Secretary of State for her department's excellent engagement with our sector's collaboration. Will she ensure that this continues? And does she agree that empowering all families with frictionless integrated support is key to building a fairer, stronger, responsible society that gives each and every person the freedom to thrive?
My honourable friend has done tremendous work through the all-party group in this important area, and I'd be more than happy to make sure that the department, through officials or ministers, continues to work with the all-party group as we roll out Best Start Family Hubs and as we learn from the best evidence around how we can continue to support parents and families. Our new Best Start Family Hubs will offer universal open access services for babies and children with a real focus on the under fives, where we know we make the biggest difference to children's life chances. Best Start Family Hubs will be funded in every local authority and open to all families, but the focus will be on locating them in disadvantaged communities where we know the need for support is greatest.
Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State and the Labour Government for their statement to have a strategy to reduce child poverty. The announcement regarding the 2-child benefit cap are welcome. It will take potentially 103,000 children out of poverty in Northern Ireland, but it is important to remember, as the Prime Minister said himself, that 3/4 of children in poverty are in working families. So can, again, ask us very respectively, Secretary of State, advise within the child poverty strategy what specific is in place to protect children with working parents who will have the rising cost of living, freezing of tax thresholds and childcare, but will still struggle to pay the means?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. He will know I've told him previously that through the work of the Child Poverty Task Force, I also visited Northern Ireland to meet with campaigners and charities and parents there to understand that the challenges that they face. Some of those challenges are shared, for example, around the social security system, and lifting the 2-child limit will make a big difference in Northern Ireland. Of course, in some areas, these are questions of devolved policy, but I did discuss while I was there with ministers around the education system and around access to childcare, and also the development led by the Northern Ireland Executive around action on child poverty, and we will continue that work through the task force and the strategy.
Can I urge colleagues to be short? We just have 15 minutes remaining on this. Sam Rushworth.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for this
strategy. This is what I came into politics for. And can I thank her for the rollout of Best Start Family Hubs? And I appreciate it's impossible to do everything all at once given the state of our inheritance. But even with the measures announced, children in Shildon, children in Crook, 2 towns of 10,000 people with high levels of child poverty in my constituency will not have a Best Start Family Hub. So would she meet with me or ask the relevant minister to meet with me to discuss what we can do for those children?
Yes, of course, I'd be happy to meet with my honourable friend. I know he has done an incredible amount to champion the life chances of children in his community. Big and rural population, which presents some unique challenges. Of his constituents are able to benefit from family support services, but the lifting of the 2-child limit will make a huge difference alongside the wider measures on childcare too.
Afzal Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following 14 years of Tory austerity, harsh cuts to the public services and cost of living crisis, more than half of all children in my constituency of Manchester Resham are living in poverty. My honourable friend has shown excellent leadership through this strategy, but given the dire condition the Tories left the country in, can I encourage the Secretary of State to also look at measures to prevent the causes of poverty and go further so that we can end child poverty for good?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like my honourable friend, I am always ambitious to do more to lift more children out of poverty and to create better conditions where we tackle the root causes of poverty. This is an incredibly strong start, an ambitious strategy that will see the biggest reduction in child poverty numbers in any parliament since records began. That shows the scale of our ambition, and this 10-year strategy will make sure that fewer children suffer the injustice and the deep moral scar of growing up in poverty. But yes, of course, there is always more to do.
Neil Griffith.
Well, I'd like to thank my Right Honourable Friend, the Secretary of State, for the enormous amount of work that she's putting in to developing this comprehensive child poverty strategy and into determining which single measures would have the greatest impact. And it's in that context that I very much welcome the removal of the 2-child benefit cap. But what assurances can she give that her colleagues in the Department for Work and Pensions are making available the necessary staffing levels and training to ensure that the enhanced payments reach families without any delay or complications?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and who I know has always had a long-standing commitment to tackling child poverty. It was clear through the strategy that lifting the 2-child limit was the single most effective way that we could lift the greatest number of children out of poverty, alongside the wider measures we're tackling to tackle the root causes of child poverty. And my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, intends to bring forward legislation in the new year.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 23% of children in my Penistone and Stocksbridge constituency are living in poverty. This is unacceptable. We know that children growing up in poverty are less likely to be in work and will earn 25% less than their peers by the time they are 30. Scrapping the evil 2-child benefit 140 children in my constituency. Contrary to what the Shadow Secretary of State says, this is an investment in their future. Given that it is the moral mission of this government to break the devastating cycle of child poverty, will the Secretary of State work with me to look at opportunities for a family hub in Chapeltown in my constituency to also serve Burncross and Ecclesfield areas too?
Yes, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd be happy to discuss it further with my honourable friend. She is absolutely right that child poverty doesn't just have a deep and lasting impact on the individual children and families concerned. There is a clear link to worklessness, to poorer health outcomes and to attainment at school, and to the flow through into the very, very high levels of young people who are not in education, employment or training. That's why the measures we're taking are the right thing to do, both for children and our society.
Mohammed Hussain.
Deputy Speaker, the child poverty strategy includes welcome measures for families in Bedford and Kempston, from removing the 2-child limit to expanding free school meals, childcare support and family hubs. These are all fantastic. But one of the most urgent issues affecting children's well-being is the families living in temporary accommodations. That is anything but temporary. Set clear targets to ensure measurable progress is reducing such suitable conditions.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through the strategy, we are taking action around the unacceptably high levels of those living in temporary accommodation that we inherited from the party opposite. We are making progress. We've made progress in the last year, with numbers falling by over 40% since June. But there is more to do. That's why we're investing more into local councils who see the biggest use of temporary accommodation, like B&Bs. But it also runs alongside the £39 billion of investment going into social and affordable housing to make sure that all children have a secure roof over their heads.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the child poverty strategy and all this government is doing to undo the cruel policies of the Tories in which children in Kettering paid the price. Investing in a child early on in life is key to success in adulthood. So can the Secretary of State explain how this strategy will help mean that young adults who break the cycle of poverty are the norm, not the exception?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and it was wonderful recently to visit a breakfast club in her constituency to see the difference that will make to children's outcomes. The evidence is clear about the impact on educational outcomes, but how it also supports more parents to work the hours that suit them and often to take on more hours too. Child poverty has devastating long-term impacts for our economy and for society. And we know that where it comes to the long-term impacts on children, children are more likely to end up workless, less likely to do well at school and more likely to have long-term health outcomes. That is something this Labour government is determined to change.
Anthony Vance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank my right honourable friend for her leadership on the two-child limit and for always carrying the kids who didn't eat last night in her heart. Last week I was at Sacred Heart School in Tipton in my constituency. I met the school council and I met the teaching staff there, and they spoke to me about how difficult it is that so many children living in temporary accommodation on the Hagley Road in Birmingham have to get 2 or more buses and trains to get to school every morning. Their parents get them there by hook or by crook, but they're late often, and it has an impact on their lives. Can the Secretary of State tell us a little bit more about what she'll do to make sure our youngest children in particular are out of bed and breakfast as soon as possible?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for everything that she's done over many years to campaign on these issues around child poverty, but also where it comes to housing as well. We have announced an ambition to cut school days lost for children in temporary accommodation, because she's right, it often means children arrive late at school or don't arrive at all, and that has a long-standing impact on their life chances. We are investing more in local authorities who make the biggest use of B&B accommodation. We're making progress and bringing those numbers down, and alongside that investing in more social and affordable housing. And I do also, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to thank many of the campaigners and charities and others who shaped this strategy, worked with us to develop the best case for how we lift children out of poverty, paying tribute in particular to the Child Poverty Action Group and Save the Children, who have provided enormous support in making the case for why this is not just necessary for children's life chances, but essential for our society.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend has heard of the Leeds charity Zarak, which was formed by teachers because children were too tired at school because they had no beds. What is my right honourable friend going to do about poverty-proofing schools, whether that's beds, or today I was at Holy Name School where children were in the Rocksteady band, but some parents couldn't afford for their children to do that, or digital equipment, or any other thing which creates the inequality in schools and which we need to eradicate.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that children who are hungry, living in temporary accommodation, are not in a position to learn effectively, and that has a long-standing impact, including on teachers and support staff. I am interested in some of the approaches that have been taken around poverty proofing, including in my own region in the North East. It's why we're taking action in one area, for example, around capping the number of branded items that schools can insist upon for their students, that will bring down the cost to parents. Children should be smart at school. It shouldn't cost their parents the earth.
I need colleagues to be respectful of other members. If questions are long, I won't be able to get many people in. Perrin Moon.
Deputy Speaker, when the removal of the two-child benefit limit is considered chronologically alongside the expansion of Best Start hubs, support for childcare, free breakfasts, free school meals and now the youth guarantee, does the Secretary of State agree with me that through the fog of deprivation it is now possible to make out a ladder of hope from cradle to career for the children from our poorest backgrounds?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend has always stood up for children in his community, and it's through his election to this place and the election of a Labour government that by the end of this Parliament we will see the biggest ever reduction in child poverty numbers since records began.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the statement. I welcome the strategy. 5,500 children in Derby South being lifted out of poverty. I also particularly welcome changes around temporary accommodation. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that no child, whether it's in Derby or anywhere else in the country, should be brought up in a bread and breakfast?
Mr Secretary of State.
I agree absolutely, and that's why we're taking action to bring those numbers down, to build more social and affordable homes, but also to give parents and young people the skills that they need to get good, well-paid jobs.
Blake.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Secretary of State on her statement today. Following my debate in June, I welcome that children with no recourse to public funds are recognised as part of this strategy, and that there is a commitment to ensuring that vulnerable migrant children receive the support that they require, regardless of their immigration status within this. I want to ask, can the Secretary of State confirm what assessments have been undertaken to assess the impact of the recent proposals to extend pathways to settlement to 15, 20 or even 30 years? This will inevitably impact children. Will she meet with me to discuss these issues?
There are important safeguards that currently exist within the system to ensure that vulnerable migrant children are protected, and I'll make sure that my honourable friend gets the meeting with the relevant minister that she requests to discuss her concerns further.
Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Representing a city that has 20,000 children living in poverty, I strongly welcome the crucial fact this strategy isn't just about the poverty of the family budget, it is about the poverty of ambition, because too many of those 20,000 children have parents in low-paid, insecure work. Can my right honourable friend tell us what this strategy will do to lift ambition for apprenticeships and skills and changing not just lives of those children, but the lives of those parents as well?
I know my honourable friend cares very passionately about making sure we've got good routes and careers into technical and vocational education and more apprenticeships for young people in Peterborough. That's why I've been working with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, on our ambitious post-16 strategy to make sure that young people at the start of their careers have great options where it comes to academic, technical and vocational routes, and why today we've been setting out how we as a government intend to deliver more apprenticeship opportunities for young people in Peterborough and beyond.
Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Secretary of State on the child poverty strategy, which by the end of the Parliament will take 2,500 children in Dartford out of poverty. Given how, as has been said, growing up in poverty hugely increases the likelihood of suffering poor mental and physical health, and hugely reduces the chance of holding down a better paying job and going into further and higher education, would the Secretary of State agree with me that the strategy isn't about just reducing the numbers, it's investment in the UK's future and that of its people?
It is an investment in our children, their futures and our society and economy, and the strategy addresses some of the big challenges that we see, but also sets out the important ways that we will tackle the structural and root causes of why we see so many children access to work or childcare, all of which we will take action as a government to support families.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thanks to this government, 3,150 children in my constituency will be lifted out of poverty. We're starting to see free breakfast clubs being set up and Sure Starts are being revived. Under Tory governments, poverty goes up, but under Labour governments, it always comes down. So will she ensure that this government continues to drive down poverty and support families?
Madam Deputy Speaker, through rolling out breakfast clubs, expanding free school meals, expanding childcare and much more besides, this Labour government backs families, backs children to succeed, but we will also make sure that there are far, far fewer children growing up in poverty by the end of this Parliament than at the start, the biggest ever reduction since records began.
Chris Floor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I came into this place, I assumed it was a shared fundamental principle that this place was to ensure children had more than ourselves had. Whilst the opposition don't want to talk about the 900,000 children they plunged into poverty, may I commend the Secretary of State for her statement today that actually champions the life chances of children in Redditch, rather than using them as cheap, dehumanising political slogans for their own ends.
My honourable friend is right that too often children have been used as pawns in a political game to use political dividing lines where the evidence simply doesn't back up what the party opposite say. And I would also say that children in poverty and their families do not lack ambition and do not lack aspiration. They want the best for their children. They want better life chances than they themselves had enjoyed. And this Labour government will make sure children in Redditch and across our country get those opportunities.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Churches across my Shipley constituency see firsthand the impact of child poverty in their schools and communities. I recently visited the Shipley School Uniform Hub run by the Salvation Army, providing pre-loved uniforms to families who can barely afford the essentials. I congratulate my right honourable friend on the publication of the Child Poverty Strategy, which is bold and morally right, addressing both the causes and consequences of child poverty. Does she agree with me that delivering on this strategy will not only require action across government, but working in partnership with communities, in particular faith communities?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, and through the evidence of the task force, we heard from faith communities, from churches and others about what they are seeking to do to support families. I commend them for the work, the amazing volunteers and those who work in our communities to support children and families. But what I also heard loud and clear from many of them is that if children and families were not enduring such hardship and not enduring such poverty, they could also dedicate more time to important projects around areas like loneliness, around support for residents who are experiencing real disadvantage. They would much prefer to focus their efforts on areas where they can make a big difference. They shouldn't be having to step in where government fails, and that's why today's publication of the strategy marks an important step forward in government's responsibility to support working alongside our faith leaders and churches too.
Ron Davies.
Who received free school meals when both my parents were working. Free school meals gave me a helping hand, not a handout. Now 4,000 children in Telford are looking for the same, so they can contribute proudly to this country and its future. Can my right honourable friend tell me one reason why she believes that the party opposite wants to plunge 4,000 Telford children back into poverty?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the party opposite, as they have done over many, many years since they introduced many of these punishing changes around social security, are using our children as pawns to make a political argument that is not borne out by the evidence. Children in his community will benefit from the difference that a Labour government is making, whether that's lifting the two-child limit, expanding free school meals or improved childcare for families. And it's through his election to this place and through securing a Labour government last July that we are seeing this difference.
Sarah Russell.
174,000 children live in temporary accommodation at a cost of £2.2 billion. I welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to reducing those numbers, but even if they were reduced dramatically, there would still be a lot of children having safeguarding problems. 80 children died in temporary accommodation last year. Please, can she outline how she will facilitate better information sharing between services and local authorities, specifically with regard to children in temporary accommodation?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an enormous challenge, as my honourable friend identifies. We announced a clear pledge to prevent deaths caused by gaps in healthcare. We know some of the terrible outcomes that we see for children through poor quality accommodation. We are investing more. We're determined to bring that down. It will require a lot of us right across government to work on this, and the department, the MHCLG, will shortly be setting out their homelessness strategy with further measures to bring down the use of temporary accommodation and to support families.
Frank McNally.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I greatly welcome the child poverty strategy. More than 2,000 children in my constituency will benefit from the abolition of the two-child benefit cap, close to 100,000 in Scotland. It is a shocking reality, however, that there are 10,000 children in Scotland this Christmas languishing in temporary accommodation. The SNP have declared a housing emergency but done very little to address it. Can my right honourable friend outline what steps she can take to work with the Scottish Government, if necessary, to try and tackle this crisis head on?
Of course, through the development of the strategy, we've worked with governments right across the UK, but he is right to highlight the shocking and appalling legacy of years of SNP failure. That's why it is time for a new direction for Scotland with Anas Sarwar and Scottish Labour.
Paul Wall.
Madam Deputy
Speaker, when I visited Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Primary School recently, I asked the children in the Assembly to put up their hand if they had 2 or more brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a forest of hands went up. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that those kids are among the 5,000 kids in Rochdale who benefit from a Labour government very directly?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for all that he has done over many years to champion the life chances of children and to tackle these issues of child poverty. No child should suffer the consequences or the punishment of the 2-child limit for decisions that were taken beyond their control. And I am pleased that those families in his constituency and at Sacred Heart Primary will see a big difference to their life chances thanks to this Labour government.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was growing up in the 90s and noughties, I'd never heard of a food bank. There was something that simply didn't exist, and now there are over 3,000 in the country, including Hope for Belper in my own constituency. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that when the Conservatives talk about cutting £47 billion from public expenditure, that will hit the poorest worst? And can I also urge you to work at pace on the curriculum review, because one of the best levers we have to get people out of poverty is ensure that they've got the skills and resilience to succeed in the world of work.
Yes, I give my honourable friend that commitment. In paying tribute to the amazing people who volunteer in our food banks, in our community groups, our churches and in community organisations right across the country, I would just say that I look forward to the day where, as a Labour MP, I don't visit a new food bank to open it, I visit a food bank to close it down.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for her leadership and for all of her hard work at this point. The extent to which child poverty increased under the last government, and that it shifted so heavily towards children in a working family ought to be a source of shame for them, or if they were here to even hear it. And on behalf of the 2,430 children in mid-Cheshire who will benefit from lifting the 2-child cap, can I thank her for having the courage to pull that particular lever and make a huge and immediate difference to them in their future. Madam Deputy Speaker, 174,000 children living in temporary accommodation. Can she say more about how the forthcoming homelessness strategy will ensure that no child is accommodated in a bed and breakfast for longer than 6 weeks?
Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, and we know that a stay in temporary accommodation is linked to worse outcomes for children's health, for their education and for their futures. We will introduce a temporary accommodation notification system requiring local housing authorities to notify educational institutions, health visitors and GPs when a child is placed in temporary accommodation to make sure families are getting the support that they need. But of course we need to go further in bringing down the numbers of people living in temporary accommodation. We've made progress, there is more to do, and the homelessness strategy will follow shortly.
Saving the best till last, Josh Fenton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From loss of earnings to poor health outcomes, in 2023, Child Poverty Action Group estimated that had child poverty continued to rise as it was, it would have cost the economy £40 billion by 2027. I'm proud that not only have we stopped that rise, but we will see 550,000 fewer children in poverty by 2030, giving young people better futures. Can the Minister assure me that we will continue to invest in wiping out the root causes of poverty, not just invest in cleaning up the mess that it leaves? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will address the short-term challenges that we face, but we will also address the long-term structural challenges that have led us into the situation where so many children see their life chances blighted by avoidable poverty. We are investing in the future of our children. Now, some people say, and the party opposite say, that we can't afford to act, but we must act now. The consequences, the cost to our society are just too great.
That is the end of the statement on child poverty strategy. Point of order, Kirsty Brown.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the statement, I asked about the evaluation measures that would be used. The Secretary of State responded and said I hadn't welcomed the removal of the 2-child cap. In fact, I did explicitly and at length during my speech on the 27th of November in response to the budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, can you advise which ways I can get my question answered on how the child poverty strategy will be evaluated, rather than statements being made about stuff that I didn't say that I did actually say?
As an experienced Member of Parliament, the Honourable Member will know that she can seek advice from the Speaker's and the Clerk's office. She's no doubt got her point on the record, but that is not a point of order, but she's got her point most definitely on the record. I will allow the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Employment Rights Bill, consideration of Lord's message.
No.
Before we move to consideration of the Lord's message, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the Government's motion to insist on disagreement with the Lords in their Amendment 1B, but propose Amendments A and B in lieu, with which it will be convenient to consider all other motions as on the selection and grouping paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to return the Employment Rights Bill for the consideration of Lord's amendments for the third time. The Government's plan to make work pay, on which we were elected, and in which we commit to deliver the Employment Rights Bill, will bring employment rights legislation into the 21st century, extending the protections many British companies already offer their staff to all. By doing so, we will endeavour to end the unfair market competition where some firms seek to beat their competitors, not by better quality or increased value, but by cutting the pay and conditions of their workforce. That is why this bill is truly pro-business and pro-worker, pro-growth and pro-competition, the creation of a fair and flexible labour market for and a more competitive British economy. By delivering this change together, we'll back businesses who do the right thing, whilst give hard-working people the job security and opportunities that they deserve. That is why we must press ahead with the delivery. Too many workers are waiting too long to feel the benefits of these reforms. Too many businesses are facing the uncertainty of when this bill will become law and clarity on its implementation. The Government is seeking the support of this House so that we can secure royal assent and will finally be able to move towards implementing change. Firstly, I will speak on the Government amendments in lieu, which relate to unfair dismissal. In late November, I convened a series of constructive conversations between trade unions and business representatives. I'm extremely grateful for the positive and productive contribution of both sides of industry to that dialogue. It is a testimony to their leadership, and I thank them for it. I am pleased to report that we have come to a workable agreement with trade unions and business representatives on the unfair dismissal provisions. The Government's amendments in lieu will reduce the qualifying period for unfair dismissal from 24 months to 6 months, whilst maintaining existing day one protections against discrimination and automatically unfair grounds for dismissal. The implementation roadmap sets out that the changes related to unfair dismissal will come into force in 2027. These are timelines which businesses have been working towards. It is also important to limit the time that employees must wait for their rights to be strengthened, while implementing changes in a way that is manageable for business. That is why I am pleased to tell the House that the 6-month qualifying period for unfair dismissal protections will be brought in from the 1st of January 2027.
On that point.
I'll give way.
Thanks very much for giving way. I think you've done a remarkable job with regard to the Employment Rights Bill. However, it would be remiss of me to ask the Honourable Lady if indeed the New Deal for Working People stipulated quite clearly that employment rights from day one was sacrosanct. Then the legislation, then the manifesto pledge in 2024 said categorically to the British people that the manifesto pledge was day one rights for working people. Why has that changed?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and he will know that this bill is extremely close to my heart, as is that of many members in this chamber here today. It's something I've worked on for many years along with trade union colleagues, and of course the honourable member for Ashton underline. Achieving the best possible deal for working people is why I'm in this job, and why I want to ensure that trade unions were consulted every step of the way, alongside excellent business leaders who we know are absolutely crucial to delivering the growth our country desperately needs. This amendment that we've tabled today strikes a balance between delivering on our promises for working people up and down this country, whilst not being stuck in parliamentary limbo for another year. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I thank her for the work that she's personally done on the Employment Rights Bill. I think we would all agree that this has been stuck in limbo for some time, and we very much want to get this through. I met with representatives of the Usdaw Trade Union last week, not people at the top of the ladder, but actually shop stewards that they're literally on the shop floor, and they're really keen to get this through as soon as possible, and actually they feel this is the right compromise. Would she agree?
I thank the honourable friend for his contribution, and we reached this agreement with the unions in the room, and no one knows better what their members need than them. This is a significant step forward to put this bill into practice. I will give way.
Thank the Minister very much for giving way. In relation to Lord's Amendment 1, the duty is shifted to the employer to employee to request hours as opposed to being down to the employer for offering hours. What that means is that the employee can request hours and then the employer can cancel it at the last minute. Can the Minister please reassure me that provision and protection will be given to the workers to ensure if they're given hours that they're then compensated in the right way?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I will be talking to zero-hours contracts and ensuring that workers do have, it's about rebalancing, isn't it, that power that workers can have access to guaranteed hours if they need and want them, and I will be coming to that in my contributions later. Back to the introduction of the unfair dismissal protections that we'll be bringing in from the 1st of January 2027, and to outline our intention, which is to adopt a commencement approach which would, from that date, extend protections immediately to employees who already have 6 months service or more. For example, under this proposal, someone employed from today will gain protection against unfair dismissal on the 1st of January 2027. That's almost a full year earlier than under the current law, and other employees will gain protection once they reach 6 months service. For example, someone who starts work on the 1st of November 2027 will qualify for protection from unfair dismissal on the 1st of May 2027, International Workers' Day, 20 months earlier than under the current law. And this approach was taken in 1999 when the qualifying period was reduced from 2 years to 1 year. This approach will prevent a two-tier system where some people remain on a 2-year qualifying period and newly hired employees are subject to a 6-month qualifying period. The commencement of the unfair dismissal provisions will be set out in commencement regulations. I'm happy to commit to making these regulations early next year, implementing our commitment to commencement of 7. This change will benefit millions of working people who will gain greater security at work and will offer business and employers the flexibility to ensure new hires can do the job, get the skills to match, contribute to business success and build a stable and secure working life. To further strengthen these protections, the government amendments also ensure that unfair dismissal qualifying period can only be varied by a future government through primary legislation and that the compensation cap is removed. I know some businesses have expressed concerns about the agreement to lift the compensation cap, and I can tell the House we want to remove the scope for employment tribunal cases to be more complex and convoluted than they need to be. We need a tribunal system that works for employees and employers alike, that is not gummed up by process, unnecessary delay, nor bedevilled by bogus claims. Our aim is to make the tribunal system work more effectively and efficiently for all, so those judged to be unfairly dismissed get the compensation that they deserve, that the system works to resolve cases more speedily and to dismiss unfounded claims more urgently. As we review the tribunal system, in this spirit of partnership, we will work with businesses and trade unions to create a fairer, faster tribunal process. No committed employee should lack the protection that they deserve. No reasonable employer should fear the consequences of an unsubstantiated claim. For several other employment rights, the amount of compensation that can be awarded by a tribunal is limited by cross-referring to the unfair dismissal cap. So our amendments will ensure these consequential issues can be considered and dealt with effectively through secondary legislation. We know that security of work is critical for working families, and we're also acutely aware of the challenges that business face, and that's why we're committed to open and constructive dialogue with all stakeholders. If these changes are to create the conditions for lasting, fair and flexible labour laws, then dialogue and cooperation must be our watchwords. I hope the other place can place similar importance on that cooperation and let this bill, the product of a general election mandate and the goodwill of both business and trade unions, proceed to royal assent. These discussions and the workable compromise highlight the importance of participation, and I urge those listening today to engage with the consultations as set out in the implementation roadmap. I will now speak on the government amendments in lieu, which relate to zero-hours contracts and the right to guaranteed hours. Today we have tabled amendments which will provide a statutory duty to consult on the length of the initial reference period and the length and timings of subsequent reference periods before exercising the relevant powers. These amendments will ensure that vital stakeholders can have the opportunity to contribute before the lengths of the reference periods are determined by regulations that work for worker and employer alike. By delivering this change with the input of stakeholders, we will provide a fair and balanced approach. Turning to government amendments in lieu, amendments which relate to seasonal work. To help address fluctuating demand, the bill allows guaranteed hours offers to take the form of limited-term contracts, where reasonable. Today, the Government has tabled amendments which places statutory duty on the Government to consult before making any regulations to specify what counts as a temporary need. This means before any such regulations are introduced, employers, trade unions and other parts of civil society with interests in seasonal work will be fully consulted. Now, turning to the issue of political funds and the related government amendments in lieu. The Government remains committed to the repeal of the Trade Union Act 2016, which includes reinstating the long-standing practice that existed for 70 years before the 2016 Act, whereby new union members are automatically included as contributors to a political fund unless they choose to opt out. This returns us to arrangements that worked well for decades, removing bureaucratic red tape on trade unions that work against their core role of negotiation and dispute resolution in the interests of working people. We've heard the concerns around how opt-out notices would take effect, and we believe that today's amendments will refine that process. Under the pre-2016 legislation, an opt-out notice could only take effect on the 1st of January in the following year after it was given. Under the Government's amendment, opt-out notices will now have effect on either the 1st of January of the following year or on a day specified or determined in the rules of the Union, whichever of those dates come first. We are aware that in practice, prior to 2016, unions generally gave effect to opt-out notice before the subsequent 1st of January date anyway. This amendment affirms this flexibility under the legislation. We have also tabled an amendment which places a statutory duty on the Government to issue guidance within 3 months of this clause coming into effect. That will set out the kind of provision that unions should include in their rules about the timing of giving effect to opt-out notices. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the issue of industrial action ballot thresholds and related government amendments in lieu. As I have said, this Government wants to end disputes and conflict in the labour market. We want more trade union members to have a say in decisions about escalating disputes where they arise. We will repeal the 50% threshold and, as we have previously stated, align this with the establishment of non-postal balloting, including e-balloting, so that decisions about industrial action keep pace with the communication channels of modern life. Our amendments in lieu cements that intention by requiring the Secretary of State to have regard to any effects of the introduction of non-postal balloting, including e-balloting, on the proportion of those entitled to vote in industrial action ballots who actually do so. In having regard to the effects of e-balloting, the Government will monitor and assess the practical impact of non-postal balloting on participation rates in industrial action ballots, so that we'll be confident that modernising the means of balloting increases member participation. And in addition to this, we have tabled an amendment which will place a statutory duty on the Secretary of State to lay a statement before Parliament which demonstrates how the Government has had regard to non-postal balloting before making regulations to repeal the 50% threshold. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, I urge honourable members to support the Government motions before the House today, including a form a package that strengthens workplace rights, reflects the value we place on fair and flexible labour markets and demonstrates the Government's willingness to listen to concerns and act upon them. We place a premium on dialogue and compromise as key components in modern labour relations. We want to consign the narrow partisan, party political prejudice of previous decades to the dustbin of history and build instead a modern industrial relations framework that values partnership, dialogue, flexibility and fairness for all sides. Our amendments in lieu today fully reflect that approach, and in that light, I beg to move.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords in their Amendment 1B, but proposes Amendments A and B in lieu. And before I call the Shadow Secretary of State, colleagues should note that this debate has to conclude within the hour, which means it will finish at 7:55, so only a couple of backbenchers will get in. So speaking limits will be automatic at 8 minutes for backbenchers. I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the Chancellor stood at that dispatch box and delivered a budget which contained not a single measure to support growth. Today, in proposing the motion to disagree, the Minister has signed the warrant for a war on jobs. The honourable ladies at the dispatch box representing the government, but everyone knows it's the former Deputy Prime Minister who is calling the shots. We discovered this morning that Labour Together are already auditioning for the Prime Minister's replacement. Perhaps the Minister herself has an outside chance at the job. I think my money is probably more on the Right Honourable Member for Ashton under Lyme. Perhaps the Labour Party could have its first female Prime Minister just before we have our fourth. Given all this job insecurity, it's no wonder that they seem so keen on employment rights. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't a bill for employment rights. It's a charter for a jobless generation. Thanks to the measures in this bill, thousands of young people will struggle for opportunities because the rungs of the ladder have been sawn off. Since Labour entered office, 144,000 payrolled jobs have been wiped out. Manufacturing, the oil and gas sector, construction, hospitality, all unable to make ends meet due to higher energy and employment costs. The unemployment rate higher every month of this government. Half of the jobs lost belong to the under-25s. See, I'll happily give way if the member wants to talk about the jobs lost in his own constituency.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Will he actually acknowledge that employment under this Labour government is higher than it was under the last Conservative government, with an average of 75%? And will he therefore apologise for his comments?
Andrew Griffiths.
Well, under the Conservative government, we improved the number of people in work. Unemployment fell to a record level. Since this government's taken office, every single month unemployment has been higher. Half of those jobs that have been lost belong to the under-25s. Youth unemployment, does anyone want to talk about what the youth unemployment rate is? 15% now under this government, and the number of young people who are not in education, employment or training has gone up by 25,000 on their watch before the impact of this disastrous bill. So the government claims to support workers, but their first legislative achievement will be to make more young people unemployed. How is that something that any member of this House could possibly support? So who is this bill really for? Well, the clue, as I said before, is in the text itself. It mentions maternity rights just 3 times, but the word union, and no one's declared their interest on that side, Madam Deputy Speaker, it mentions the word union 478 times. The union right to roam, scrapping the turnout threshold on union strike ballots, more pay time off for union reps, automatic deduction of union political funds, businesses to hand out government-written pro-union will become far more common. But don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. Well, the Secretary of State is chuntering from a sedentary position, but perhaps he'd like to listen to his colleague, the Health Secretary, who just last week said he'd had it with the unions. The last thing that patients need this winter is strike action. Back in July, the Health Secretary was citing the silent majority of doctors who didn't vote for strike action. My colleagues in the other place merely request that a strike ballot requires the turnout of 50% of the workforce. By rejecting this amendment, the Minister is allowing minorities to shut down hospitals, education establishments and public transport, whilst the silent majority of members are ignored. We should take a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, to welcome the fact that the government has U-turned on day one rights. After months of relentlessly campaigning and a complete clear-out of departmental ministers, the government shame that. I told them it was unworkable. Business told them it was unworkable. It's just a shame it took so long. Just hours before the U-turn, the Prime Minister's official spokesman was telling journalists that they would overturn all attempts to water down day one rights. A Prime Minister without a backbone, who doesn't know his own mind, causing a year of uncertainty for employers and workers alike. But let's keep that. I'll happily talk about the Prime Minister's lack of backbone.
For workers. I just gently point out to him that Conservative ministers promised more than 20 times to deliver an employment bill, and having broken their promise to working people in this country, maybe he wants to talk a bit more about that and talk about the constituents that he speaks to who are in insecure work that his government did nothing about while this government acts.
Well, if acting, I just say respectfully to the honourable member, if acting is to raise unemployment, to cost young people their jobs and make sure that employers are not hiring and that we've got the worst graduate market for a generation, then bring that on. If that's what he came here to do, then I'm surprised at that. But let's keep this U-turn in perspective. It removes just one paragraph on just one page. Madam Deputy Speaker, instead of a 330-page bad bill, it's now a 329-page bad bill. Instead of the chainsaw that was needed, the government has wielded a pair of toddler safety scissors. And there's more. The removal of long-accepted caps on awards that can be made by employment tribunals, inserted with no impact assessment, no prior consultation, and the most last-minute of last-minute additions. Completely irregular, disrespectful to this House and to the other place. It will be ruinously expensive for small businesses, and in the public sector, it will leave the taxpayer on the hook for huge payouts for managers' failures at the expense of frontline services. The Independent Growth Commission reports today that that could be an additional $15 billion to the economy alone. I look forward to seeing what the OBR next thinks of that when they downgrade productivity. The Employment Tribunal, as the Minister said, is already 2 years long in backlog. This will make it a whole lot worse. Employers are all too familiar with being held to ransom by spurious claims. If you thought one woman's £50,000 payout after being compared in the workplace to Darth Vader was expensive, just wait until the Chancellor finds out what her colleagues have been saying about her. Dan Pollard, a partner at law firm Boston Speechley, said this development is frankly undoubtedly make the UK a significantly less attractive place to base staff within Europe. The measures in this job-killing bill have been written with absolutely no understanding of how business actually works. So as well as voting against the motion that moves to infinite employment tribunal payouts, we'll be voting today in favour of flexible hours, in favour of seasonal work, against removing the turnout threshold on strike ballots, and against a subscription trap for workers on union political funds that none of the members opposite would accept in any other private sector domain. Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation is nothing less than a charter for national decline. It's a back to the 1970s bill which will do precisely that. It sacrifices the job prospects of our children and grandchildren just to help rattle the donation tin with their union paymasters. The government's U-turned once, admitting that their day one fantasy was a disaster, but changing one measure does not salvage this devastating bill. The Minister must know the damage she is doing to business and the economy. The Secretary of State must stop bowing to the left on his own benches, start listening to the job creators who provide the jobs we need, and shelve this unemployment bill today.
Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Shadow Secretary of State, of course, I declare an interest as a trade union member. And like millions of people who have been wanting this bill for many years, and as my honourable friend said, the Conservatives failed to deliver after promise after promise, I'm really pleased that we've got to this point now. I'm frustrated by the delay that we've had. So I welcome what my honourable friend, the Minister, and her contribution, and the Secretary of State for getting us this far, and hopefully those on the opposite benches will no longer frustrate what was a key manifesto pledge from us. And we've seen the decline, and you can tell which side the Shadow Secretary of State is on. It's very clear. We've been really clear. We're pro-business and pro-worker. And there's many, many good businesses here in the UK who welcome this bill and recognise the importance of giving people job security and fairness at work. If you're on a zero-hour contract, you cannot plan for the future. You do not know what's going to happen from one week to the next. That's not fair and reasonable for many workers here in the UK. And I say to the Shadow Secretary of State, I met more businesses that absolutely understand that there has to be a fair balance, and I think we've struck the right deal here, and I welcome the changes that have been brought forward, especially in particular with the timescales. Of course, the original deadline was October 27 because of the complexities. With the changes that have been welcomed with the trade unions and with business, we can now bring that forward. So instead of frustrating these measures, people can have those rights that they absolutely deserve and what they've needed. And in this context, for Government Amendment 20F, A and B, reducing the qualifying period for workers to gain protection from unfair dismissal for 6 months, I know ministers had faced difficult decisions and difficult discussions with the employers and worker representatives, but I know strongly, I strongly believe that the work that has been done has been necessary and we should be able to move forward now. And I thank the Minister for her work on that as well. And for those in the other place, Madam Deputy Speaker, I say there is now no more time to waste. Vested interests worked with the Tories and the Lib Dems and cheered on by Reform and backed by the Greens to resist the manifesto on which we were elected. And now there can be no excuses. We have a mandate for a new deal for working people, and we must and we will deliver it. That includes replacing exploitative zero-hour contracts with an offer of guaranteed hours. For low-paid workers, Madam Deputy Speaker, the security of knowing what they'll earn is not just a nice-to-have, it's a basis on which they can plan their lives. And I know the Minister will have them foremost in her mind when considering the low-hours threshold and definition of regular work. These rights will not just operate on paper, but in practice too. That's why we need robust fines for employers who illegally deny unions the opportunity to meet with workers or lawfully seek recognition. We must ensure that they cannot simply defy the law and shrug off a paltry fine. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been a battle to pass this bill, but progress is always a struggle that we fought for. Its passage will be a historic achievement for this Labour government. It will benefit working people now and into the future. Now is not the time to blink or buckle. Let's not waste a minute more. It's time to deliver.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Ashton-under-Lyne. As this bill progressed through Parliament, the Liberal Democrats have welcomed many of the principles underpinning this legislation, and we are keen to see this bill progress. We've welcomed the fact that the bill increases support for carers, that it boosts statutory sick pay, and that it gives workers on zero-hours contracts more certainty. We're clear that there's a lot in this bill that we support in principle and which moves us in the right direction. But we're also clear that these changes must happen in a fair and practical way that truly benefit workers, small businesses and our economy as a whole. And that is very much how we're approaching the amendments being discussed in today's debate. First and foremost, we're glad to see that the Government has finally agreed to set the qualifying period for unfair dismissal claims at 6 months. This is a fair and sensible shift that will equally benefit workers and business. Employers finally have been given the necessary clarity to make hiring decisions with confidence, and we've avoided the danger of unnecessarily slowing down the labour market even further, which would have deprived so many people of vital employment opportunities. So we are proud that Liberal Democrats in the House of Lords were instrumental in securing this crucial improvement to the bill. However, it is disappointing that the Government has effectively hijacked this breakthrough in order to abolish the cap on compensation for unfair dismissal at the last minute. The Minister will be well aware that abolishing the cap was not agreed in recent negotiations between employer groups, trade unions and the Government. I believe that most businesses would have been happy for the cap to have been increased, but completely scrapping it without any form of consultation or negotiation has understandably left employers feeling deeply worried and facing yet another nasty surprise. There is real worry among businesses that doing away with the cap, which currently stands at £118,000, risks undoing much of the progress achieved by the 6-month compromise, creating open-ended liabilities and encouraging litigious behaviour. I would expect the Minister to agree that no one wants to see failed water company bosses jamming up the already strained tribunal system seeking eye-watering payouts. More broadly, one has to reflect on how the government's approach to this last-minute change affects the relationship between government, businesses and workers. Does the Minister not understand that springing this change onto us at the 11th hour undermines business confidence and unnecessarily strains labour relations? We on these benches had hoped that today we could be supporting the government in setting the qualifying period at 6 months, but in light of this abrupt change, supporting this amendment in its current form simply isn't possible. At the very least, will the Minister listen to concerned businesses and to commit to setting a new higher cap through secondary legislation following consultation with all the relevant stakeholders? Happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I am, perplexed and confused by what I'm hearing, and I wonder if the honourable member appreciates that by moving the goalposts once again and delaying this crucial bill once again, she is leaving an open goal for unscrupulous employers.
Keener to see this bill pass than the Liberal Democrats, and we have repeatedly worked with government to try and express our concerns. We would be supporting this amendment today were it not for this lifting of the compensation cap being snuck in at the last minute. We would absolutely be supporting that amendment today. But for this last-minute change that has not been part of any conversation that we have been having with government ministers in the other place, and that is why we will be abstaining on this amendment today. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
The honourable member for giving way. She seems to be under the misapprehension that the lifting of the cap wasn't agreed as part of the negotiation on the compromise. It was. Perhaps she'd like to revise her remarks.
I will not revise my remarks. We have been speaking to business groups, many business groups who were in the room with the minister, and they have told us that it was not part of the agreement, and that is why the fact that it is in this amendment has taken everyone by surprise, and we will not be supporting it today.
I thank her for giving way. She's just said that she's been informed by business groups who are in the negotiations that this measure was not agreed. Will she name them?
I will not name them, but the Minister will know. The Minister will know who was in the room with her, and that is what they have told us, and that is what I am reflecting in my comments today. Turning to 0 hours contracts. I'll give way.
Over to the spokesperson giving way. One way this would have been helpful if there was an impact assessment carried out so that everyone could see exactly what the impact of removing the cap would be. Would she agree with me?
Sarah Olney.
I would agree with that. My point here is that this last-minute change that has been sprung upon us here in this place and the business groups that engaged in good faith with the government on this particular point, on this particular amendment, the fact that this is a last-minute change that we were not expecting and that the business groups are not expecting is why we will not be supporting it today. Yes.
I thank the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for giving way, and with respect, I was in the room as part of these negotiations with business representatives and with trade unions, and I thank them again for their constructive dialogue and leadership that they showed throughout these numerous days of conversation and dialogue. And I can confirm that the compensation cap was agreed in the room and was discussed. So I would ask the Liberal Democrat spokesperson to reflect on her comments. I was in the room, with due respect, she was not, and that is a true reflection of what was discussed and what was agreed.
I take the Minister's comments. What I would say is we were not expecting to see this in this amendment today, and that is why we will not be supporting it. Turning to 0 hours contracts, Liberal Democrats strongly believe in giving all workers security over their working patterns, and we are deeply concerned that too many struggle with unstable incomes, job insecurity and difficulties in planning for the future. However, we have repeatedly reminded the government that adaptability in shift patterns is often hugely valuable, for example, to those balancing caring responsibilities or their studies alongside work. It is therefore important to strike a balance that ensures workers can have both security and flexibility. Since the bill's introduction, many small businesses have highlighted that having to offer employees fixed hours contracts on a rolling basis could impose significant costs and administrative burdens on their limited resources, compounding other challenges, such as the increase in employers' national insurance contributions, charging national insurance on salary sacrifice schemes, and the fallout from the previous government's damaging Brexit deal. And while we advocated for what we think would have been a fairer and less onerous system based on giving workers a right to request fixed hours, Liberal Democrats are pleased that the government has at least moved in the right direction through Amendment 1B. requiring the Secretary of State to consult businesses and relevant stakeholders on the length of the initial guaranteed hours reference period will at least give affected businesses and workers a stronger voice in designing the new system. However, happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. She's talked about the potential for added burden on employers by scrapping exploitative zero-hours contracts, something that Liberal Democrat peers in the other place also made reference to during that debate. But I wondered if she'd perhaps like to reflect on the huge burden on workers of exploitative zero-hours contracts and the financial uncertainty and insecurity that it brings to their lives, including the lives of some of her constituents.
I do agree with the honourable gentleman, but that is why we need the balance. We need to ensure that workers have the right to request a permanent contract if that is what works for them. But the onerousness on businesses of having to track hours over a course of time, when the employee themselves may value the opportunity that the zero-hours contract offers, is precisely what we are tackling with this amendment. Happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Representing a seat which has one of the highest levels of zero hours and insecure work in the country, I'm not sure how that compares to my honourable friend's constituency. If someone in my constituency requested a full-time contract and then was turned down because it's only a right to request, how would that deliver them justice?
Absolutely. I thank the honourable member for his point. I think what we're trying to affect the balance here is to ensure that the burdens on employers for having to create jobs is managed at the level whereby I entirely accept the honourable gentleman's point, but it's about ensuring that there is employment in the first place before we can ensure people's rights. But I do entirely accept the point that he's making. But if we are to place these burdens on employers to be having to track the hours that numerous employees are working, will add to the costs that employers incur in order to take them on, and that is precisely the sort of thing that then discourages employers from creating jobs. Yeah.
The intervention is made. I assume the intervention will be short, and I say to Ms Olney we only got 30 minutes left in the debate, so I assume she's coming to a conclusion soon. Chris Blow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank you, the Honourable Lady, for letting me intervene. She must realise, though, it's macroeconomic conditions, not improving employment rights, that affect a company. What is certain is that when people have zero-hour contracts, when things like the downturn happen in the recession, they can't pay their mortgages because they can't get the money that they need in. She talks about the burdens on businesses. What about the people who can't even pay their basic bills because of the exploitative contracts that they're on?
The goal, I believe, of the Employment Rights Bill should be to strengthen the economy for all so that we can get better employment conditions for everybody. And I strongly believe that we need to strike the right balance here so we can support the economy as a whole. I'm going to make some progress, bearing in mind what the Deputy Speaker has just said to me. Zero-hours workers and businesses need far more clarity. So can the Minister at least clarify on the floor of the House what is the Government's intended duration of subsequent reference periods? And I hope that after scrapping compensation caps, the Government will be a bit more transparent with stakeholders when it comes to flexible work. One amendment which I'm happy to welcome is that on seasonal work. Many businesses, such as in the farming and agricultural sector, depend on recruiting the right people at the right time. Any obstacles to hiring seasonal workers could have a significant impact, exacerbating the long list of challenges they already face. Hospitality firms such as pubs, cafes and restaurants also often rely on seasonal workers and are particularly vulnerable to any regulatory changes that make it harder or more expensive to access the talent they need. And of course, all those employed as seasonal workers, whether in farming, hospitality or elsewhere, deserve reassurance that their work won't dry up. Last time the bill was debated in the Commons, I spoke in favour of measures that would improve the clarity of the legislation with regard to seasonal work, and I'm glad that the Government has made progress. Therefore, we're glad to support Amendment 48B, which will ensure that businesses relying on seasonal work and bodies representing seasonal workers will be properly consulted when secondary legislation is drawn up. Businesses across the country, especially our SMEs, are struggling with unprecedentedly high costs, such as the Government's unfair national insurance rise, sky-high commercial energy bills and a broken business rates system. Struggling businesses means fewer jobs and lower pay, so it's absolutely clear that we must look for ways to support local businesses and all that rely on them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The limit is 5 minutes. Justin Madders.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all declare my register of financial interest, an election donation from us, Door Trade Union, also my membership of the G&B and Unite Trade Unions. I also declare an interest as someone who represented working people before I came into this place, as someone who really wants to see this bill come into law. I also declare an interest as someone who wants to see my constituents get some decent protections at work after so long. So this has to be it, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has to be the line in the sand. This bill was introduced over a year ago, and the delays have been so long now in the Lords for 9 months that even our very modest SSP proposals are at risk of being delayed. So the message has to be, this is enough to the Lords. This is a clear manifesto commitment, and it pains me that we have had to jettison one of those to get this over the line, but I understand why that's had to happen, and I commend the Minister for finding a way through this, because this really matters to my constituents. I think what she said about employment tribunals is really important as well. There's an awful lot more work we need to do there to make sure that people do enjoy real justice. But the Lords cannot keep coming back because they don't like what is in this bill, because this is a promise that we made to the British people, and we have to deliver on it. We have to let democracy win. If the Lords block it again, let them explain to the 7 million people who will benefit from day one SSP rights that they still have to go into work when they're ill because they can't get them because the bill's been delayed. Let them explain to the father denied day one rights to paternity leave if he has a child after April that he can't do that because the Lords have blocked it again, and let them explain why we can't have a Fair Work Agency, which is something even the Tories used to promise was something that they needed to deliver as well. So let's meet every day until Christmas, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Lords block this again. Let's keep going back. Let's show some steel. Let's show that we're not going to let this bill lie in the sand for too much longer. And the Lords complained about having to work extra hours. Let's advise them to join a trade union if they want better conditions.
On that point,
I will, yeah.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Does he agree with me that this bill is the foundation for good industrial relations in this country? The best uplift to workers' rights in a generation. And therefore, does he agree with me that it's surprising that not a single member of the Scottish Nationalist Party are in this chamber to debate workers' rights in this country?
Well, we can always have a dig at the SNP, but I think the real enemies here have been the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, the Tories, the Reform members who voted against this consistently. They're the ones who made us get to this point. And I just have to pick up. I'm not going to give way anymore because we haven't got much time. But I want to pick up on what the Liberal Democrat spokesperson said about the compensation. I accept what the minister said at the dispatch box, and I hope that when she checks back, she will be able to instruct her Lords that this was actually part of the deal, and the Lords should not block this any longer. I think it's also telling that she's only spoken to businesses, not trade unions, about what was agreed. I think that shows which side they are on. And it has to be pointed out that unfair dismissal compensation limits are not actually operated that often. Most people's claims are much lower than that, and it is about people who've been unfairly dismissed. Most people who would benefit from this tend to be people who are much older workers who haven't got any employability in the job market, sadly. That's who the people really going to benefit from a uplift in the compensation, not bad water bosses, because you still have to be unfairly dismissed, and I suspect many of them would struggle to show that they had been treated unfairly. So let's make sure that we do get this delivered now. Let's make sure that we maintain vigilance across the whole agenda, and that means on access, proper meaningful access, not stuck in a shed somewhere far away from where workers are, with serious fines linked to turnover for those who don't play by the rules. It means on fire and rehire, no loopholes, proper deterrents. The companies think it's just not worth even going there. We don't want to see those P&O scenes repeated anywhere. And it also means holding firm on some of the nonsense that we're still hearing today about 0 hours contracts. People seem to be able to have a problem with fixed term contracts and 0 hours contracts being completely different things, but there's been a lot of conflation there, I'm sad to say. But also, this is important to note, it's about what comes next, because the Make Work Pay agenda isn't just this bill. Let's get this bill over the line, let's get it delivered, let's get all the important regulations implemented, but there are so many other important things that we need to tackle in our workplace in this country, in particular bogus self-employment. and that is going well beyond the gig economy. It is in fact an epidemic, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is so important that we tackle that. It will level the playing field, allowing good employers to compete fairly. It will create more security at work, and of course it actually might lead us to have a greater tax rate if people are actually employed on proper terms and conditions. Further down the line, we've got to tackle unfair dismissal law. It's half a century old now. That desperately needs updating as well, but that's for another day. We have debated this bill over a year now. It is about time the Lords accepted the democratic mandate that we have got to deliver this bill. So let's get it over the line and let's get delivering for working people in this country.
Antonia Banks.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to draw attention to my register of members' interest, my membership of Unite and the kind support of ASLEF and the GMB for my election campaign. This Employment Rights Bill is our promise to working people on its way to being fulfilled, thanks in no small part to my right honourable friend, the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, and the person who spoke before me, my honourable friend, the member for Ellesmere Port and Bromborough. Today, I'm so glad to see ministers put forward their amendments reflecting the constructive negotiations between themselves, unions, including my former employers at the TUC, and business associations, because that is how we roll in the Labour movement. We get round a table, we talk, we come to a deal, and we move forward. That's the right way to do things when people don't agree. And to be clear, unions negotiated this deal with my honourable friend, the member for Halifax, and it has my support. Today, I won't let the best be the enemy of the good. Cutting the qualifying period for unfair dismissal from 2 years to 6 months will benefit 6.35 million workers, disproportionately young workers, ethnic minority workers, and an astonishing 36% of hospitality workers. New figures based on government data produced today to tell us about the impact this bill is going to have. Removing the cap on unfair dismissal compensation means workers will be able to get what they deserve, and bad bosses can't price in the cost of ignoring the law. The timing, I was so glad to hear the clarity on the timing today from my honourable friend as well. To be clear, our opinions haven't changed, our opinions on the principle haven't changed. What is needed now is practicality to make sure the bill moves forward. As we move it forward, make sure you notice who's opposed. I would expect nothing less of the Tories. I would expect the Lib Dems to remember their total opposition to the Trade Union Act in 2016, including their opposition to changes to the political fund rules and their opposition at that time, but apparently no longer, to the ballot thresholds, the undemocratic ballot thresholds that create a higher bar for trade unions than anyone else in society. And I would gently remind their spokesperson that right to request worked so well for flexible working that flexible working doesn't work, and we're having to fix it with this bill. And yet she proposes to bring in an unworkable right to request instead of a guaranteed right to a decent hours contract. I'll take no lectures from the Greens. What a shame they're not here. I'll take no lectures from the Greens, letting their peers vote whichever way they want on something this important. And as for Reform UK, pretending to be the representatives of working class people, but voting against their interests at every turn. So I say to the other place, it is time to pass this bill, to make work pay, to deliver the rights that were promised and voted for in our manifesto, the rights that millions have waited far too long to see. Thank you very much.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I draw honourable members' attention to my entry in the Register of Members' financial interests in relation to support from trade unions, of which I am proud. I agree with the right honourable member from Ashton-under-Lyne that this is a transformational piece of legislation, but it's been weakened. And so I wish to speak to my motion to restore day one rights on unfair dismissal. I've tabled a motion to reject the Lords' amendments, and the Government has since tabled a motion to adopt a 6 months qualification period. And I do commend the remarks of the Noble Lord Collins in the other place, who, on speaking to issues relating to unfair dismissal, these are areas clearly linked to our manifesto commitments, which the government have an electoral mandate to deliver. We remain committed to delivering unfair dismissal protections. Day one protection for unfair dismissal will not remove the ability of businesses to dismiss people who cannot do their job or pass a probation period, but it will tackle cases of unfair dismissal in which hard-working employees are sacked without good reason. He makes a very good speech, and that was on the 17th of November, just a short time ago. So after the budget, the government rapidly announced it would not deliver its clear promise of day one protection. There may be debate about other manifesto pledges, but on this, the breach is unmistakable. Shadow ministers, now ministers, including the Prime Minister, called day one rights the foundation of the largest uplift in employment protections for a generation. Yet that promise is now being set aside. We are told the shift from 2 years to 6 months protection reflects a negotiated balance between unions and businesses, with ministers standing back. I do not accept that characterisation. Unions were effectively told, accept 6 months or face years of delay to every other day one right and to the Fair Work Agency, whilst the House of Lords obstructed the elected government's programme. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Salisbury Convention applies. The unelected chamber should not block mandates, and the government should not capitulate to such pressure. With a majority of this scale, the authority lies in this House. Ministers who can intervene overnight to quite rightly save the steel industry can intervene to honour a manifesto commitment. We on this side campaign for the full package. We would vote for all provisions of the Employment Rights Bill without any dilution. I'll happily give way.
John MacDonald.
We've worked on this legislation for over 20 years. So I just want to put on the record to my constituents that I wish to abide by the manifesto commitment of day one rights, and I believe it's a breaking of a promise not to. However, there'll be other matters that will be consulted on now, and that some of the Lords may take confidence that the government have accepted this. Can we send a message to them? We will not in any way compromise any further on this legislation, and that we will dig in, and as my honourable member says, we'll sit as long as possible if necessary to see it through.
I agree wholeheartedly with my right honourable friend, and I think this episode highlights again flaws of the upper house. But even with the convention of double insistence, this concession goes too far. I will happily give way.
Thanks very much for giving way. My honourable friend was one of the authors of the New Deal for Working People, which insisted the most critical part of this employment rights bill would be employment rights from day one. Does my honourable friend agree with me on that point?
Well, absolutely. And added to that, we've got no decent employer should fear any of these measures. Rogue employers were warned that exploitation and arbitrary dismissal would end. But under the compromise, a bad employer may still dismiss someone without reason or justification.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will indeed.
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend because the point he is making is that this isn't about fair dismissal but unfair dismissal. And does he agree that people who will experience most discrimination will be disabled workers, young workers and ethnic minority workers?
Well, absolutely right. But under this compromise, a bad employer may still dismiss someone without reason or justification. A worker could leave secure employment in good faith only to be summarily dismissed with no protection or explanation months into a new role. No, I'll carry on. This debate has been muddied by talk of probation. We never proposed abolishing probation periods. They are proper and necessary. But no system should allow dismissal without cause for blatantly unfair reasons. At present, workers can still be dismissed without cause, nearly 2 years into a job, and under this compromise, almost half a year in, with a mortgage to pay and family to support. This climb down cast doubt on the government's resolve and determination to deliver all of the elements of the new deal for working people in full. Worse still, emboldened opponents of the workers' rights reform will return for more. They will undoubtedly attempt to weaken the bill through secondary legislation. Major businesses are already signalling that they will use consultations to soften, delay or carve out core protections. Their language about burdens, balance and flexibility is not commentary, but a coordinated push to reshape the settlement. And I say to my colleagues on the front bench, be bold, take heart. The thing that was missing from this bill was the single status of workers reform. If we were to take courage in our hands and deal with that issue, we would resolve matters to the tune of collecting uncollected tax and national insurance to the tune of £10 billion per annum, as well as giving people security of employment, and think about the lack of pull factor going into the black economy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if this legislation is to deliver a new deal for working people, this House must ensure the back door is not opened to dismantle it. I urge ministers, even now, to reconsider, because they are making a profound mistake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know I only have a few minutes, so I will try to respond as quickly as I can to comments from colleagues across this House, and I thank everybody for their reflections today. Responding to the Shadow Minister, I do not recognise the figures he mentions, and I'd urge honourable members to really reflect carefully on the figures that he did mention today in this debate. I would have thought he'd have learned the terrible lessons from his former boss, Liz Truss, and I know my constituents are still paying the price for the impacts of that budget, but now he's quoting a growth commission that has Liz Truss as an advisor, and I will leave it at that. The Tories had 14 years to adapt to the way the world of work has changed, and in 14 years they did nothing to tackle exploitative zero-hours contracts. They barely acknowledged the existence of the gig economy. They saw the impact of COVID on our key workers and the limits of statutory sick pay and decided to do nothing. The world of work has changed an enormous amount in the last 20 years, and the party opposite seem to be telling us that the system is working as intended. And I say it isn't. I say it needs change, and it needs the Employment Rights Bill. To my right honourable friend, right honourable member for Ashton-under-Lyne, and I thank her for her leadership and all her work on the Employment Rights Bill and on our wider package for working people. I know she's keen to see the limit, the time that employees must wait for fair rights to be strengthened, and we share her desire for employees to benefit as soon as possible from this bill, which is why it's so important that we get it on the statute books and implemented as soon as possible. And I thank her for her reflections and remarks today. The government's amendments in lieu are a result of dialogue and of compromise. Business and unions preferring to go the extra mile to find solutions and not just insisting on their own positions and disregarding all of the perspectives. I thank my colleagues for their reflections, and I'm pleased that we have been able to provide a workable agreement with trade unions and with businesses' representatives on the unfair dismissal provisions. I have 2 minutes left, so I need to proceed. Our amendments in lieu, I've talked in detail about our intentions with this legislation. I know honourable friends have good intentions with their amendments today, but I will stress that our amendments tabled as a package reflect that agreement reached by and between business representatives and trade unions in a collaborative and constructive process. We want to bring this bill to a conclusion so that it benefits millions of British workers, so they can benefit from the new rights that this bill will deliver. From April next year, extending statutory sick pay, parental leave, and setting up the Fair Work Agency so that it has the enforcement rights that it needs, and for business to start preparing for implementation with certainty. I thank again all members in the House for their contributions today. I know that sadly, despite the persuasive arguments from my colleagues, some members across the House will continue to oppose better rights for working people. However, after 14 years of letting workers' rights rot, the economy stagnate and living standards fall, I'm proud to be showing what Labour in power looks like. The biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation. A relentless focus on growing our economy and making working people better off, raising living standards in every corner of the country. And while Reform and the Conservatives, Reform who aren't here, show themselves to be two sides of the same anti-worker, anti-growth coin, it is Labour that is fixing the foundations of our economy. The government is making work pay again in a way that suits the 21st century. It is a restoration of rights lost in a manner fit for the future. It will create security and opportunity for everyone, no matter their background. And it is of paramount importance that we get this bill onto the statute books so it can start delivering for businesses and workers as soon as possible. I urge all members on both sides of this House to carefully consider the amendments we have proposed and hope they feel able to support our position. I beg to move.
Order. Under the programme order of 15th of September, I now must put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion proceeding on the Lord's message. The question is that the House insists on its disagreement with the Lords in their Amendment 1B, but proposes Amendments A and B in lieu. As many of the opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Colleagues should be seated. Mr. Lavery. The question is as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Jake Richards and Imogen Walker. Tell us for the noes are Andrew Snowden and Gregory Stafford. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 327. The noes to the left, 96.
The ayes to the right, 327. The noes to the left, 96. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the government motion relating to the Lord's reason 120F as set out on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords in their amendments 23 and 106 to 120, but does not insist on its amendments 120C, 120D and 120E, and proposes amendments A to F to the bill in lieu of Lords' amendments 23 and 106 to 120. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Position, clear the lobby. You'll notice that I'm standing and should be seated. Miss Wendy Morton, Mr. Jeremy Wright. Well, let's keep going. The question is as on the order papers. Many of the opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Jake Richards and Imogen Walker, and tellers for the noes are Andrew Snowden and Gregory Stafford. Order.
The ayes to the right, 300. The noes to the left, 96.
The ayes to the right, 300. The noes to the left, 96. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion relating to Lord's Amendment 48B, as set out on the notice paper. I'll call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords in their Amendment 48B, but proposes Amendments A and B in lieu of Lord's Amendment 48B. As made that opinion, say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Where the lobby? Colleagues near the green benches should be seated. Colleagues at the far end should be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As made in that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Jake Richards and Imogen Walker. Tellers for the noes are Andrew Snowden and Gregory Stafford. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 395. The noes to the left, 98.
It's closing. The gap's closing.
We had them in hiding. The ayes to the right, 395. The noes to the left, 98. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the government motion relating to Lord's Amendments 72D to 72H. As set out on the notice paper, I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House does not insist on its Amendment 72C in lieu of Lord's Amendments 61 and 72, but disagrees with the Lords in their Amendments 72D to 72H in lieu and proposes Amendments A and B in lieu of Lord's Amendments 72D and 72H. As main that opinion, say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Petition, declare the lobby.
Is that this House does not insist on its Amendment 72C in lieu of Lord's Amendments 61 and 72, but disagrees with the Lords in their Amendments 72D to 72H in lieu and proposes Amendments A and B in lieu of Lords Amendments 72D to 72H. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Jake Richards and Imogen Walker. The tellers for the noes, Gregory Stafford and Andrew Snowden.
The ayes to the right, 326. The noes to the left, 162.
The ayes to the right were 326. The noes to the left, 162. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the government motion relating to Lord's Reasons 62D, as set out on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords in their Amendment 62, but does not insist on its Amendment 62C in lieu, and proposes Amendment A in lieu of Lord's Amendment 62. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Imogen Walker and Jake Richards. The tellers for the noes, Gregory Stafford and Andrew Snowden.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 327. The noes to the left, 162.
The ayes to the right were 327, the noes to the left 162, so the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. That concludes proceedings on the Employment Rights Bill. Point of order, Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the previous debate on the Employment Bill, I intervened on the Secretary of State. I should have declared an interest with regards to my support from the trade union movement, of which I'm extremely proud. For that, I humbly apologise.
Can I thank the honourable member for having corrected the record and put his interest on the record.
Planning and Infrastructure Bill, consideration of Lord's message.
Now. Before we move to consideration of the Lord's message, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We now come to the government motion relating to Lord's Amendment 33. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House does not insist on its disagreement to Lord's Amendment 33, but instead proposes an amendment to the said Lord's Amendment. Madam Deputy Speaker, today is a pivotal day because, subject to agreement from this House and in due course the other place on a single remaining issue, the Government's landmark planning and infrastructure bill will have completed all its stages and will therefore shortly become law. That moment will be a hugely significant one for our economy because this legislation will facilitate a step change in the delivery of the new homes and critical infrastructure our country so desperately requires. Let me briefly remind the House once again why this bill is so important. When it comes to house building and the provision of major economic infrastructure, the status quo has demonstrably failed. The process of securing consent for nationally significant infrastructure projects is far too slow and uncertain and is constraining economic growth and undermining our energy security. The current approach to development and the environment too often sees both sustainable house building and nature recovery stall. In exercising essential local democratic oversight, planning committees clearly don't operate as effectively as they could, and local planning authorities do not have adequate funding to deliver their services. The compulsory purchase order process is patently too slow and cumbersome, and development corporations are not equipped to operate in the way we will need them to in the years ahead. And it's abundantly clear to Madam Deputy Speaker that the lack of effective mechanisms for cross-boundary strategic planning mean that we cannot address development and infrastructure needs across sub-regions as well as we otherwise might. We can and we must do things differently, and this bill will enable us to do so. That is why we have been so determined to ensure we can make use of its provisions as soon as possible, and why I am delighted that following today's debate, it is expected to return for a final time to the other place before becoming law. To that end, I hope honourable and right honourable members will now lend their support to Amendment 33A. Before I turn to the detail of that amendment, I'd like to put on record once again my profound thanks to Baroness Taylor for so ably guiding the bill through its House of Lords stages and for undertaking such broad and extensive engagement with peers throughout its passage. Madam Deputy Speaker, Lord's Amendment 33 seeks to make the first set of regulations for the national scheme of delegation subject to the affirmative procedure. The Government's Amendment 33A seeks to give effect to this change. As you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the debate on consideration of Lord's amendments on the 13th of November, I argued that the affirmative procedure in this instance was unnecessary in light of the multiple rounds of consultation that would take place before the relevant regulations were laid. However, I acknowledge the strength of feeling in the other place on this matter, and we've therefore tabled an amendment to give effect to the intention of Lord's Amendment 33, ensuring that the first set of regulations for the national scheme of delegation are subject to the affirmative procedure. I thank Lord Lansley for his engagement on this issue and the member for Taunton and Wellington for his contributions to previous debates on these regulations. Madam Deputy Speaker, Amendment 33A simply removes the unnecessary provisions in Lord's Amendment 33 in respect of future regulations, for which there are already powers in the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. Set alongside the existing safeguards built into the legislation, including a duty on the Secretary of State to consult on the draft regulations before they come into effect, I hope the House will agree that Amendment 33A will ensure that an appropriate amount of parliamentary scrutiny and engagement is able to take place on these provisions ahead of implementation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I therefore urge the House to support Government Amendment 33A, and I look forward to receiving the support of members. I beg to move.
The question is that this House does not insist on its disagreement to Lord's Amendment 33, but proposes Amendment A to the Lord's Amendment. Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to present some of the opposition's final words, and what I'm sure the Minister will agree has been an extensive effort on both sides of the House to debate, scrutinise and amend this bill. In that light, I would particularly wish to thank the efforts of my honourable friend, the member for Hamble Valley, who's worked tirelessly to push the government to make this bill fit for purpose, and my honourable friend, the member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, who has throughout the whole process made invaluable contributions in this place and in committee. I'd also like to congratulate the Minister on seeing the Planning and Infrastructure Bill through its parliamentary journey, although I am hesitant to pour too much praise on many of the aspects of the bill itself. When we last came to this House to consider the Lord's message a couple of weeks ago, my honourable friend, the member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, outlined the opposition's key concerns regarding this bill, not least that it fails to satisfy the three tests that we have consistently used to judge how this bill could help to unlock the housing market, make the necessary reforms to administrative and bureaucratic burdens, and create a dual incentive for communities and developers to embrace more homes and infrastructure. As it will now be abundantly clear to the Minister, it is the continued position of His Majesty's opposition that the bill fails on all three counts. His boss, the Secretary of State, knows this, having admitted today that the government will need a sharp increase to their current run rate to meet the 1.5 million homes target they promised in their manifesto, a target that, according to his department's own figures, they are currently missing by a long way. Some improvements to the bill have been made during the parliamentary process, and this includes the government's concession on Lord's Amendment 33, which we are discussing today. We are grateful for the movement the government have made on this, and we will not seek to divide the House upon it this evening. I'll give way to the Honourable.
Just very quickly, and everybody recognises the importance of 1.5 million houses being built, the need for social housing for many, many people, the need for houses that people can afford through a mortgage. But does he feel to move forward in a correct way, there must be community integration, a community discussion in relation to ensure that community integration can take place? If it comes to building houses, how it will affect people. If it comes to infrastructure, how that will affect the local farm and landowners as well. Does he feel that has been achieved within this legislation that's coming before us tonight?
Gareth Bacon.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. No, I don't. Not fully would be my answer. I'm going to come on to that in more detail in a couple of moments. Now, a prime example of what more could have been done during this bill is to address the democratic deficit this bill creates, which strips powers away from elected councillors and gifts them to unelected planning officers, as well as more powers to the Secretary of State. Now, this, of course, is just the tip of the iceberg when we consider the clear contempt shown for local democracy as the government prepares to cancel yet another round of local elections. The bill also fails to support both those building and buying homes. No amount of centralisation in the bill will counter the Chancellor's failure to meaningfully support growth and cut costs. This is despite clear warnings from the Home Builders Federation that the government must provide help for first-time buyers and reduce taxes on new homes in order to achieve anything close to the tally predicted in March of this year by the OBR of 1.3 million homes by the end of the decade. And on nature, something that I know many MPs have received emails about, the bill still lacks the clarity and the answers that nature lovers seek to legitimate questions about reconciling the delivery of new homes and infrastructure with the needs of protecting our natural environment. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is most evident when we consider the government's focus on removing legal protections on Greenbelt land. Ripping up the Greenbelt is not the answer, which is why my colleagues and I have called for swifter redevelopment on brownfield sites. This is not least because, according to the CPRE, in a substantial number of local authorities, there is enough brownfield land with planning permission to meet the target set by the government's standard method for calculating housing need for at least the next 5 years. Something the bill and this government have failed to explore. Across 2 Secretaries of State, several junior ministers, and almost a year of parliamentary time, the government have pushed these measures through using their majority but without using their common sense. Many of the provisions in this bill still leave the market, home buyers, developers and local communities all wanting. The triple blow of a Chancellor running our economy into the ground, hiking taxes, and a government cutting demand-side policies to support first-time buyers has left the country without a clear pathway to the lofty promise of 1.5 million homes. And don't just take my word for it. Throughout this process, the OBR, the House Builders Federation, the National Federation of Builders, Britain Remade, the Countryside Alliance, Professor Paul Cheshire, the RSPB, and many more industry experts and organisations have all raised concerns, either about this bill or about the government's ability to meet its housing target more widely. The government had the chance to fix this bill, to support infrastructure projects, back community voices and deliver the homes that British people need, but it hasn't done so. The Housing Minister recently declined to rule out a further planning legislation in this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, if that comes to pass, let's hope that next time he and his colleagues listen to industry, the voices in this House and to our local communities and do what he knows to be right.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not certain whether I or the Minister will be more relieved at the conclusion of debates on this legislation. I want to welcome the fact the Minister is bringing forward an amendment to the remaining proposal from the other place. I support the Government on Amendment 33A and welcome the additional parliamentary scrutiny that it brings. This legislation is once again in a better place than the last time it came in front of us, and I welcome the fact that ministers have committed to environmental delivery plans being initially focused on nutrient neutrality, and that further EDPs will be preceded by a statement in this House presenting the evidence for them. And I just want to reflect briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, on some further evidence that has come before us since the last debate we had on this piece of legislation. DEFRA has published evidence of an assessment of England's biodiversity which found substantially more indicators of our nature in decline than are going in the right direction. My select committee, the Environmental Audit Committee, published its inquiry into planning and housing, which called for an end to lazy narratives and scapegoating of nature, and new polling has found that more than 2/3 of voters think politicians are out of touch with the public's values on nature. We are still a long way from a planning system that delivers genuinely affordable homes, social justice, values democracy, and reverses the decline of England's nature. I hope with the conclusion of this bill we can move forward to some more positive progress.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the bill was presented to the House, we outlined three main concerns, which were the accountability to Parliament, the accountability to communities, and the accountability for our environment. This Amendment 33 addresses, to an extent, the issue of accountability to local communities and the importance of their role in planning. But it doesn't go as far as we would like, and we are disappointed with the thrust of the legislation, which is to take powers away from planning committees to the Secretary of State. And we continue to oppose that measure, but welcome the measure of compromise that the government has brought forward in Amendment 33, which gives Parliament some say over those regulations. So we'll not be opposing that. Planning committees, Madam Deputy Speaker, are important to all the key aspects of planning. They're important to national policy statements, the biggest projects in the country, and I recognise the Minister has reached agreement with the chairs of the select committees on how national policy statements will be drafted. Planning committees are important to also to nature. It is local people who know their natural environment, their local environment best, and are best placed to understand it and to make decisions on it. So Amendment 33 is particularly important because of that. An example is, of course, our chalk streams. And we're bitterly disappointed that the Conservative benches didn't support our efforts and amendments to get statutory protection for chalk streams into this bill. And I urge the Minister, when he hopefully follows up on his commitment to make sure that chalk streams appear in a national planning policy framework, that they appear in the glossary as an irreplaceable habitat. It's really important that it's established. They are established as an irreplaceable habitat. The UK has 85% of the world's unique chalk streams in the United Kingdom, and a vitally important habitat that we must protect.
Local communities, as I say, know their environments best, and they're best placed to help deliver on the delivery plans as well. And we're concerned that the environmental delivery plans are being given to Natural England, which will act as decision maker, fee taker, and judge, jury, and execution. And without a role necessarily for some of the small companies like the ones in my constituency who have been delivering phosphate credits successfully and enabling development to go forward. And I hope the Minister and the Government will enable a continuing role for small and medium-sized enterprises in this field. It's vitally important. It is not left to the monolith of Natural England just to deal with this. Partly because, Madam Deputy Speaker, they're not very good at it. In 2022, they committed to releasing 40,000 homes with phosphate credits in the first year of their activity. So far, they only delivered 4,000 homes under that programme. So it is not the most practical solution necessarily to assume Natural England will dig us out of this crisis. Having said that, we want to work constructively with the government. We want environmental delivery plans to succeed, to deal with nutrient neutrality and phosphate pollution robustly. We want to see the pollution in the Somerset Levels and Moors, a special protection area pollution dealt with. We want to see an EDP successfully tackle that, but it must be involving local communities. It must be involving local companies and businesses across the country, which are already doing really strong work in this field. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is not the bill we would have brought forward. We believe what's needed to build the homes the country needs is a massive public council and social home building programme. We propose 150,000 homes per year, and that should be the focus of delivery without watering down the planning process or the planning system or removing the rights of communities, which this bill sadly does. But we will work constructively with the government on its implementation. We're pleased to have won through my friend, the noble lady Baroness Parminter in the other place, who secured an amendment from the government on the mitigation hierarchy so that nature is placed at the top of the tree in these decisions. We welcome the changes to the bill so far, and we will not be seeking to divide the House on this amendment.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the leave of the House, I'll close what has been an extremely brief but nevertheless necessary and important debate that has moved us another step closer to the bill becoming law. Can I thank all honourable members who've spoken for their contributions, and I'll seek to, in the time I have available to me, respond to the points that are made. In general terms, the concerns that have been expressed by the opposition Liberal Democrat spokesman throughout the passage of the bill are well rehearsed. I don't expect that I will convince them of the merits of the main principles of the bill. There's still time for them to change their minds and recognise the benefits this bill will bring in terms of productivity, prosperity and economic growth across the country. But I think this bill has been debated at length. And so on those general points, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to comment too widely. And there is, of course, only a single amendment in front of us. But I will make just a couple of comments on a couple of points that were raised. My honourable friend, the member for North East Hertfordshire, referenced the commitment we made in the other place. He's absolutely right. On the 24th of November, during consideration of Commons reasons and amendments in the House of Lords, the government made clear that the first EDPs will address nutrient pollution only, and that ministers would return to the House once those first EDPs are in place to issue a statement on their progress, and only then, and at that point, would the Secretary of State be able to take forward any other EDPs on environmental issues. I made and I stand by the commitment I gave on chalk streams that they will be explicitly recognised in national planning policy. The honourable gentleman won't have to wait long to find out what that will entail, but I took on board the points that he made in respect of what he expects to see on chalk screens. On the specific point he made on the private sector, which is one that's well made, we recognise the important and increasing role that the private sector must play in supporting nature's recovery, including land managers, habitat banks and ecological consultancies. These businesses also play a crucial role in the planning system more generally. The bill has been drafted to enable delegation and partnership working with third parties. This may apply both to the development of EDPs, including ecological surveys and impact assessments, and in the undertaking and monitoring of conservation measures. EDPs obviously also represent an opportunity for growth in nature service markets and revenue diversification for farming and land management businesses. I hope on that point he's somewhat reassured. On the substantive issue before us, Madam Deputy Speaker, a national scheme of delegation, we absolutely agree that planning is principally a local activity. Decisions about what to build and where should be shaped by local communities and reflect the views of local residents. That's why the government is determined to ensure every part of the country has an up-to-date local plan developed through significant resident engagement, and why the government of course believes that planning committees have an integral role in providing local democratic oversight of planning decisions. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's vital that in exercising that democratic oversight, planning committees operate as effectively as possible, focusing on those applications which really warrant member input and not revisiting the same decisions. We have undertaken a technical consultation, as honourable members know, on that national scheme of delegation. We got a significant response, nearly 600 responses to that consultation from local planning authorities and developers alike. Broad support was expressed for the tiered approach we've proposed. But we'll, of course, in the drafting of the regulations to come, which we expect to lay in the spring, take into account all of that feedback. Those draft regulations, just to make clear once again, will be subject to public consultation, and will respond to the consultation at the same time as we publish those draft regulations for consultation. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this landmark piece of legislation will enable us to overturn a failing status quo that has hampered the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure, and thereby impeded progress towards greater prosperity and rising living standards. And I'm immensely proud of having developed the bill and taken it through Parliament. As I argued at second reading, 14 years of Tory failure left the country with a belief that nothing works, that nothing gets built, that Britain can no longer do big things. As a government, we've refused to accept the stagnation and decline we were bequeathed. We were elected on a promise of change, and we're determined to deliver it. And through the measures introduced by this bill, we will get Britain building again, we will unleash economic growth, and we will deliver on the promise of national renewal. Now, Deputy Speaker, it would be remiss of me to conclude my remarks without thanking those who've made a vital contribution to this bill. I'd firstly like to express my gratitude to all honourable and right honourable members and peers in the other place who engaged with the bill throughout its passage. The expertise and insight that's been brought to bear in both houses has strengthened the bill in a number of important respects. I also thank the shadow frontbenchers for the constructive way they approached the scrutiny in Bill Committee and throughout all stages. I'd also like to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, for her unwavering support in the bill's early stages, and to my right honourable friend, the member for Streatham and Croydon North, for his firm support over recent months. I'd also like to thank all stakeholders from a wide range of development industry experts and organisations right through to ENGOs who've engaged extensively with my department to shape the bill. And finally, I'd like to thank all of the talented officials in my department who've devoted considerable time and energy to this landmark piece of legislation. I'd particularly like to thank the bill team, ably led first by Alex Bush and now by Holly Harper, expert officials including Will Bergen, Alicia Ford, Guy Skelton and Andrew Short, and past and present members of my private office including Jim Carroll, Grace Doody, Josh Gray, Gabe Allison and Matt Davis for helping to deliver the bill in a record time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the imminent prospect of this bill receiving royal assent is obviously only a beginning. Once the bill becomes law, we need to implement its provisions. In that regard, the House should be in no doubt that we intend to move quickly so that we can realise the full benefits of this legislation for productivity, prosperity and living standards across the whole of the UK, and I very much look forward to working with honourable and right honourable members as well as stakeholders as we progress the bill's implementation over the coming months.
The question is that this House does not insist on its disagreement to Lord's Amendment 33, but proposes Amendment A to the Lord's Amendment. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes proceedings on the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. Programme motion to be moved formally.
Formally.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. It's you, Eve. Eve. Abby.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Mental Health Bill Lords, consideration of Lord's message.
Now.
Before we move to consideration of the Lord's message, I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages Commons financial privilege. We now come to the government motion to agree with the Lords in their amendments 19B and 19C. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this House do now agree with the Lords in their amendments 19B and 19C. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to return the Mental Health Bill to this House for what I hope will be the final time in its passage. Thanks to the constructive and collaborative approach both from honourable members across this House and noble lords in the other place, we have been able to reach an amended and improved version of the Mental Health Bill so we can begin our vital work on the Code of Practice. I would in particular like to pay tribute to my ministerial colleague Baroness Merrin for her outstanding work on this bill. The bill sits alongside the 10-year plan, which sets out our ambitious reform agenda to transform the NHS and make it fit for the future. We know that there is much more to do to improve outcomes, to tackle unacceptable waiting times for care and fully meet the needs of the population in a tailored, personalised and timely way. We will overhaul the way that mental health support is delivered in England to drive down waits and improve the quality of care, backed by a whole-of-society approach to preventing mental illness and to intervening early. Last week, we announced the launch of an independent review into prevalence and support for mental health conditions, ADHD and autism. We are launching this review to understand the rises in prevalence and demand on services to ensure people receive the right support at the right time and in the right place. People who need it will access high-quality and compassionate mental health support at an earlier stage, and more people will recover or live well with mental illness. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will go further to improve the quality and transparency of care, working with experts and people with lived experience. We will publish a new modern service framework for severe mental illness, setting consistency in clinical standards across the country so that patients and families get the best quality, evidence-based treatment and support. I will.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, welcome what's coming forward. Just a point of clarification has been brought to my attention. I just seek the Minister's advice and support on it. In relation to Amendment 19B, which relates to the appointment of a nominated person when no local authority holds parental responsibility for the patient, it's in relation to the child. Does the Minister agree that through this there must be more emphasis on the voice of the child and that the child should have some preference when it comes to representation? Thank you very much.
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention, and yes, absolutely we do agree, and he'll see as I come into this in my comments that we've got three options around what happens in exactly the scenario that he takes, and that's been very much the spirit of the amendment that we've agreed with the other place. We will put patient feedback and outcomes front and centre by improving the transparency of reporting across inpatient and community mental health services. We will introduce an early warning system so we can intervene earlier, using patient and staff feedback and clinical information to identify services at risk of providing poor quality care. This is alongside our commitments to roll out mental health support teams in schools and colleges to full national coverage by 2029, employ an extra 8,500 mental health workers by the end of the Parliament, and pilot new 24/7 neighbourhood mental health centres across the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, this long-awaited and transformational bill, once implemented, will give patients greater choice and autonomy, enhanced rights and support, and ensure everyone is treated with dignity and respect throughout their treatment. I will now briefly outline some of the commitments my ministerial colleague Baroness Merrin made in the other place. In response to the amendment tabled by Baroness May, the government announced plans to launch a consultation on emergency police powers of detention. The consultation will look in particular, but not limited to, sections 135 and 136, as well as exploring joint working approaches across organisations. We have committed to working with stakeholders as we define the scope of the consultation. In the other place, the government tabled amendments in lieu regarding the appointment of a nominated person for a child under 16 who lacks competence following engagement with Baroness Berridge. The amendment states that if no local authority has parental responsibility, an approved mental health professional or AMP must appoint either a person who has parental responsibility, a person named in a child's arrangements order as a person with whom the relevant patient is to live, or a person who is a special guardian. If there is no suitable person with parental responsibility willing to act, the AMP must consider the child's wishes and feelings when deciding who to appoint. This amendment clarifies who AMPs should appoint as the nominated person and gives priority to those with parental responsibility. We intend to use the Code of Practice to outline what factors and nuances an AMP should consider when making the appointment decision. If the AMP later discovers another of those within the list is more suitable to act as the nominated person, the legislation allows them to terminate the appointment of the nominated person and appoint the special guardian instead. So I thank members across both sides of the House for their support of this bill and look forward to hearing their contributions.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 19B and 19C. Dr Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I've talked about roads and bridges since the duration of this bill, and we have come to the end of this long road that was, of course, started by Baroness May in 2018 with the Independent Wesley report, which has been the foundation for how we have this piece of legislation in front of us. And it's a cross-party, cross-departmental look at how we can improve the lives of people with the most serious of mental health issues. And that's really important. I was pleased to hear the Minister as well start to talk about the difference between mental health and mental well-being. This is really fundamental when it comes to dealing with our policies and how we're going to take the country forward, because not everyone has a serious mental health problem, but everyone has problems with their mental well-being. Making sure we have that distinction worked out is going to be truly important to make sure we get the right support for the right people in the right place, which at the end of the day, this is what that bill is dedicated for. I have also talked in this House about why it is so important. This bill, above all others, deals with the most vulnerable people in society, those who are seriously mentally unwell. And so I'm pleased that we're at this point that we can take it forward and get it into a piece of legislation. I'm also pleased to hear the Minister direct his comments towards the amendment from the other place and the concerns raised by Baroness Berridge. And I understand the points he's tried to make and the clarifications the government has tried to put in place with regards to this amendment. It is for the reason that he's mentioned that he will look at the code of conduct for those seriously difficult positions that a mental health professional might find themselves in an evening dealing with a parent who's contesting with a child about who is going to be the nominated person. I'm pleased that the government is looking at the code of practice, so we won't be dividing the House tonight. That being said, as with the 10-year plan that the government has brought forward, there is a synergy here. And the synergy is this, that this House agrees on both sides with the thrust of the 10-year plan and also the mental health bill. But the problem we have here is there is no delivery chapter. That is the concern. It's a concern we have from this side when this government was taking it forward. And now, as the Minister has conceded in committee, it will be a challenge. But without that delivery plan, it becomes very difficult. I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Before I was elected, I ran mental health and complex needs services for 5 years. And so I saw a landscape that was pretty much devastated under the Conservatives. And one of the ways in which it was devastated was the loss of Sure Start. The Institute for Fiscal Studies produced a report this year which showed that Sure Start led to a reduction in hospitalisations for 12 to 14-year-olds by 50%. The Shadow Minister is talking about the ways in which we can deliver better mental health. Does he agree with me that Labour's rollout of a revamped Sure Start is just one way of many in which we're helping to improve children's mental health?
Well, I'm grateful that he makes a very good point, but he also has missed the point that one of the ways the government was dealing with this, which he's given me the opportunity to come forward, was to bring forward the mental health investment standard, which meant that the proportion of spending on mental health had to mirror those in terms of physical conditions, and that was starting to see a real change. Alas, under this government, that has not been met, or that is at least the concern. And we know that the proportion of mental health spending has fallen under this government by its own written ministerial statement that it put out. And it actually leads me nicely on to the point that I wanted to raise today, because this is the crux of the matter that people outside of this House will be looking at, to say, how are we going to fund the models that are coming forward? So it's a question directly, and it's only one that I have in this debate, because we have raised this on this side of the House, both in the debates we have had on mental health, palliative care and mental health. I have raised it with the Minister only last week. We had the chair of this Health Select Committee raise this question again and again. Is the government committed to the investment standard or not? Is this something they have dropped? I think the House and the wider public need to know this so we can plan for service provision. If they are dropping it, that is on them, and they need to be able to explain the reasons of why they're doing so, and maybe there's alternative investment. But as a starting point, as a starting point, that is going to be crucial to the delivery in terms of getting this mental health challenge dealt with that is growing despite the pandemic, despite all the investment that has already gone in. I will give way.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I've written more mental health investment standard funding applications than I care to remember. And while investment is obviously important, one of the major challenges with that stream of funding was that it meant you had to do just that. You had to apply on an annual basis. There weren't certainty around multi-year settlements, which meant that I was repeatedly setting up projects for which I couldn't find the funding to keep them going, which actually created more disruptions in mental health support. What we need is to have stable, continuous funding settlements which actually meet the need as being identified by the data and patient experience. And actually, I think that's what the government's doing, and to latch on to one particular funding stream and to claim that somehow this isn't being provided support for when actually there's a wider goal here of tackling mental health through different methods.
Order. The honourable gentleman will know there's ample opportunity for him to contribute in the debate if he wishes, but that was a very, very long intervention. Dr. Luke Evans.
I'm grateful for the Deputy Speaker for stepping in on that basis, because we have had plenty of chance to debate this both at committee and many times in many of the health debates that I'm partial to. With regards to what he said, we could go through the whole idea of why the last government changed the interventions of NHS England, brought in ICBs to allow for that joined-up structure to be put in place. We're now seeing a new iteration coming forward, but yet again, we don't know how much it will cost to get rid of NHS England. We don't know the redundancy packages for the ICB and how much that is going to cost. This is fundamental. One thing we do know is that with the change in the investment standard, as the Royal College of Psychiatrists Chair has said, that change alone is going to cost the sector £300 million. That is investment and change that could have made a difference to mental health provision. So I don't want to get into the heated politics any further, and I don't want to delay the House any further this evening. But that position from the government on where the mental health investment standard is crucial when it comes to delivering this mental health bill. So I'd like to thank, in closing, the Minister for his constructive approach in the way in which he's taken ideas forward, the way he's looked through this in fine detail. I know he cares deeply about getting this right, as do many people in this House. And that is the imperative, to make sure we have compassionate, modern care delivered to those who need it most when it comes to dealing with those with mental health, serious mental health conditions.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to begin by thanking colleagues across this House for the constructive way in which we've all contributed towards this long-awaited bill. And for 40 years since this first came to the House, both attitudes to mental health and the treatments available have changed significantly. So these reforms and updates are very much needed and very much supported by everyone here. Turning specifically to Clause 19B, we welcome this important addition. All children and young people deserve appropriate care and support when undergoing treatment for mental health problems, and that includes the safeguarding of a nominated person. Each and every child going through the system deserves to be properly represented by a responsible adult. So we're grateful for this amendment, and we're pleased to lend it our support. And while we understand that the remit of this bill is very much focused on inpatient mental health care, we cannot ignore the wider context in which this bill needs to operate in. And even the best inpatient system is going to struggle if we fail to invest in the preventative and early intervention services that keep people well in the first place. And the honourable member opposite mentioned the difference between mental well-being and mental health issues, and ensuring that we can protect people's mental well-being before they possibly go on to develop actual mental health issues. And if we're serious about preventing people from reaching crisis point, we need to ensure that the many community-based initiatives that have been spoken about by the Minister and others in this House, they need to be strengthened. And that's why we're going to continue to champion walk-in mental health hubs, having a mental health professional in every school, and MOT sort of mental health checkups at key points in individuals' lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been an honour to contribute to this bill. I want to thank the Minister for his meaningful engagement with all colleagues across this House for what's been the best part of a year now. And the one ask I'd make of him just tonight is to once again reconsider restoring the VSSC suicide prevention grant, because I keep meeting charities and organisations that have benefited from this. And it's really important that we're supporting community organisations that can help identify when someone is reaching crisis point, because so many people who take their own lives are not in contact with NHS services. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll just pay tribute to all the frontline workers in mental health. That's clinical and community settings. We've got nurses, counsellors, psychiatrists, doctors, therapists, support staff, carers and charities, and they prop up a system which is complicated, it's underfunded, it's challenging to work within, and we want them to know that we do appreciate all their efforts that they make continually. And the Liberal Democrats are going to keep pushing until mental health is given the same urgency and care and attention as physical health. So thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with the leave of the House, I will make some brief concluding remarks. I am very grateful to members of this House for their contributions both today and throughout the passage of this bill. I believe that by drawing on the lived experience of both members of this House and our constituents, we will be able to strengthen the intended impact of this legislation for people with serious mental illness and their loved ones. The passage of this bill has seen the best of parliamentary commitment and cooperation, and the conduct of members and peers has been collaborative and well-intentioned throughout. For too long, mental health reform legislation has sat on the shelf. This government made a manifesto commitment to modernise the Mental Health Act, and this government has delivered that within our first session, providing an opportunity to transform the way we support those with severe mental illness and providing patients with greater choice and autonomy. I'm reminded of a quote from a patient in the 2018 Independent Review who said, "I feel a lot of things were being done to me rather than with me." This bill takes forward many of the changes put forward by the Independent Review, whose recommendations were rightly shaped by the views of patients and professionals. Many have asked about next steps and implementation. Post-Royal Assent, our first priority. We will engage with people with lived experience and their families and carers, staff and professional groups, commissioners, providers and others to do this. The code will go to public consultation as well as being laid before Parliament before final publication. Alongside the code, we will develop the necessary secondary legislation. We will then need time to train the existing workforce on the new Act, regulations and the code. We estimate full implementation will take around 10 years due to the time needed to train the workforce and the need to ensure that the right community support is available. This timeframe necessarily spans multiple spending review periods and multiple parliaments, so we are limited in the detail we can give about future spend and timelines. But we've committed to an annual written ministerial statement on implementation. This commitment will last for the 10 years, or until the bill is fully implemented, whichever is sooner. Just turning...
I appreciate he can't commit to a financial spending envelope now, but the mental health investment standard is something the government could commit to. Is that the case?
Yes, I was just coming to that too, because he raised that in his speech. Look, we are protecting the mental health investment standard in real terms, as it will rise in line with inflation. Our position is quite straightforward. We feel that for far too long, the NHS has been run by a series of input-based targets which micromanage frontline leaders while failing to ensure improvements in patient experience and care. We are bringing the era of command and control to an end, setting frontline leaders free to innovate and run their services as they know best. I would also remind, of course, the opposition spokesman that we're investing £473 million in capital funding in mental health nationally over 26-27 to 29-30. This funding will support the establishment of 24/7 neighbourhood mental health service, deliver mental health emergency departments, known as crisis assessment centres, expand neighbourhood mental health services, eliminate inappropriate out-of-area placements, and increase crisis accommodation for people with learning disabilities and autism. So what I would say gently to him is that when you see a rising tide lifting all the boats, you're connecting your mental health spend to that rising tide, then you are seeing a rise in real terms on what this government is spending on mental health across the board. On the Liberal Democrat spokesman, I'm very happy to meet with him again and look at that particular issue. He did raise that in committee. Of course, I hope that some of the things I've just set out here will help very much on the tragedy of suicide in our country, and we're very conscious of how much we need to do to combat that. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to put on record my thanks to all members and noble peers who have paid such a close interest to the development of the proposals, along with the officials and parliamentary staffers who have supported us to do so. The officials involved in the bill, too many to mention, but I would also like to pay tribute to colleagues in my private office, Emily Cowhig and Penny Sherlock, who've done such sterling work on this bill, supporting me and the entire team throughout. Transforming mental health care for the most vulnerable patients with serious mental illness requires this bill to pass into statute, and I am therefore grateful to honourable members for their support in enabling us to do so. Thank you.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 19B and C. As many are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 5 on payment scheme. Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 6 on the Modernisation Committee. Minister to move.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 7 relating to Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. Jessica Morden.
To move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition. Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're approaching the end of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and so I rise to present this petition. I'm very pleased that I'm not alone in this place in calling for reform of pornography legislation, as we've seen an explosion in the availability of increasing graphic pornography. This content is often procured through coercion and is fueling sexual violence and violence against women and girls. The petitioners from my Edinburgh North and Leith constituency therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to extend safeguarding applied to pornography offline to pornography online, and to legally require all pornography websites accessed from the UK to verify the age and permission of every individual featured on platforms, and give performers the right to withdraw their consent at any time to the continued publication of pornography in which they appear. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition. Pornography and violence against women.
Thank you.
I beg to move this House to now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to have secured this adjournment debate on statutory support for self-employed adoptive parents. Self-employed adopters are currently excluded from any statutory parental pay. For far too long, this exclusion has been overlooked as too niche a problem. But in fact, it exposes a much deeper inconsistency in the way our parental leave and pay system works, one that affects not only adoptive families, but also the wider functioning of the adoption system in England. This debate comes at an especially challenging time for adopted children and adoptive families. Demand for post-adoption support is rising, including mental health services, therapeutic help and emotional support, while the availability of these services has become more uncertain, uneven and under-resourced. A recent investigation by the BBC uncovered systemic issues within post-adoption support, highlighting challenges I will cover later in my speech, and no doubt we will hear from other members. But first, I would like to address the issue which has led to this debate. There is currently a deep inconsistency in the way our parental leave and pay system works for adoptive families. At present, Employed birth parents can access statutory maternity leave and pay. Self-employed birth parents can access maternity allowance, which is equivalent to maternity pay. Employed adopters can access statutory adoption leave and pay, but self-employed adopters cannot access any form of statutory adoption leave or pay. The consequence is that adoptive parents who are self-employed face a uniquely disadvantaged position, with no statutory mechanism enabling them to take time away from work to support a child entering their family, a child who we know is more than likely going to have experienced trauma, loss or disruption. We know that self-employment now makes up a large part of the workforce, with around 4.4 million people working for themselves across the UK. It is estimated that self-employed adopters make up 10% of adopters annually. Given that just over 3,000 adoptions took place last year, that means hundreds of families a year are left with no statutory financial support at the moment they take legal and parental responsibility for a child. It is important, though, to be clear about what adoption pay is actually for and why it exists. Unlike maternity provision, which has historically been justified by the government on health and recovery grounds, statutory adoption pay exists for a different purpose altogether. In 2022, the previous government stated in a written parliamentary response that statutory adoption pay is essential to the success of an adoption placement, so that an adopter takes time off work in order to care for and, most importantly, to bond with their child. This I will give way.
Can I first of all commend the Honourable Lady for South West Devon for bringing this forward? I spoke to her beforehand to ask for her permission to intervene, and I give her very quickly a Northern Ireland perspective. In Northern Ireland, shared parental leave and pay, SPL, SHPP, are entitlements as financial support for adoptive parents. If one adopter qualifies for SAP, couples may share leave pay under SPL, but this presumes that employment under a qualifying employer. So does the Honourable Lady, and I think this is the objective she's trying to achieve, does the Honourable Lady agree that in terms of all legally binding work contracts, all employers should be incentivised to ensure employees can qualify for shared adoption leave, and in fact there should be an onus for them to do just that?
Smith.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that contribution, and particularly for highlighting the case in Northern Ireland. And I know that ensuring that parental leave for adopters and shared parental leave was something that the last government fought hard to bring in. So of course that is something that I think, I'm sure I'd agree with him, should be across the entire aisles that we live in. But ultimately that will be for the Minister to talk about as well. Although I'm guessing it's probably a devolved issue as well, but no doubt that will come up in his remarks a bit later. So I thank you for that. So as I was saying, in 2022, the previous government had that response, which says that they take the time off to care for and bond with their child, and that principle must be fairly applied regardless of whether a parent is employed or self-employed. Now, for self-employed adoptive families, the negative consequences of this disparity are clear. Evidence gathered by Home for Good and Adoption UK through the all-party parliamentary group on adoption and permanence found that 60% of self-employed adopters report the absence of financial support directly limited the amount of leave they could take at the start of adoption, and in some cases prevented them from taking leave altogether following that adoption. In practical terms, this means returning to work within days or weeks of placement.